Illustration, Alinari photo. In the Pitti Gallery, Florence. Fruit, flowers, and insects. Rachel Rice. The Elector John of Pfalz appointed her painter at his court, and beyond paying her generously for her pictures, bestowed valuable gifts on her. The Elector sent several of her works to the Grand Duke of Tuscany and to other distinguished rulers of that day. The advance of years in no wise dulled her powers. Her pictures painted when 80 years old are as delicately finished as those of many years earlier. She died when 86, respected by the great, beloved even by her rivals, praised by all who knew her. The pictures by Rachel Rice are honorably placed in many public galleries. In those of Florence and Turin, as well as at Amsterdam, The Hague, Berlin, Dresden, Vienna, and Munich, they are much valued. Although these pictures are characterized by extreme delicacy of touch, softness, and lightness, this artist knew how so to combine these qualities as to impart an effect of strength to her painting. Her rendering of separate flowers was exquisite, and her roses, either by themselves or combined with other flowers, are especially beautiful. She painted fruits in perfection, and the insects and butterflies which she sometimes added are admirably executed. The chief criticism that can be made of her pictures is that she was less skillful in the grouping of her flowers than in their painting. Many of her works are in private galleries, especially in Holland. They are rarely sold. In London, about 30 years ago, a small bouquet of flowers with insects was sold for more than $2,000 and is now of double that value. Her pictures have the same clearness and individuality that are seen in her portrait, in which she has short hair, a simple low-cut dress, with a necklace of beads about the throat. B. Sauls Adelheid, /B. born in Dresden, 1825, died in Paris, 1890. Pupil of Bernhard and Jacquand, she established her studio in Paris. Many of her works are in museums. Elijah in the Desert, at Lyon, The Legend of the Alice Camps, at Nimes, The Village Maiden, at Grenoble, Field Flowers, at Havre, etc. She also painted portraits and historical subjects, among which are Psyche in Olympus, the daughters of Jerusalem in the Babylonian captivity, and the daughter of Jairus. She was a sister of E. Pirach Wagner. B. Sartain, Emily, /B. Medal at Philadelphia Exhibition, 1876. Mary Smith Prize at the Pennsylvania Academy for Best Painting by a Woman in 1881 and 1883. Born in Philadelphia, 1841. Miss Sartain has been the principal of the Philadelphia School of Design for Women since 1886. She studied engraving under her father, John Sartain, and with Luminize in Paris. She engraved and etched book illustrations and numerous larger prints. She is also a painter of portraits and genre pictures and has exhibited at the Salon des Beaux-Arts, Paris. Miss Sartain has been appointed as delegate from the United States to the International Congress on Instruction in Drawing to be held at Bern next August. Her appointment was recommended by the Secretary of the Interior, the United States Commissioner of Education, and Prof. J. H. Gore. Miss Sartain has also received letters from Switzerland from M. Leon Jannaut, President of the Swiss Commission, begging her to accept the appointment. B. Schiefer Maria, /B. First Class Medal, Benemerenti, Romania. Born in Dresden, 1854. Her first studies were made in Darmstadt under Enoch. Later, she was a pupil of Budd and Bauer in Dusseldorf, and finally of Eisenmenger in Vienna. After traveling in Italy in 1879, she settled in Darmstadt. She made several beautiful copies of Holbein's Madonna, one for the King of Romania, and one as a gift from the city of Darmstadt to the Tsarina Alexandra. Among her most excellent portraits are those of Friedrich von Schmidt and his son Henry. Several of her religious paintings ornament German churches. St. Elizabeth is at Biedenkopf, Mary's Departure from the Tomb of Christ is at Nierstein, and Christ with St. Louis and St. Elizabeth, and a rosary picture are in the Catholic Church at Darmstadt. B. Scheffer, Caroline, /B. the daughter of Ari Lamb and wife of J.B. Scheffer was an artist in the last decades of the 18th century, but the special interest connected with her is the fact that she was the mother of Ari and Henry Scheffer. From her artistic standpoint, she had an appreciation of what was needed for the benefit of her sons. She took them to Paris to study, devoted herself entirely to their welfare, and died in Paris in 1839. Schley Anna, /B born in Berlin, 1833. Her principal studies were made in her native city under Schrader, although she went to Rome in 1868 and finally took up her residence there. She had, previous to her work in Rome, painted the Marys at the grave. Her later pictures include The Citron Vendor and a number of portraits for the Henkel family of Donnersmarck. Schmidt-Schenk Maria, /B born in Baden, 1837. She studied her art in Munich, Karlsruhe, and Italy. She established herself in Munich and painted pictures for churches, which are in Kurlach, Mauer, Ziegelhausen, and other German towns. She also designed church windows, especially for the Liebfrauenkirche at Karlsruhe. Schumann, Anna Maria, /B was called by the Dutch poets their Sappho and their Corneille. She was born in 1607, but as her family were Protestants and frequently changed their residence in order to avoid persecution, the place of her birth is unknown. When Anna Maria was 8 years old, they went permanently to Utrecht. This distinguished woman was one of the exceptions said to prove rules, for though a prodigy in childhood, she did not become a commonplace or stupid woman. Learning was her passion and art her recreation. It is difficult to repeat what is recorded of her unusual attainments and not feel as if one were being misled by a Munchausen. But it would be ungracious to lessen a fame almost 3 centuries old. We are told that Anna Maria could speak in Latin when 7 years old and translated from Seneca at 10. She acquired the Hebrew, Greek, Samaritan, Arabic, Chaldaic, Syriac, Ethiopian, Turkish, and Persian languages with such thoroughness that her admirers claim that she wrote and spoke them all. She also read with ease and spoke with finished elegance Italian, Spanish, English, and French, besides German and her native tongue. Anna Maria Sherman wrote verses in various languages, but the chief end which her exhaustive studies served was to aid her in theological research. In this, she found her greatest satisfaction and deepest interest. She was respectfully consulted upon important questions by the scholars of different countries. At the University of Utrecht, an honorable place was reserved for her in the lecture rooms, and she frequently took part in the learned discussions there. The professors of the University of Leyden paid her the compliment of erecting a tribune where she could hear all that passed in the lecture room without being seen by the audience. As an artist, the Sherman reached such excellence that the painter Honthorst valued a portrait by her at 1,000 Dutch florins, about $430, an enormous sum, when we remember that the works of her contemporary, Albert Cuyp, were sold for 30 florins, and no higher price was paid for his works before the middle of the 18th century. A few years ago, his picture, called Morning Light, was sold at a public sale in London for $25,000. How astonishing that a celebrated artist like Honthorst, who painted in Utrecht when Cuyp painted in Dort, should have valued a portrait by Anna Maria Sherman at the price of 33 works by Cuyp. Such facts as these suggest a question regarding the relative value of the works of more modern artists. Will the judgments of the present be thus reversed in the future? This extraordinary woman filled the measure of possibilities by carving in wood and ivory, engraving on crystal and copper, and having a fine musical talent, playing on several instruments. When it is added that she was of a lovable nature and attractive in manner, one is not surprised that her contemporaries called her the wonder of creation. Valsius was her friend and taught her Hebrew. She was intimately associated with such scholars as Salmasius and Heinsius, and was in correspondence with scholars, philosophers, and theologians regarding important questions of her time. Anna Maria Sherman was singularly free from egotism. She rarely consented to publish her writings, though often urged to do so. She avoided publicity and refused complimentary attentions which were urged upon her, conducting herself with a modesty as rare as her endowments. In 1664, when traveling with her brother, she became acquainted with Labadie, the celebrated French enthusiast who preached new doctrines. He had many disciples called Labadists. He taught that God used deceit with man when he judged it well for man to be deceived. That contemplation led to perfection, that self-mortification, self-denial, and prayer were necessary to a godly life, and that the Holy Spirit constantly made new revelations to the human beings prepared to receive them. Anna Maria Sherman heard these doctrines when prostrated by a double sorrow, the deaths of her father and brother. She put aside all other interests and devoted herself to those of the Labadists. It is said that after the death of Labadie, she gathered his disciples together and conducted them to Vijvert in Friesland. William Penn saw her there, and in his account of the meeting he tells how much he was impressed by her grave solemnity and vigorous intellect. From this time, she devoted her fortune to charity and died in poverty at the age of 71. Besides her fame as an artist and a scholar, her name was renowned for purity of heart and fervent religious feeling. Her virtues were many and her few faults were such as could not belong to an ignoble nature. B. Scudder, Janet, /B. Medal at Columbian Exposition, 1893. Two of her medallion portraits are in the Luxembourg, Paris. Member of the National Sculpture Society, New York. Born in Terre Haute, Indiana. Pupil of Robisso in Cincinnati, of Lorado Taft in Chicago, and of Frédéric MacMonnies in Paris. At the Chicago Exposition, Miss Scudder exhibited two heroic-sized statues representing Illinois and Indiana. The portraits purchased by the French government are of American women and are the first work of an American woman sculptor to be admitted to the Luxembourg. These medallions are in bas-relief in marble, framed in bronze. Casts from them have been made in gold and silver. The first is said to be the largest medallion ever made in gold. It is about 4 inches long. Illustration: a frog fountain. Janet Scudder. To the Pan American Exposition, Miss Scudder contributed 4 boys standing on a snail, which made a part of the Fountain of Abundance. She has exhibited in New York and Philadelphia a fountain, representing a boy dancing hilariously and snapping his fingers at 4 huge frogs round his pedestal. The water spurts from the mouths of the frogs and covers the naked child. Miss Scudder is commissioned to make a portrait statue of heroic size for the St. Louis Exposition. She will no doubt exhibit smaller works there. Portraits are her specialty, and in these she has made a success, as is proved by the appreciation of her work in Paris. A memorial figure in marble is in Woodlawn Cemetery, also a cinerary urn in stone and bronze. A bronze memorial tablet is in Union College. Miss Scudder also made the seal for the Bar Association of New York. B. Sears, Sarah C. /B. Medal at Chicago, 1893. William Evans Prize, American Watercolor Society, New York. Honorable Mention, Paris Exposition, 1900. Bronze Medal at Buffalo, 1901. Silver Medal at Charleston, South Carolina. Member of the New York Watercolor Club, Boston Art Students Association, National Arts Club, Boston Watercolor Club. Born in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Pupil of Ross Turner, Joseph DeCamp, Edmund C. Tarbell, and George DeForest Brush. Mrs. Sears has also studied by herself with the criticism of masters. She paints portraits, figures, and flowers, and is much interested in the applied arts. Of her exhibition at the Boston Art Club, 1903, a critic writes, "Nothing could be more brilliant in point of color than the group of 7 watercolor pictures of a sunny flower garden by Mrs. Sears. In these works, pure and limpid color has been pushed to its extreme capacity, under full daylight conditions, with a splendor of brightness which never crosses the line of crudity, but holds the same relative values as we see in nature. The utmost force of local color, courageously set forth, and contrasted without apparent artifice, blending into an harmonious unity of tone. 2 of these pictures are especially fine, with their cool backgrounds of somber pines to set off the magnificent masses of flowers in the foreground." At the exhibition of the Philadelphia Watercolor Club, 1903, the press said, "These brilliant and overpowering combinations of color carry, to a limit, not before reached the decorative possibilities of flowers." Mrs. Sears' honors have been awarded to her portraits. B. Sadler, Caroline Leois, /B. born in Jena, 1786, died in Weimar, 1866. Her early studies were made in Gotha with Dole. In 1811, she went to Dresden, where she became a pupil of G. von Kugelgen. In 1817, Landor received her into his Munich studio, and between 1818 and 1823, she was in Italy, making special studies of Vannucci and Raphael. In 1823, she was appointed instructor of the royal princesses at Weimar, and in 1824 inspector of the gallery there, and later became court painter. Among her works are a portrait of Goethe, a picture of Ulysses and the Sirens, and one of Christ the Compassionate, which is in the church at Schestatt, Holstein. B. Serrano y Bartolomé, Joaquina/B. born in Fermoselle. Pupil in Madrid of Juan Espalter, of the School of Arts and Crafts and of the School of Painting. She sent 4 pictures to the Exposition of 1876 in Madrid: the portrait of a young woman, a still life subject, a bunch of grapes, and a peasant girl. The last 2 are in the Museum of Murcia. In 1878, she sent A Kitchen Made on Saturday, a study, a flower piece, and 2 still life pictures, and in 1881 2 portraits and some landscapes. Her portrait of the painter Fortuny, which belongs to the Society of Authors and Artists, gained her a membership in that society. 2 other excellent portraits are those of her teacher, Espalter, and General Trillo. B. Sewell Amanda Brewster/B. Bronze Medal, Chicago, 1893, Bronze Medal, Buffalo, 1901, Silver Medal, Charleston, Clark Prize, Academy of Design, 1903, member of the Women's Art Club and an associate of National Academy of Design. Born in northern New York. Pupil at Cooper Union under Douglas Volk and R. Swain Gifford, and of Art Students' League under William Chase and William Sartain. Also of Julian's Academy under Tony Robert Fleury and Bouguereau, and of Carolis Duran. Mrs. Sewell's A Village Incident is owned by the Philadelphia Social Art Club, where Roses Bloom is in the Boston Art Club. Portrait of Professor William R. Ware is in the Library of Columbia University. Her portrait of Amelia Kussner will be exhibited and published. Mrs. Sewell is the first woman to take the Clark Prize. She has been a careful student in the arrangement of portraits in order to make attractive pictures as well as satisfactory likenesses. Of the pictures she exhibited at the Academy of Design, winter of 1903, Charles H. Caffin writes, "The portrait of Mrs. Charles S. Dodge, by Mrs. A. Brewster Sewell, is the finest example in the exhibition of pictorial treatment, the lady being wrapped in a brown velvet cloak with broad edges of brown fur, and seated before a background of dark foliage. It is a most distinguished canvas, though one may object to the too obvious affectation of the arrangement of the hands and of the gesture of the head features, which will jar upon many eyes and detract from the general handsomeness. The same lady sends a large classical subject, the Sacred Hecatomb, to which the Clark Prize was awarded. It represents a forest scene lit by slanting sunlight, through which winds a string of bulls, the foremost accompanied by a band of youths and maidens with dance and song. The light effects are managed very skillfully and with convincing truth, and the figures are free and animated in movement, though the flesh tints are scarcely agreeable. It is a decorative composition that might be fitly placed in a large hall in some country house. B. Sadelman Apollony/B. member of the Dresden Academy. Born at Trieste about 1768, died in Dresden 1840. Pupil of J. C. Sadelman, whom she married. Later she went to Italy and there studied miniature painting under Madame Marin. She is best known for her excellent copies of old pictures, and especially by her copy of the Sistine Madonna, from which Muller's engraving was made. B. Shaw Annie C/B. the first woman elected academician in the Academy of Design, Chicago, 1876. Born at Troy, New York. Pupil of H. C. Ford, landscape painter. Among her works are On the Calumet, Willow Island, Keene Valley, New York, Returning from the Fair, 1878, which was exhibited in Chicago, New York, and Boston. To the Centennial Philadelphia, 1876, she sent her Illinois Prairie. Returning from the Fair shows a group of Alderney cattle in a road curving through a forest. At the time of its exhibition, an art critic wrote, "The eye of the spectator is struck with the rich mass of foliage, passing from the light green of the birches in the foreground, where the light breaks through, to the dark green of the dense forest, shading into the brownish tints of the early September-tinged leaves. Farther on, the eye is carried back through a beautiful vista formed by the road leading through the center of the picture, giving a fine perspective and distance through a leafy archway of elms and other forest trees that gracefully mingle their branches overhead, through which one catches a glimpse of deep blue sky. As the eye follows this roadway to its distant part, the sun lights up the sky, tinging with a mellow light the group of small trees and willows, contrasting beautifully with the almost somber tones of the dense forest in the middle distance." B. Shrimpton, Ada M/B., has exhibited at the Royal Academy, Royal Institute of Watercolors, British Artists, and principal provincial galleries in England and in Australia, also at the Paris Salon. Member of Society of Women Artists, London. Born in Old Alresford, Hampshire. Pupil of John Sparks at South Kensington and of Jean-Paul Laurens and Benjamin Constant in Paris. This artist has painted principally figure subjects, among which are Cedric's Daughter, Thoughts of Youth Are Long Thoughts, Dream of the Past, Pippa Passes, Dorothy's Bridesmaid's Dress, etc., etc. Recently, she has devoted herself to portraits of ladies and children in both oil and watercolors. B. Serrani, Elisabetta. /B has been praised as a woman and as an artist by Lanzi, Malvasia, Pisanardi, and other writers, until one must believe that in spite of the exaggeration of her personal qualities and her artistic genius, she was a singularly admirable woman and a gifted artist. She was born in Bologna about 1640, and, like Artemisia Gentileschi, was the daughter of a painter of the school of Guido Reni, whose follower Elisabetta also became. From the study of her master, she seems to have acquired the power to perceive and reproduce the greatest possible beauty with which her subjects could be invested. She worked with such rapidity that she was accused of profiting by her father's assistance, and in order to refute this accusation, it was arranged that the Duchess of Brunswick, the Duchess of Mirandola, Duke Cosimo, and others should meet in her studio, on which occasion Elisabetta charmed and astonished her guests by the ease and perfection with which she sketched in and shaded drawings of the subjects which one person after another suggested to her. Her large picture of the Baptism of Christ was completed when the artist was but 20 years old. Malvasia gives a list of 120 pictures executed by Elisabetta, and yet she was but 25 when her mysterious death occurred. In the Pinacoteca of Bologna is the Saint Anthony adoring the Virgin and Infant Jesus by the Serrani, which is much admired. Several other works of hers are in her native city. The Death of Abel is in the Gallery of Turin, the Charity in the Sciarra Palace in Rome, Cupids and a picture of Martha and Mary in the Vienna Gallery, an infant Jesus and a picture called A Subject After Guido are in the Hermitage at Petersburg. Her composition was graceful and refined, her drawing good, her color fresh and sweet, with a resemblance to Guido Reni in the half-tones. She was especially happy in the heads of the Madonna and the Magdalene, imparting to them an expression of exalted tenderness. Her paintings on copper and her etchings were most attractive. Indeed, all her works revealed the innate grace and refinement of her nature. Aside from her art, the Serrani was a most interesting woman. She was very beautiful in person, and the sweetness of her temper made her a favorite with her friends, while her charming voice and fine musical talent added to her many attractions. Her admirers have also commended her taste in dress, which was very simple, and have even praised her moderation in eating. She was skilled in domestic matters and accustomed to rise at dawn to attend to her household affairs, not permitting her art to interfere with the more homely duties of her life. One writer says that her devoted filial affection, her feminine grace, and the artless benignity of her manners rounded out a character regarded as an ideal of perfection by her friends. It may be that her tragic fate caused an exaggerated estimate to be made of her both as a woman and an artist. The actual cause of her death is unknown. There have been many theories concerning it. It was very generally believed that she was poisoned, although neither the reason for the crime nor the name of its perpetrator was known. By some, she was believed to have been sacrificed to the same professional jealousy that destroyed Domnichino. Others accepted the theory that a princely lover who had made unworthy proposals to her, which she had scorned, had revenged himself by her murder. At length, a servant, Lucia Tolomelli, who had been a long time in the Serrani family, was suspected of having poisoned her young mistress, was arrested, tried, and banished. But after a time, the father of Elisabetta, finding no convincing reason to believe her guilty, obtained her pardon. Whatever may have been the cause of the artist's death, the effect upon her native city was overwhelming, and the day of her burial was one of general mourning, the ceremony being attended with great pomp. She was buried beside Guido Reni in the chapel of Our Lady of the Rosary in the magnificent church of the Dominicans. Poets and orators vied with each other in sounding her praises, and a book called Il Pennello Lagramato, published at Bologna soon after her death, is a collection of orations, sonnets, odes, epitaphs, and anagrams in Latin and Italian, setting forth the love which her native city bore to this beautiful woman, and rehearsing again and again her charms and her virtues. In the Ercolani Gallery, there is a picture of Elisabetta painting a portrait of her father. It is said that she also painted a portrait of herself looking up with a spiritual expression, which is in a private collection and seen by few people. B. Smith, Jesse Wilcox, /B. Mary Smith Prize, Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, 1903. Member of the Plastic Club and a Fellow of the Academy, Philadelphia. Born in Philadelphia, where she was a pupil of the Academy, also studied under Thomas Eakins, Thomas P. Anschutz, and Howard Pyle. Miss Smith is essentially an illustrator, and her work is seen in all the leading American magazines. The Child's Calendar is the work of this artist. B. Sonrel Emil. E/B Honorable Mention, Paris, 1893, third-class medal, 1,895, bronze medal, Paris Exposition, 1900. At the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1902, she exhibited Sybil and Monica. In 1903, The Dance of Terpsichore and Princess Lointain. B. Spano Maria/B Silver Medal, Naples, 1859, for a picture of A. Contadina of Sorrento. Born in Naples, 1843. Pupil of her father, Raphael Spano, under whose direction she made a thorough study of figure painting, the results of which are evident in her excellent portraits and historical subjects. She has also been greatly interested in landscape painting, in which she has been successful. A Confidence was bought by the gallery at Capodimonte, and 2 of her pictures were acquired by the Provincial Council of Naples, Contadina, life-size, and a country farmyard. One of her best pictures is Bice at the Castle of Rossate. B. Spillenberg, Irene D/B born in Udine, 1540. Her family was of German origin and exalted position. She was educated in Venice with great care and all the advantages that wealth could command. She was much in the society of learned men, which she preferred before that of the world of fashion. Titian was her roaster in painting. Lanzi and Rudolphi praised her as an artist, and her fame now rests on the testimony of those who saw her works rather than on the pictures themselves, some of which are said to be in private collections in Italy. Titian painted her portrait as a tribute to her beauty. Tasso celebrated her intellectual charm in a sonnet, and yet she was but 19 years old when she died. 20 years later, a collection of orations and poems was published, all of which set forth her attractions and acquirements, and emphasized the sadness of her early death and the loss that the world had suffered thereby. When one remembers how soon after death those who have done a life work are forgotten, such a memorial to one so young is worthy of note. B. Spur, Gertrude E/B Associate Member of Royal Canadian Academy and member of the Ontario Society of Arts. Born in Scarborough, England, pupil of the Lambeth Art School in drawing, of E. H. Holder in painting, in England, also of George B. Bridgman in New York. This artist usually paints small pictures of rural scenery in England and Wales, little stone cottages, bridges, river, and mountain scenes. Castle Rock, North Devon, was exhibited at Buffalo and is owned by Herbert Mason, Esquire, of Toronto. A Peep at Snowdon and Dutch Farm Door, Ontario, are in Montreal collections. Her works have been exhibited in London at the Royal Society of British Artists and the Society of Lady Artists, and have been sold from these exhibitions. I quote from the Queen, in reference to one of Miss Spur's London exhibitions. We know of no more favourite sketching ground in N Wales for the artist than Betwas y Coed. Every yard of that most picturesque district has been painted and sketched over and over again. The artist, in this instance, reproduces some of the very primitive cottages in which the natives of the principality sojourn. The play of light on the modest dwelling places is an effective element in the cleverly rendered drawing now in the Society of Artists exhibition. Miss Spur, the daughter of a Scarborough lawyer, commenced her art studies with Mr. E. H. Holder, in the winter painting dead birds, fruit, and other natural objects, and in summer spending her time on the coast or in the woods or about Revolks Abbey. Any remaining time to be filled up was occupied by attending the Scarborough School of Art under the instruction of Mr. Strange. In a local sketching club, Miss Spur distinguished herself and gained several prizes, and she has at length taken up her abode in the metropolis, where she has attended the Lambeth schools, studying diligently both from casts and life. B. Stacy, Anna L. A/B honorable mention at Exhibition of Chicago Artists, 1900, Young Fortnightly Club Prize, 1902, Martin B. Kahn Prize, Exhibition at Art Institute, Chicago, 1902. Member of Chicago Society of Artists. Born in Glasgow, Missouri. Pupil of Art Institute in Chicago, paints portraits, figure subjects, and landscapes. The Kahn Prize was awarded to the Village at Twilight. Florence is owned by the Clio Club, Trophies of the Fields by the Union League Club, Chicago. Recently, Miss Stacy has painted a number of successful portraits. B. Stading, Evelina/B. Born in Stockholm, 1803–1829. She was a pupil of Falkranz for a time in her native city and then went to Dresden, where she made a thorough study and some excellent copies of the works of Ruysdael. In 1827, she went to Rome, making studies in Walsburg and the Tyrol en route. She painted views in Switzerland and Italy, and 2 of her landscapes are in the gallery in Christiania. B. Stanley, Lady Dorothy/B. member of the Ladies' Athenaeum Club. Born in London. Pupil of Sir Edward Poynter, then Mr. Poynter, and of M. Legros, at Slade School, University College, London, also of Carolus Duran and Henner in Paris. Lady Stanley has exhibited at the Royal Academy, the New Gallery, at the English Provincial Exhibitions, and at the Salon, Paris. Her picture, His First Offense, is in the Tate National Gallery, Leapfrog in the National Gallery of Nadel, Peter Maritzburg. Other pictures of hers are A Water Nymph, The Bathers, etc., which are in private galleries. Leapfrog was in the Academy Exhibition, 1903. B. Stebbins, Emma/B. 1815–1882, born in New York. As an amateur artist, Miss Stebbins made a mark by her work in black and white and her pictures in oils. After a time, she decided to devote herself to sculpture. In Rome, she studied this art and made her first success with a statuette of Joseph. This was followed by Columbus and Satan descending to tempt mankind. For Central Park, New York, she executed a large fountain, the subject being the Angel of the Waters. B. Stevens, Mrs. Alice Barber/B. Mary Smith Prize, 1890. Pupil of the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts and of the Julian Academy, Paris. An illustrator whose favorite subjects are those of everyday home life: the baby, the little child, the grandmother in cap and spectacles, etc. B. Stevens, Edith Barato/B. 2 scholarships and a prize of $100 from the Art Students League, of which she is a member. Born in Houston, Virginia, in 1878. Studied at Art Students League and under Daniel C. French and George Gray Barnard. Miss Stevens mentions as her principal works a candlestick representing a girl asleep under a poppy, figure of spring, and the spirit of flame. Miss Stevens is one of the women sculptors who have been selected to share in the decoration of the buildings for the St. Louis Exposition. She is to make 2 reclining figures on the pediment over the main entrance to the Liberal Arts Building. She has in her studio 2 reclining figures, which will probably serve to fulfill this commission. Miss Stevens is modest about her work and does not care to talk much about this important commission, even suggesting that her design may not be accepted. If she is successful, it will certainly be an unusual honor for a woman at her age, whose artistic career covers less than 5 years. B. Stevens, Mary/B. Bronze Medal at the Crystal Palace. Member of the Dudley Gallery, London. Born at Liverpool. Pupil of William Carey and of her husband, Albert Stevens, in England, and of the Julian Academy, Paris. Mrs. Stevens' pictures were well considered when she exhibited a variety of subjects. Of late, however, she has made a specialty of pictures of gardens and has painted in many famous English and French gardens, among others, those of Holland House, Warwick Castle, and St. Anne's, Dublin. In France, the gardens of the Duchesse de Dino and the Countess Foucher de Carroll. Mrs. Stevens, several of whose works are owned in America, has commissions to paint in some American gardens and intends to execute them in 1904. B. Stillman, Maurice Bartali/B. Pupil of Ford Maddox Brown. This artist first exhibited in public at the Dudley Gallery, London, in 1867, a picture called Lady Praise Desire. In 1870, she exhibited at the Royal Academy, St. Barbara and the Mystic Tryst. In 1873, she exhibited The Finding of Sir Lancelot Disguised as a Fool and Sir Tristram and La Belle Isolde, both in watercolors. Of these, a writer in the Art Journal said, Mrs. Stillman has brought imagination to her work. These vistas of garden landscape are conceived in the true spirit of romantic luxuriance, when the beauty of each separate flower was a delight. The figures, too, have a grace that belongs properly to art, and which has been well fitted to pictorial expression. The least satisfactory part of these clever drawings is their color. There is an evident feeling of harmony, but the effect is confused, and the prevailing tones are uncomfortably warm. W. M. Rossetti wrote, Miss Bartali has a fine power of fusing the emotion of her subject into its color, and of giving aspiration to both. Beyond what is actually achieved, one sees a reaching toward something ulterior. As one pauses before her work, a film in that, or in the mind lifts or seems meant to lift, and a subtler essence from within the picture quickens the sense. In short, Miss Bartali, having a keen perception of the poetry which resides in beauty and in the means of art for embodying beauty, succeeds in infusing that perception into the spectator of her handiwork. B. Stocks, Minna, / born in Scheverin, 1846, pupil of Schlopke in Scheverin, Stiffeck in Berlin, E. Bosch in Dusseldorf, and J. Bach in Munich. Her Lake of Scheverin is in the museum of her native city. Her artistic reputation rests largely on her pictures of animals. She exhibits at the expositions of the Society of Women Artists, Berlin, and among her pictures seen, there is A Journey Through Africa, which represents kittens playing with a map of that country. It was attractive and was praised for its artistic merit. In fact, her puppies and kittens are most excellent results have been called masterpieces of the most intimate and intelligent study of nature. Among her works are A Quartet of Cats, The Hostel Brothers, and The Outcast. As a means of collecting material for this book, one have sent to many artists in Great Britain and in various countries of Europe, as well as in the United States, a circular asking where their studies were made, what honors they have received, the titles of their principal works, etc. I take this opportunity to thank those who have cordially replied to my questions, many of whom have given me fuller information than I should have presumed to ask, thus assuring correctness in my statements, which newspaper and magazine notices of artists and their works sometimes fail to do. I wish especially to acknowledge the courtesy of those who have given me photographs of their pictures and sculpture, to be used as illustrations. Clara Erskine Clement. List of illustrations. The Infant Christ Elisabetta Serrani in the Bologna Gallery, by permission of Fratelli Alinari. A portrait Elizabeth Gowdy Baker. A portrait Adelaide Coldchase from a Copley print. A Canadian interior, Emma Lampert Cooper. Angiola Louise Cox from a Copley print. Dorothy Lydia Field Emmett from a Copley print. Judith with the head of Holofernes Artemisia Gentileschi in the Pitti Gallery, by permission of Fratelli Alinari. Give us this day our daily bread Berth Gerardet. The departure of Summer Louise L. Husties from a Copley print. Miniature of Persis Blair Laura Coombs Hills. Child of the People Helen Hyde. Mother and Child Phoebe A. Jenks. Miss Ellen Terry as Portia Louise Jopling Rowe. Angelica Kaufman in the Uffizi Gallery, by permission of Fratelli Alinari. Portrait of Rosa Benhur Anna E. Klumpke. A Family of Dogs Matilda Lotz. Fritz Clara T. Mackesney from a Copley print. St. Catherine Mary L. Macummer from a Copley print. Monument for tomb Ida Matt in Cemetery in Jeffel, Sweden. Delft Blanche McManus Mansfield. An Indian after the chase Rhoda Holmes Nichols. Flowers Helen Cyril Pattison. St. Christopher engraved by Caroline A. Powell in Doge's Palace, Venice. Genovese Watchmaker, Aimee Rapin in the Museum at Newchittle. May Day at Whitelands College, Chelsea, Anna Mary Richards. Fruit, Flowers, and Insects Rachel Reich in the Pitti Gallery, by permission of Fratelli Alinari. A Frog Fountain Janet Scudder. A French Prince Marie Vigée Lebrun. La Vierge aux Rosiers Sadie Waters by courtesy of Braun, Clement Etsai. Song of Ages Ethel Wright from a Copley print. Statue of Daniel Boone Enid Yandel made for St. Louis Exposition. Introduction. In studying the subject of this book, one have found the names of more than 1,000 women whose attainments in the fine arts in various countries, and at different periods of time before the middle of the 19th century entitle them to honorable mention as artists. and I doubt not that an exhaustive search would largely increase this number. The stories of many of these women have been written with more or less detail, while of others we know little more than their names and the titles of a few of their works. But even our scanty knowledge of them is of value. Of the army of women artists of the last century, it is not yet possible to speak with judgment and justice, although many have executed works of which all women may be proud. We have some knowledge of women artists in ancient days. Few stories of that time are so authentic as that of Cora, who made the design for the first bas-relief in the city of Sicyonia in the 7th century B.C. We have the names of other Greek women artists of the centuries immediately preceding and following the Christian era, but we know little of their lives and works. Calypso was famous for the excellence of her character pictures, a remarkable one being a portrait of Theodorus, the juggler. A picture found at Pompeii, now at Naples, is attributed to this artist, but its authorship is so uncertain that little importance can be attached to it. Pliny praised Irene, among whose pictures was one of an aged man and a portrait of Alcisthenes, the dancer. In the annals of Roman art, we find few names of women. For this reason, Leia, who lived about a century before the Christian era, is important. She is honored as the original painter of miniatures, and her works on ivory were greatly esteemed. Pliny says she did not marry, but pursued her art with absolute devotion, and he considered her pictures worthy of great praise. A large picture in Naples is said to be the work of Leia, but, as in the case of Calypso, we have no assurance that it is genuine. It is also said that Leia's portraits commanded larger prices than those of Sopolis and Dionysius, the most celebrated portrait painters of their time. Our scanty knowledge of individual women artists of antiquity mingled with fable, as it doubtless serves the important purpose of proving that women, from very ancient times, were educated as artists and creditably followed their profession beside men of the same periods. This knowledge also awakens imagination, and we wonder in what other ancient countries there were women artists. We know that in Egypt inheritances descended in the female line, as in the case of the Princess Keramat. And since we know of the great architectural works of Queen Hatshep and her journey to the land of Punt, we may reasonably assume that the women of ancient Egypt had their share in all the interests of life. Were there not artists among them who decorated temples and tombs with their imperishable colors? Did not women paint those pictures of Isis, goddess of Sothis, that are like precursors of the pictures of the Immaculate Conception? Surely we may hope that a papyrus will be brought to light that will reveal to us the part that women had in the decoration of the monuments of ancient Egypt. At present, we have no reliable records of the lives and works of women artists before the time of the Renaissance in Italy. M. Taine's philosophy, which regards the art of any people or period as the necessary result of the conditions of race, religion, civilization, and manners in the midst of which the art was produced and esteems a knowledge of these conditions as sufficient to account for the character of the art, seems to me to exclude many complex and mysterious influences, especially in individual cases, which must affect the work of the artists. At the same time, an intelligent study of the art of any nation or period demands a study of the conditions in which it was produced, and I shall endeavor in this resume of the history of women in art mere outline, as it is to give an idea of the atmosphere in which they lived and worked, and the influences which affected the results of their labor. It has been claimed that everything of importance that originated in Italy from the 13th to the 17th century bore the distinctive mark of fine art. So high an authority as John Addington Symonds is in accord with this view, and the study of these 4 centuries is of absorbing interest. Although the 13th century long preceded the practice of art by women, its influence was a factor in the artistic life into which they later came. In this century, Andrea Tan, Guido de Siena, and other devoted souls were involved in the final struggles of medieval art. And at its close Cimabue and Duccio de Siena, 2 masters whose Madonnas were borne in solemn procession through the streets of Florence and Siena. Mid-music and the pealing of bells had given the new impulse to painting which brought them immortal fame. They were the heralds of the time when poetry of sentiment, beauty of color, animation and individuality of form should replace medieval formality and ugliness. a time when the spirit of art should be revived with an impulse prophetic of its coming glory. But neither this portentous period nor the 14th century is memorable in the annals of women artists. Not until the 15th, the century of the full Renaissance, have we a record of their share in the Great Rebirth. It is important to remember that the art of the Renaissance had, in the beginning, a distinct office to fill in the service of the Church. Later, in historical and decorative painting, it served the state, and at length, in portrait and landscape painting, in pictures of genre subjects and still life, abundant opportunity was afforded for all orders of talent, and the generous patronage of art by church, state, and men of rank and wealth made Italy a veritable paradise for artists. Gradually, with the revival of learning, artists were free to give greater importance to secular subjects, and an element of worldliness, and even of immorality, invaded the realm of art as it invaded the realms of life and literature. This was an era of change in all departments of life. Chivalry, the great, poetic lie, died with feudalism, and the relations between men and women became more natural and reasonable than in the preceding centuries. Women were liberated from the narrow sphere to which they had been relegated in the minstrel's song and poet's rhapsody, but as yet neither time nor opportunity had been given them for the study and development which must precede noteworthy achievement. Remarkable as was the 15th century for intellectual and artistic activity, it was not productive in its early decades of great genius in art or letters. Its marvelous importance was apparent only at its close, and in the beginning of the 16th century, when the works of Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael, Titian, and their followers emphasized the value of the progressive attainments of their predecessors. The assertion and contradiction of ideas and theories, the rivalries of differing schools, the sweet devotion of Fra Angelico, the innovations of Masolino and Masaccio, the theory of perspective of Paolo Uccello, the varied works of Fabriano, Antonello de Messina, the Lippi, Botticelli, Ghirlandajo, the Bellini, and their contemporaries, culminated in the inimitable painting of the Cinquecentoan works still unsurpassed. Ever challenging artists of later centuries to the task of equaling or excelling them. The demands of the art of the Renaissance were so great, and so unlike those of earlier days, that it is not surprising that few women, in its beginning, attained to such excellence as to be remembered during 5 centuries. Especially would it seem that an insurmountable obstacle had been placed in the way of women, since the study of anatomy had become a necessity to an artist. This, and kindred hindrances, too patent to require enumeration, account for the fact that but 2 Italian women of this period became so famous as to merit notice: Caterina Vigri and Onorata Rodiana, whose stories are given in the biographical part of this book. In Flanders, late in the 14th and early in the 15th centuries, women were engaged in the study and practice of art. In Bruges, when the Van Eycks were inventing new methods in the preparation of colors, and painting their wonderful pictures, beside them, and scarcely inferior to them, was their sister, Margaretha, who sacrificed much of her artistic fame by painting portions of her brother's pictures. Unless the fact that they thought her worthy of thus assisting them establishes her reputation beyond question. In the 15th century, we have reason to believe that many women practiced art in various departments, but so scanty and imperfect are the records of individual artists that little more than their names are known, and we have no absolute knowledge of the value of their works, or where, if still existing, they are to be seen. The art of the Renaissance reached its greatest excellence during the last 3 decades of the 15th and the first half of the 16th century. This was a glorious period in the history of art. The barbarism of the Middle Ages was essentially a thing of the past, but much barbaric splendor in the celebration of ceremonies and festivals still remained to satisfy the artistic sense, while everyday costumes and customs lent a picturesqueness to ordinary life. So much of the pagan spirit as endured was modified by the spirit of the Renaissance. The result was a new order of things especially favorable to painting. An artist now felt himself as free to illustrate the pagan myths as to represent the events in the lives of the Savior, the Virgin and the saints, and the actors and the sacred subjects were represented with the same beauty and grace of form as were given the heroes and heroines of Hellenic legend. Saint Sebastian was as beautiful as Apollo, and the imagination and senses were moved alike by pictures of Danae and the Magdalene, the two subjects being often the work of the same artist. The human form was now esteemed as something more than the mere habitation of a soul. It was beautiful in itself and capable of awakening unnumbered emotions in the human heart. Nature, too, presented herself in a new aspect and inspired the artist with an ardor in her representation, such as few of the older painters had experienced in their devotion to religious subjects. This expansion of thought and purpose was inaugurating an art attractive to women, to which the increasing liberty of artistic theory and practice must logically make them welcome. A result which is a distinguishing feature of 16th century painting. The 16th century was noteworthy for the generous patronage of art, especially in Florence, where the policy of its ruling house could not fail to produce marvelous results, and the history of the Medici discloses many reasons why the bud of the Renaissance perfected its bloom in Florence more rapidly and more gloriously than elsewhere. For centuries, Italy had been a treasure house of Greek, Etruscan, and Byzantine art. In no other country had a civilization like that of ancient Rome existed, and no other land had been so richly prepared to be the birthplace and to promote the development of the art of the Renaissance. The intellectually progressive life of this period did much for the advancement of women. The fame of Vittoria Colonna, Tullia d'Erigena, Olympia Morata, and many others who merit association in this goodly company proves the generous spirit of the age, when in the scholastic centers of Italy women were free to study all branches of learning. The pursuit of art was equally open to them, and women were pupils in all the schools and in the studios of many masters. Even Titian instructed a woman, and all the advantages for study enjoyed by men were equally available for women. Many names of Italian women artists could be added to those of whom I have written in the biographical portion of this book, but too little is known of their lives and works to be of present interest. There is, however, little doubt that many pictures attributed to the school of various masters were painted by women. Art did not reach its perfection in Venice until later than in Florence, and its special contribution, its glorious color, imparted to it an attraction unequaled on the sensuous plane. This color surrounded the artists of that sumptuous city of luxurious life and wondrous pageants, and was so emphasized by the marvelous mingling of the semi-mist and the brilliancy of its atmosphere that no man who merited the name of artist could be insensible to its inspiration. The old Venetian realism was followed, in the time of the Renaissance, by startling developments. In the works of Tintoretto and Veronese, there is a combination of gorgeous draperies, splendid and often licentious costumes, brilliant metal accessories, and every possible device for enhancing and contrasting colors, until one is bewildered and must adjust himself to these dazzling spectacles. Religious subjects, though they may be before any serious thought or judgment can be brought to bear upon their artistic merit. These two great contemporaries lived and worked in the final decades of the 16th century. We know that many women painted pictures in Venice before the 17th century, although we have accurate knowledge of but few, and of these an account is given later in this book. We who go from Paris to London in a few hours and cross the St. Gothard in a day can scarcely realize the distance that separated these capitals from the centers of Italian art in the time of the Renaissance. We have, however, abundant proof that the sacred fire of the love of art and letters was smoldering in France, Germany, and England, and, when the inspiring breath of the Renaissance was wafted beyond the Alps, a flame burst forth which has burned clearer and brighter with succeeding centuries. From the time of Vincent de Beauvais, who died in 1264, France had not been wanting in illustrious scholars, but it could not be said that a French school of art existed. François Clouet, or Clote, called Jehannet, was born in Tours about 1500. His portraits are seen in the gallery of the Louvre and have been likened to those of Holbein, but they lack the strength and spirit of that artist. In fact, the distinguishing feature of Clouet's work is the remarkable finish of draperies and accessories, while the profusion of jewels distracts attention from the heads of his subjects. The first great French artists were of the 17th century, and although Clouet was painter to Francis I and Henry Roman II, the former, like his predecessors, imported artists from Italy, among whom were Leonardo da Vinci and Benvenuto Cellini. In letters, however, there were French women of the 16th century who are still famous. Marguerite de Valois was as cultivated in mind as she was generous and noble in character. Her love of learning was not easily satisfied. She was proficient in Hebrew, the classics, and the usual branches of profane letters, as well as an accomplished scholar in philosophy and theology. As an author, though, her writings are somewhat voluminous, and not without merit she was comparatively unimportant. Her great service to letters was the result of the sympathy and encouragement she gave to others. Wherever she might be, she was the center of a literary and religious circle, as well as of the society in which she moved. She was in full sympathy with her brother in making his college an institution in which greater liberty was accorded to the expression of individual opinion than had before been known in France, and by reason of her protection of liberty in thought and speech, she suffered much in the esteem of the bigots of her day. The beautiful Emile de Hailly, the Duchesse d'Adampsu's influence over Francis I was preeminent, while her character was totally unlike that of his sister, was described as the fairest among the learned and the most learned among the fair. When learning was thus in favor at court, it naturally followed that all capacity for it was cultivated and ordinary intelligence made the most of. And the claim that the intellectual brilliancy of the women of the court of Francis I has rarely been equaled is generally admitted. There were, however, no artists among them. They wielded the pen rather than the brush. In England, while there was a growing interest in painting, the standard was that of foreign schools, especially the Dutch. Foreign artists found a welcome and generous patronage at the English court. Mary Beale and Anne Carlyle are spoken of as English artists, and a few English women were miniaturists. Among these was Susanna Penelope Gibson, daughter of Richard Gibson, the dwarf. While these women were not wanting in artistic taste, they were little more than copyists of the Dutch artists with whom they had associated. In the early years of the 17th century, there were a number of Danish women who were painters, engravers, and modelers in wax. The daughter of King Christian Roman IV, Eleonora Christina, and her daughter, Helena Christina, were reputable artists. The daughter of Christian V, Sophie Hedwig, made a reputation as a portrait, landscape, and flower painter, which extended beyond her own country. And Anna Crabbe painted a series of portraits of Danish princes and added to them descriptive verses of her own composition. The art of Spain attained its greatest glory in the 17th century, the century of Velázquez, Murillo, Ribera, and other less distinguished but excellent artists. In the last half of this century, women artists were prominent in the annals of many Spanish cities. In the south, mention is made of these artists, who were of excellent position and aristocratic connection. In Valencia, the daughter of the great portrait painter Alonso Silo was distinguished in both painting and music. She married Don Francesco de Herrera, Knight of Santiago. In Cordova, the sister of Palomino y Vasco, the artist, who has been called the Vasari of Spain on account of his Museo, Pictorio, was recognized as a talented artist. In Madrid, Velázquez numbered several noble ladies among his pupils, but no detailed accounts of the works of these artists is available if any such exist, and their pictures are in private collections. The above outline of the general conditions of art in the 17th century will suggest the reasons for there being a larger number of women artists in Italy than elsewhere, especially as they were pupils in the studios of the best masters, as well as in the schools of the Carracci and other centers of art study. Italian artists of the 18th century have been called scene painters, and in truth, many of their works impress one as hurried attempts to cover large spaces. Originality was wanting, and a wearisome mediocrity prevailed. At the same time, certain national artistic qualities were apparent. Good arrangement of figures and admirable effects of color still characterized Italian painting, but the result was, on the whole, academic and uninteresting. The ideals cherished by older artists were lost, and nothing worthy to replace them inspired their followers. The sincerity, earnestness, and devotion of the men who served church and state in the decoration of splendid monuments would have been out of place in the service of amateurs and in the decoration of the salons and boudoirs of the rich, and the painting of this period had little permanent value, in comparison with that of preceding centuries. Italian women, especially in the second half of the century, were professors in universities, lectured to large audiences, and were respectfully consulted by men of science and learning in the various branches of scholarship to which they were devoted. Unusual honors were paid them, as in the case of Maria Portia Vignoli, to whom a statue was erected in the public square of Viterbo to commemorate her great learning in natural science. An artist, Matilda Festa, held a professorship in the Academy of St. Luke in Rome, and Maria Maratti, daughter of the Roman painter Carlo Maratti, made a good reputation both as an artist and a poetess. In northern Italy, many women were famous in sculpture, painting, and engraving. At least 40 could be named, artists of good repute, whose lives were lacking in any unusual interest, and whose works are in private collections. One of these was a princess of Parma, who married the Archduke Joseph of Austria and was elected to the Academy of Vienna in 1789. In France, in the beginning of this century, Watteau, 1684–1721, painted his interesting pictures of La Belle Société, reproducing the court life, costumes, and manners of the reign of Louis Roman XIV, with fidelity, grace, and vivacity. Later in the century, Greuze, 1725–1805, with his attractive, refined, and somewhat mannered style, had a certain influence. Claude Vernet, 1714–1789, and David, 1748–1825, each great in his way, influenced the 19th as well as the 18th century. Though Vien, 1716–1809, made a great effort to revive classic art, he found little sympathy with his aim until the works of his pupil David won recognition from the world of the First Empire. French art of this period may be described by a single word eclectic, and this choice by each important artist of the style he would adopt culminated in the Rococo school, which may be defined as the unusual and fantastic in art. It was characterized by good technique and pleasing color, but lacked purpose, depth, and warmth of feeling. As usual in a potpourri, it was far enough above worthlessness not to be ignored, but so far short of excellence as not to be admired. In France during this century, there was an army of women artists, painters, sculptors, and engravers. Of a great number we know the names only. In fact, of but two of these, Adelaide Vincent and Elizabeth Vigée-Lebrun, have we reliable knowledge of their lives and works. The 18th century is important in the annals of women artists, since their numbers then exceeded the collective number of those who had preceded them so far as is known from the earliest period in the history of art. In a critical review of the time, however, we find a general and active interest in culture and art among women rather than any considerable number of noteworthy artists. Germany was the scene of the greatest activity of women artists. France held the second place and Italy the third, thus reversing the conditions of preceding centuries. Many German women emulated the examples of the earlier flower painters, but no one was so important as to merit special attention, though a goodly number were elected to academies and several appointed painters to the minor courts. Among the genre and historical painters, we find the names of Anna Amalia of Brunswick and Anna Maria, daughter of the Empress Maria Theresa, both of whom were successful artists. In Berlin and Dresden, the interest in art was much greater in the 18th than in previous centuries, and with this new impulse, many women devoted themselves to various specialties in art. Miniature and enamel painting were much in vogue, and collections of these works, now seen in museums and private galleries, are exquisitely beautiful and challenge our admiration, not only for their beauty, but for the delicacy of their handling and the infinite patience demanded for their execution. The making of medals was carried to great excellence by German women, as may be seen in a medal of Queen Sophie Charlotte, which is preserved in the Royal Collection of Medals. It is the work of Rosa Elisabeth Schwindel, of Leipzig, who was well known in Berlin in the beginning of the century. The cutting of gems was also extensively done by women. Susanna Dorsch was famous for her accomplishment in this art. Her father and grandfather had been gem cutters, and Susanna could not remember at what age she began this work. So highly was she esteemed as an artist that medals were made in her honor. As frequently happens in a study of this kind, I find long lists of the names of women artists of this period of whose lives and works I find no record, while the events related in other cases are too trivial for repetition. This is especially true in Holland, where we find many names of Dutch women who must have been reputable artists, since they are mentioned in art chronicles of their time, but we know little of their lives and can mention no pictures executed by them. A national art now existed in England. Hogarth, who has been called the father of English painting, was a man of too much originality to be a mere imitator of foreign artists. He devoted his art to the representation of the follies of his time. As a satirist, he was eminent, but his mirth-provoking pictures had a deeper purpose than that of amusing. Lord Orford wrote, "Mirth colored his pictures, but benevolence designed them." He smiled like Socrates, that men might not be offended at his lectures and might learn to laugh at their own folly. Sir Joshua Reynolds and Thomas Gainsborough were born and died in the 18th century. Their famous works were contemporary with the founding of the Royal Academy in 1768, when these artists, together with Angelica Kauffman and Mary Moser, were among its original members. It was a fashion in England at this time for women to paint. They principally affected miniature and watercolor pictures, but of the many who called themselves artists, few merit our attention. They practiced but a feeble sort of imitative painting. Their works of slight importance cannot now be named, while their lives were usually commonplace and void of incident. Of the few exceptions to this rule, I have written in the later pages of this book. The suggestion that the 19th century cannot yet be judged as to its final effect in many directions has already been made, and of nothing is this more true than of its art. Of one phase of this period, however, we may speak with confidence. No other century of which we know the history has seen so many changes, such progress, or such energy of purpose so largely rewarded as in the century we are considering. To one who has lived through more than 60 years of this period, no fairy tale is more marvelous than the changes in the department of daily life alone. When I recall the time when the only mode of travel was by stagecoach boat, or private carriage, when the journey from Boston to St. Louis demanded a week longer in time than we now spend in going from Boston to Egypt, when no telegraph existed, when letter postage was 25 cents, and the postal service extremely primitive, when no house was comfortably warmed, and women carried footstoves to unheated churches, when candles and oil lamps were the only means of lighting up. And we went about the streets at night with dim lanterns, when women spun and wove and sewed with their hands only. And all they accomplished was done at the hardest, when, in our country, a young girl might almost as reasonably attempt to reach the moon as to become an artist. Remembering all this, it seems as if an army of magicians must incessantly have waved their wands above us, and that human brains and hands could not have invented and put in operation the innumerable changes in our daily life during the last half-century. When, in the same way, we review the changes that have taken place in the domains of science, in scholarly research in all directions, in printing, bookmaking, and the methods of illustrating everything that is printed, from the most serious and learned writing to advertisements scattered over all out of doors, when we add to these the revolutions in many other departments of life and industry, we must regard the 19th as the century par excellence of expansion, and in various directions an epoch-making era. When we turn to our special subject, we find an activity and expansion in 19th century art quite in accordance with the spirit of the time. This expansion is especially noticeable in the increased number of subjects represented in works of art, and in the invention of new methods of artistic expression. Prior to this period, there had been a certain selection of such subjects for artistic representation as could be called picturesque, and though more ordinary and commonplace subjects might be rendered with such skill, such drawing, color, and technique as to demand approbation, it was given with a certain condescension, and the feeling was manifested that these subjects, though treated with consummate art, were not artistic. The 19th century has signally changed these theories. Nothing that makes a part in human experience is now too commonplace or too unusual and mysterious to afford inspiration to painter and sculptor, while the normal characteristics of human beings and the circumstances common to their lives are not omitted. The artist frequently endeavors to express in his work the most subtle experiences of the heart and soul, and to embody in his picture or statue an absolutely psychologic phenomenon. The present easy communication with all nations has awakened interest in the life of countries almost unknown to us a half-century ago. So customary is it for artists to wander far and wide, seeking new motives for their works, that I felt no surprise when I recently received a letter from a young American woman who is living and painting in Biskra. How short a time has passed since this would have been thought impossible. It is also true that subjects not new in art are treated in a 19th century manner. This is noticeable in the picturing of historical subjects. The more intimate knowledge of the world enables the historical painter of the present to impart to his representations of the important events of the past a more human and emotional element than exists in the historical art of earlier centuries. In a word, 19th century art is sympathetic and has found inspiration in all countries and classes, and has so treated its subjects as to be intelligible to all. From the favored children for whom Kate Greenaway, Walter Crane, and many others have spent their delightful talents, to men and women of all varieties of individual tastes and of all degrees of ability to comprehend and appreciate artistic representations. A fuller acquaintance with the art and art methods of countries of which but little had before been known has been an element in art expansion. Technical methods, which have not been absolutely adopted by European and English-speaking artists, have yet had an influence upon their art. The interest in Japanese art is the most important example of such influence. And it is also true that Japanese artists have been attracted to the study of the art of America and Europe. While some foreign artists resident in Japan, notably Miss Helen Hyde, a young American, have studied and practiced Japanese painting to such purpose that Japanese juries have accorded the greatest excellence and its honors to their works, exhibited in competition with native artists. Other factors in the expansion of art have been found in photography and the various new methods of illustration that have filled books, magazines, and newspapers with pictures of more or less merit. Even the painting of posters has not been scorned by good artists, some of whom have treated them in such a manner as to make them worthy a place in museums where only works of true merit are exhibited. Other elements in the 19th century expansion in art are seen in the improved productions of the so-called arts and crafts, which are of inestimable value in cultivating the artistic sense in all classes. Another influence in the same direction is the improved decoration of porcelain, majolica, and pottery, which, while not equal to that of earlier date in the esteem of connoisseurs, brings artistic objects to the sight and knowledge of all, at prices suited to moderate means. In America, the unparalleled increase of free libraries has brought, not books alone, but collections of photographs and other reproductions of the best painting, sculpture, and architecture in the world, as well as medals, bookplates, artistic bindings, etc., within reach of students of art. Art academies and museums have also been greatly multiplied. It is often a surprise to find, in a comparatively small town, a fine art gallery, rich in a variety of precious objects. Such an one is the Art Museum of Bowdoin College, in Brunswick, Me. The edifice itself is the most beautiful of the works by McKim that I have seen. The frescoes by Lafarge and Vetter are most satisfactory, and one exhibit, among many of interest that of original drawings by famous old masters, would make this museum a worthy place of pilgrimage. Can one doubt that such a museum must be an element of artistic development in those who are in contact with it? I cannot omit saying that this splendid monument to the appreciation of art and to great generosity was the gift of women, while the artists who perfected its architecture and decorations are Americans. It is an impressive expression of the expansion of American art in the 19th century. The advantages for the study of art have been largely improved and increased in this period. In numberless studios, small classes of pupils are received. In schools of design, schools of national academies, and in those of individual enterprise, all possible advantages for study under the direction of the best artists are provided, and these are supplemented by scholarships, which relieve the student of limited means from providing for daily needs. All these opportunities are shared by men and women alike. Every advantage is as freely at the command of one as of the other, and we equal, in this regard, the centuries of the Renaissance, when women were artists, students, and professors of letters and of law, filling these positions with honor, as women do in these days. In 1859, T. Adolphus Trollope, in his Decade of Italian Women, in which he wrote of the scholarly women of the Renaissance, says, The degree in which any social system has succeeded in ascertaining woman's proper position, and in putting her into it, will be a very accurate test of the progress it has made in civilization. And the very general and growing conviction that our own social arrangements, as they exist at present, have not attained any satisfactory measure of success in this respect, would seem, therefore, to indicate that England in her 19th century has not yet reached years of discretion after all. Speaking of Elisabetta Serrani, he says, "The humbly born artist, admirable for her successful combination in perfect compatibility of all the duties of home and studio." Of how many women artists we can now say this? Trollope's estimate of the position of women in England, which was not unlike that in America 45 years ago, when contrasted with that of the present day, affords another striking example of the expansion of the 19th century. Although no important changes occur without some preparation, this may be so gradual and unobtrusive in its work that the result appears to have a Minerva-like birth. Doubtless, there were influences leading up to the remarkable landscape painting of this century. The Norwich School, which took shape in 1805, was founded by Crome, among whose associates were Cotman, Stark, and Vincent. Crome exhibited his works at the Royal Academy in 1806 and the 12 following years, and died in 1821 when the pictures of Constable were attracting unusual attention. Indeed, it may be said that by his exhibitions at the Royal Academy, Constable inaugurated modern landscape painting, which is a most important feature of art in this century. Not forgetting the splendid landscapes of the Dutch masters, of the early Italians, of Claude and Wilson, the claim that landscape painting was perfected only in the 19th century, and then largely as the result of the works of English artists, seems to me to be well-founded. To this excellence Turner, contemporary with Constable, David Cox, De Wint, Bonington, and numerous others, gloriously contributed. The English landscapes exhibited at the French Salon in the third decade of the century produced a remarkable effect, and emphasized the interest in landscape painting already growing in France, and later so splendidly developed by Rousseau, Corot, Millet, and their celebrated contemporaries. In Germany, the Eichenbachs, Lessing, and many other artists were active in this movement, while in America, Innes, A.H., Wyant, and Homer Martin, with numerous followers, were raising landscape art to an eminence before unknown. Formerly, landscapes had been used as backgrounds, oftentimes attractive and beautiful, while the real purpose of the pictures centered in the human figures. The distinctive feature of 19th century landscape is the representation of nature alone, and the variety of method used and the differing aims of the artists cover the entire gamut between absolute realism and the most pronounced impressionism. About the middle of the century, there emerged from the older schools two others which may be called the realist and idealist, and indeed there were those to whom both these terms could be applied, both methods being united in their remarkable works. Of the realists, Corot and Courbet are distinguished, as were Puvis de Chavannes and Gustave Moreau among the idealists. Millet, with his marvelous power of observation, painted his landscapes with the fidelity of his school in that art, and so keenly realized the religious element in the peasant life, about him the poetry of these people, that he portrayed his figures in a manner quite his own, at the same time realistic and full of idealism. Mackall, in his 19th century art, called Millet the most religious figure in modern art after Rembrandt, and adds that he discovered a patience of beauty, a reconciling, in the concert of landscape mystery with labor. Shall we call Bastian Lepage a follower of Millet, or say that in these men there was a unity of spirit, that while they realized the poetry of their subjects intensely, they fully estimated the reality as well? The Joan of Arc is a phenomenal example of this art. The landscape is carefully realistic, and like that in which a French peasant girl of any period would live. But here realism ceases, and the peasant girl becomes a supremely exalted being, entranced by a vision of herself in full armor. This art, at once realistic and idealistic, is an achievement of the 19th century, so clear and straightforward in its methods, as to explain itself far better than words can explain it. Contemporary with these last-named artists were the Pre-Raphaelites. The center of this school was called the Brotherhood, which was founded by J.E. Millet, W. Holman Hunt, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, and William Michael Rossetti. To these were added Thomas Woolner the sculptor, James Collins, and F.G. Stevens. Other important artists known as Pre-Raphaelites, not belonging to the Brotherhood, are Ford Madox Brown and Burne-Jones, as well as the watercolor painters Mason, Walker, Boyce, and Goodwin. The aim of these artists was to represent with sincerity what they saw, and the simple sincerity of painters who preceded Raphael led them to choose a name which Ruskin called unfortunate, because the principles on which its members are working are neither pre- nor post-Raphaelite, but everlasting. They are endeavoring to paint with the highest possible degree of completion what they see in nature, without reference to conventional established rules, but by no means to imitate the style of any past epoch. To paint nature as it was around them, by the help of modern science, was the aim of the Brotherhood. At the time when the Pre-Raphaelite school came into being, the art of other lands, as well as that of England, was in need of an awakening impulse, and the Pre-Raphaelite revolt against conventionality and the machine-like art of the period roused such interest, criticism, and opposition as to stimulate English art to new effort. And much of its progress in the last half-century is doubtless due to the discussions of the theories of this movement as well as of the works it produced. Pre-Raphaelitism, scorned and ridiculed in its beginning, came to be appreciated in a degree that at first seemed impossible, and though its apostles were few, its influence was important. The words of Burne-Jones, in which he gave his own ideal, appeal to many artists and lovers of art. I mean by a picture a beautiful, romantic dream of something that never was, never will be in a light better than any light that ever shone in a land no one can define or remember, only desire and the forms divinely beautiful. Rossetti's Girlhood of Virgin Mary, Holman Hunt's Light of the World, and Millet, Christ in the House of His Parents, have been called the trilogy of Pre-Raphaelite art. Millet did not long remain a strict disciple of this school, but soon adopted the fuller freedom of his later work, which may be called that of modern naturalism. Rossetti remained a Pre-Raphaelite through his short life, but his works could not be other than individual, and their distinct personality almost forbade his being considered a disciple of any school. Holman Hunt may be called the one persistent follower of this cult. He has consistently embodied his convictions in his pictures, the value of which to English art cannot yet be determined. This is also true of the marvelous work of Burne-Jones, but although they have but few faithful followers, Pre-Raphaelite art no longer needs defense nor apology. Its secondary effect is far-reaching. To it may be largely attributed the more earnest study of nature, as well as the simplicity of treatment and lack of conventionality, which now characterizes English art to an extent before unknown. Impressionism is the most distinctive feature of 19th century art, and is too large a subject to be treated in an introduction. Any proper consideration of it demands a volume. The entire execution of a picture out of doors was sometimes practiced by Constable, more frequently by Turner, and some of the peculiarities of the French Impressionist artists were shared by the English landscape painters of the early part of the century. While no one could dream of calling Constable an Impressionist, it is interesting to recall the reception of his opening of Waterloo Bridge. Ridiculed in London, it was accepted in Paris, and is now honored at the Royal Academy. This picture was covered with pure white, in impasto, a method dear to Impressionists. Was Constable in advance of his critics? Is a question that comes involuntarily to mind as we read the life of this artist and recall the excitement which the exhibition of his works caused at the Salon of 1824 and the interest they aroused in Delacroix and other French painters. The word Impressionism calls to mind the names of Manet, Monet, Pissarro, Mme. Berthe Morisot, Paul Cézanne, Whistler, Sargent, Hassam, and many others. Impressionists exhibited their pictures in Paris as early as 1874. Not until 1878 were they seen to advantage in London, when Whistler exhibited in the Grosvenor Gallery. And the New English Art Club, founded in 1885, was the outcome of the need of this school to be better represented in its special exhibitions than was possible in other galleries. In a comprehensive sense, Impressionism includes all artists who represent their subjects with breadth and collectiveness, rather than in detail in the way in which we see a view at the first glance, before we have time to apprehend its minor parts. The advocates of Impressionism now claim that it is the most reformatory movement in modern painting. It is undeniably in full accord with the spirit of the time in putting aside older methods and conventions and introducing a new manner of seeing and representing nature. The differing phases of painting in the 19th century have had their effect upon that art as a whole. Each one has been important, not only in the country of its special development, but in other lands, each distinctive quality being modified by individual and national characteristics. In the early decades of the past century, sculpture was classic and conventional rather than natural and sincere. A revolt against these conditions produced such artists as Rodin, St. Gaudens, MacMonnies, and many less famous men who have put life, spirit, and nature into their art. In sculpture, as in painting, many more subjects are treated than were formerly thought suited to representation in marble and bronze, and a large proportion of these recent motifs demand a broad method of treatment, a manner often called unfinished, by those who approve only the smooth polish of an antique Venus, and would limit sculpture to the narrow class of subjects with which this smoothness harmonizes. The best sculptors of the present treat the minor details of their subjects in a sketchy, or, as some critics contend, in a rough, imperfect manner, while others find that this treatment of detail, combined with a careful, comprehensive treatment of the important parts, emphasizes the meaning and imparts strength to the whole, as no smoothness can do. Although the highest possibilities in sculpture may not yet be reached, it is animated with new spirit of life and nature. 19th century aims and modes of expression have greatly enlarged its province. Like painting, sculpture has become democratic. It glorifies labor and all that is comprised in the term common, everyday life, while it also commemorates noble and useful deeds with genuine sympathy and an intelligent appreciation of the best to which humanity attains. At the same time, poetical fancies, myths, and legends are not neglected, but are rendered with all possible delicacy and tenderness. At present, a great number of women are sculptors. The important commissions which are given them in connection with the great expositions of the time, the execution of memorial statues and monuments, fountains, and various other works which is confided to them, testifies to their excellence in their art with an emphasis beyond that of words. Want of space forbids any special mention of etching, metal work, enameling, designing, and decorative work in many directions in which women in great numbers are engaged. Indeed, in what direction can we look in which women are not employed? I believe I may say by thousands in all the minor arts. Between the multitude that pursue the fine arts and kindred branches for a maintenance end are rarely heard of, and those fortunate ones who are commissioned to execute important works, there is an enormous middle class. Paris is their Mecca, but they are known in all art centers, and it is by no means unusual for an artist to study under Dutch, German, and Italian masters, as well as French. The present method of study in Paris in such academies as that of Julian and the Colarossi secures to the student the criticism and advice of the best artists of the day, while in summer in the country and by the sea there are artistic colonies in which students lead a delightful life, still profiting by the instruction of eminent masters. Year by year, the opportunities for art study by women have been increased until they are welcome in the schools of the world, with rare exceptions. The highest goal seems to have been reached by their admission to the competition for the Grand Prix de Rome conferred by l'École des Beaux-Arts. I regret that the advantages of the American Art Academy in Rome are not open to women. The fact that for centuries women have been members and professors in the Academy of St. Luke, and in view of the recent action of l'École des Beaux-Arts, this narrowness of the American Academy in the Eternal City is especially pronounced. One can but approve the encouragement afforded women artists in France by the generosity with which their excellence is recognized. To be an officer in the French Academy is an honor surpassed in France by that of the Legion of Honor only. Within a 12-month, 275 women have been thus distinguished, 28 of them being painters and designers. From this famous academy down, through the international expositions, the salons, and the numberless exhibitions in various countries, a large proportion of medals and other honors are conferred on women, who, having now been accorded all privileges necessary for the pursuit of art, and for its recompense, will surely prove that they richly merit every good that can be shared with them. B. Aristrup Marie Helene / B. born at Flekkefjord, Norway, 1829. She made her studies in Bergen under Ruysch, under Tessier in Paris, and Vaudier in Dusseldorf. She excelled in genre and portrait painting. Her Playing Child and Shepherd Boy are in the Art Union in Christiania. The interior of Hotel Cluny and A Flower Girl are in the museum at Gothenburg. B. Abbott Agnes Dean / B. Bronze Medal, Cooper Union, Silver Medal, Massachusetts Charitable Mechanics Association, member of American Watercolor Society. B. Abema MME, Louise / B. Officer of the Mérite des Arts, Honorable Mention, Salon of 1881, Bronze Medal, Paris Exposition 1900, Hors Concours 1903 at Exposition of Limoges. Born at Étampes, 1858. Pupil of Chaplin, Henner, and Carolus Duran. She exhibited a portrait of Sarah Bernhardt, 1876, The Seasons, 1883, Portrait of M. Abema, 1887, Among the Flowers, 1893, An April Morning, 1894, Winter, 1895, etc. This artist has also executed numerous decorations for ceilings and decorative panels for private houses. Her picture of breakfast in the conservatory is in the Museum of Pau. MME. Abema illustrated La Mer by Mézeroy and has contributed to the Gazette des Beaux-Arts and several other Parisian publications. At the Salon of the Artistes Francais, 1902, she exhibited the Portrait of Pierre, and in 1903, a portrait of the Countess P.S. MME. Abema wears her hair short and affects such absolute simplicity in her costume that at first sight she reminds one of a charming young man. In no other direction, however, is there a masculine touch about this delightful artist. She has feminine grace, a love for poetry, a passion for flowers, which she often introduces in her pictures. She has, in short, a truly womanly character, which appears in the refinement and attractiveness of her work. B. Abbott Catherine G. / B. Bronze Medal, Paris Exposition 1900, Honorable Mention, Buffalo Exposition 1901. B. Achillefood Emil Georges / B. Medal, 3rd Class, Versailles 1888, Honorable Mention, Paris Salon 1894, Medal 3rd Class 1895, Medal 2nd Class 1897, Hors Concours, Bronze Medal at Paris Exposition 1900. Officer of Public Instruction, member of the Société des Artistes Francais. Born at Asnières, Seine. Pupil of Cabinel, Anton Vallon, and Léon Camara. A painter of figure subjects and portraits. Several of her works are in private collections in the United States. Among these are The Flower Seller, The Knife Grinder, M. de Richelieu's Love Knots, exhibited in the Salon of 1902, and Going to School. The Dull Season is in London, Cinderella, and many others in Paris. This artist, when still in short skirts, sent her first picture, In the Marketplace, to the Salon of 1884. She is most industrious, and her history, as she herself insists, is in her pictures. She has been surrounded by a sympathetic and artistic atmosphere. Her mother was an art critic, who, before her second marriage to Prince Sturberg, signed her articles Gustave Haller. Her home, the Château de Bacon, is an ideal home for an artist, and one can well understand her distaste for realism and the professional model. M. de Richelieu's Love Knots is very attractive and was one of the successes of 1902. He is a fine gentleman to whom a bevy of young girls is devoted, tying his ribbons and evidently admiring him and his exquisite costume. The girls are smiling and much amused, while the young man has an air of immense satisfaction. At the Salon of 1903, Emil Fauld exhibited La Chatouilleuse-Ticklingend, Nasturtiums. The first shows a young woman seated, wearing a décolleté gown, while a mischievous companion steals up behind and tickles her neck with a twig. It is less attractive than many of this artist's pictures. In 1890, Emil Fauld painted a portrait of her stepfather, and for a time devoted herself to portraits rather than to the subjects she had before studied with such success. In 1893, she painted a portrait of Rosa Ben-Hur in her studio, while the latter paused from her work on a large picture of lions. This portrait presents the great animal painter in a calm, thoughtful mood, in the midst of her studio, surrounded by sketches and all the accessories of her work. In the opinion of many who knew the great artist most intimately, this is the best portrait of her in existence. Emil, fouled at different periods, has painted legendary subjects, at other times religious pictures, but in my judgment the last were the least successful of her works. Her Cinderella is delightful. The two merry wives of Windsor, sitting on the basket in which Falstaff is hidden, and from which he is pushing out a hand, is an excellent illustration of this ever-amusing story, and indeed, all her pictures of this class may well be praised. To the Exposition of 1900, she sent an allegorical picture called The Gold Mine. A young woman in gold drapery drops gold coins from her hands. In the background is the entrance to a mine, lighted dimly by a miner's lamp, while a pickaxe lies at the feet of the woman. This picture was accorded a bronze medal. B. Adam, MME, Nanny, /B first prize from the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors, Paris, medal from the Salon des Artistes Francais, and honors in many other cities. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais, born at Crest Drôme, her studies were made under Jean-Paul Laurens. Her pictures called Commis du Soir and Le Soir aux Martins are in private collections. Les Ramparts de la Ville Close, Concarneau, exhibited at the Salon Artistes Francais in 1902, was purchased by the French government. In 1903, she exhibited June Twilight, Venice, and Morning Fog, Holland. B. Adelspar, Sophie Albertine, /B born in Oland 1808-62. In Stockholm, she received instruction from the sculptor Ovanstrom and the painter Ekman. After her father's death, she went to Paris and entered the atelier of Cogniet, and later did some work under the direction of her countrymen Wickenburg and Walbaum. She had, at this time, already made herself known through her copies of some of the Italian masters and Murillo. Her copy of the Sistine Madonna was placed by Queen Josephine in the Catholic Church at Christiania. After her return from Dresden, where she went from Paris, she painted portraits of King Oscar and Queen Josephine. In 1851, having received a government scholarship, she went to Munich, Bologna, and Florence and lived 3 years and a half in Rome, where she was associated with Fogelberg, Overbeck, and Schnetz, and became a Catholic. During this time, she copied Raphael's Transfiguration, now in the Catholic Church at Stockholm, and painted from life a portrait of Pius Roman IX, for the castle at Drottningholm. She also painted a Roman dancing girl and a beggar girl of Terracina. B. Ahrens, Ellen Wetherold, /B Second Toppen Prize, Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts. Second prize and silver medal, Carnegie Institute, Pittsburgh, 1902. Member of the Pennsylvania Academy, the Plastic Club, and the Pennsylvania Society of Miniature Painters. Born in Baltimore, studied at Boston Museum of Fine Arts under Grundman, Champney, and Stone, Pennsylvania Academy under Thomas Eakins, Drexel Institute under Howard Pyle. Many of her portraits are in private hands. That called Sewing, a prize picture, will be in the St. Louis exhibition. Her portrait of Mr. Elwood Johnson is in the Pennsylvania Academy. That of Mary Ballard, a miniature, was solicited for exhibition by the Copley Society, Boston. Miss Ahrens is also favorably known as a designer for stained glass windows. B. Alcott, May MME, Nieriker, /B born in Concord, Massachusetts, 1840-79, a sister of the well-known author Louisa M. Alcott. This artist studied in the Boston School of Design, in Krug's studio, Paris, and under Muller. She made wonderful copies of Turner's pictures, both in oil and water colors, which were greatly praised by Ruskin and were used in the South Kensington art schools for the pupils to copy. Her still life and flower pictures are in private collections and much valued. She exhibited at the Paris Salon and in the Dudley Gallery, London, and, student as she still was, her works were approved by art critics on both sides of the Atlantic, and a brilliant future as an artist was foretold for her. Her married life was short, and her death sincerely mourned by a large circle of friends, as well as by the members of her profession who appreciated her artistic genius and her enthusiasm for her work. B. Alexander, Francesca, /B born in Florence, Italy, daughter of the portrait painter, Francis Alexander. Her pen and ink drawing is her best work. The exquisite conceits in her illustrations were charmingly rendered by the delicacy of her work. She thus illustrated an unpublished Italian legend, writing the text also. Mr. Ruskin edited her Story of Ida and brought out Roadside Songs of Tuscany, collected, translated, and illustrated by this artist. A larger collection of these songs, with illustrations, was published by Houghton, Mifflin and Co., entitled Tuscan Songs. B. Lippi Fabretti, Quirina, /B. Silver Medal at Perugia in 1879, honorary member of the Royal Academy in Urbino and of the Academy of Fine Arts in Perugia. Born in Urbino, 1849. She was the daughter of the jurisconsult Luigi Lippi. She studied drawing and painting in Rome with Ortiz and De Sanctis. Following her father to Perugia in 1874, whither he had been called to the Court of Appeals, she continued her study under Morti. She married Ferdinando Fabretti in 1877. She made admirable copies of some of the best pictures in Perugia, notably Perugino's Presepio for a church in Mount Lebanon, Syria. She was also commissioned to paint an altarpiece, representing St. Stephen, for the same church. Her interiors are admirable. She exhibited an interior of the Great Hall of the Exchange of Perugia in 1884 at Turin. She painted 2 interior views of the Church of San Giovanni del Cambio in Perugia and an interior of the vestibule of the Confraternity of St. Francis. Her other works, besides portraits, include an odalisque, an old woman fortune-teller, and A. St. Catherine. B. Allingham, Helen, /B. Honorable Mention at Paris Exhibition, 1900, Silver Medal from Brussels Exhibition, 1901, Bronze Medal from the Columbian Exhibition, Chicago, member of the Royal Society of Painters in Watercolors, London. Born near Burton-on-Trent, 1848. Began the study of art at 14 in Birmingham School of Art, where she remained about 5 years, when she entered the schools of the Royal Academy, where instruction is given by the Royal Academicians in turn. In 1868, she went to Italy. Her first exhibition at the Royal Academy occurred in 1874, under the name Helen Patterson. Her pictures were Wait for Me and The Milkmaid. Since that time, Mrs. Allingham has constantly exhibited at the Academy and many other exhibitions. Her pictures are of genre subjects, chiefly from English rural life and landscapes. She has also been successful as an illustrator for The Graphic, the Cornhill Magazine, and other publications. Her watercolor portraits of Carlyle in his later years are well known. She introduced his cat, Tib, into a portrait taken in his Chelsea garden. Among her most ambitious works are The Young Customers, The Old Men's Garden, Chelsea Hospital, The Lady of the Manor, Confidences, London Flowers, and others of kindred motives. The Young Customers, watercolor, was exhibited at Paris in 1878. When seen at the Academy in 1875, Ruskin wrote of it. It happens curiously that the only drawing of which the memory remains with me as a possession out of the old watercolor exhibition of this year Mrs. Allingham's, Young Customers should be not only by an accomplished designer of woodcuts, but itself the illustration of a popular story. The drawing, with whatever temporary purpose executed, is forever lovely, a thing which I believe Gainsborough would have given one of his own paintings for old-fashioned as red-tipped dresses are, and more precious than rubies. Notes of the Academy, 1875. B. Alma Tadema, Lady Laura Therese, /B. Gold Medal at International Art Exhibition, Berlin, 1876, Medal at Chicago, 1893, Second-Class Medal at Paris Exhibition, 1900. Born in London. From early childhood, this artist was fond of drawing and had the usual drawing class lessons at school, and also drew from the antique in the British Museum. Her serious study, however, began at the age of 18, under the direction of Lawrence Alma Tadema. Her pictures are principally of domestic scenes, child life, and other genre subjects. Battledore and Shuttlecock is an interior, with a graceful girl playing the game, to the amusement of a young child sitting on a nurse's lap. The room is attractive, the accessories well painted, and a second girl just coming through the door and turning her eyes up to the shuttlecock is an interesting figure. Of quite a different character is the picture called In Winter. The landscape is very attractive. In a sled, well wrapped up, is a little girl, with a doll on her lap. The older boy brother, who pushes the sled from behind, leaning over the child, does his part with a will, and the dignified and serious expression on the face of the little girl in the sled indicates her sense of responsibility in the care of the doll, as well as a feeling of deep satisfaction in her enjoyable outing. Among the more important pictures by Lady Alma-Tadema are Hushabye, Parting, in the Art Gallery at Adelaide, New South Wales, Silent Persuasion, The Carol, and Satisfaction. Her picture in the Academy Exhibition, 1903, a Dutch interior with a young mother nursing the firstborn, was much admired and was in harmony with the verse. Lie on mother's knee, my own dance your heels about me, apples leave the tree, my own, soon you'll live without me. Be Amen, Madame J. / Be Honorable Mention, Paris, 1901. B. Anguissiola, Lucia, / Be a pupil of her sister Sophonisba, painted a life-size portrait of Piermaria, a physician of Cremona. It is in the Gallery of the Prado, Madrid, and is signed Lucia Anguissola Amilcares, F. Adolescens. Lucia's portrait of her sister Europa is at Brescia. Some authorities believe that the small portrait in the Borghese Gallery is by Lucia, although it has been attributed to Sophonisba. Vasari relates that Europa and a younger sister, Anna Maria, were artists. A picture of the Holy Family, inscribed with Europa's name, was formerly in the possession of a vicar of the Church of San Pietro. It was of far less merit than the works of her sisters. B. Anguissiola, Sophonisba, / Be born in Cremona, about 1539. Daughter of the patrician, Amilcare Anguissiola, whose only fame rests on the fact that he was the father of 6 daughters, all of whom were distinguished by unusual talents in music and painting. Dear old Vasari was so charmed by his visit to their palace that he pronounced it the very home of painting and of all other accomplishments. Sophonisba was the second daughter. The actual date of her birth is unknown, but from various other dates that we have concerning her, that given above is generally adopted. She was educated with great care and began her study of drawing and painting when but 7 years old, under the care of Bernardino Campi, the best artist of the 5 Campi of Cremona. Later, she was a pupil of Bernardino Gatti, Il Sagero, and in turn she superintended the artistic studies of her sisters. Sophonisba excelled in portraits, and when 24 years old was known all over Italy as a good artist. Her extraordinary proficiency at an early age is proved by a picture in the Yarborough collection, London, a portrait of a man, signed, and dated 1551, when she was not more than 12 years old. When presented at the court of Milan, then under Spanish rule, Sophonisba was brought to the notice of Philip Roman II, who, through his ambassador, invited her to fill the office of court painter at Madrid. Flattering as this invitation must have been to the artist and her family, it is not surprising that she hesitated and required time for consideration of this honorable proposal. The reputation of the ceremonious Spanish court, under its gloomy and exacting sovereign, was not attractive to a young woman already surrounded by devoted admirers, to one of whom she had given her heart. The separation from her family, too, and the long, fatiguing journey to Spain were objections not easily overcome, and her final acceptance of the proposal was a proof of her energy and strength of purpose. Her journey was made in 1560 and was conducted with all possible care for her comfort. She was attended by 2 noble ladies as maids of honor, 2 chamberlains, and 6 servants in livery and truth. Her mode of traveling differed but little from that of the young ladies of the royal family. As she entered Madrid, she was received by the king and queen, and by them conducted to the royal palace. We can imagine Sophonisba's pleasure in painting the portrait of the lovely Isabella, and her pictures of Philip and his family soon raised her to the very summit of popularity. All the grandees of Madrid desired to have their portraits from her hand, and rich jewels and large sums of money were showered upon her. Gratifying as was her artistic success, the affection of the queen, which she speedily won, was more precious to her. She was soon made a lady-in-waiting to Her Majesty, and a little later was promoted to the distinguished position of governess to the Infanta Clara Eugenia. That Sophonisba fully appreciated her gentle mistress is shown in her letter to Pope Pius Roman IV, who had requested her to send him a portrait of the queen. She wrote that no picture could worthily figure the royal lady, and added, "If it were possible to represent to your holiness the beauty of the queen's soul, you could behold nothing more wonderful." The Pope bestowed rich gifts on Sophonisba, among which were sacred relics set with gems. He also wrote an autograph letter, still in existence, in which he assured her that much as he admired her skill in painting, he had been led to believe this the least of her many gifts. Sophonisba soon gained the approval of the serious and solemn king. For while Philip was jealous of the French ladies of the court and desired Isabella to be wholly under Spanish influence, he proposed to the artist a marriage with one of his nobles, by which means she would remain permanently in the queen's household. When Philip learned that Sophonisba was already betrothed to Don Fabrizio de Moncada, Sicilian nobleman in spite of his disappointment, he joined Isabella in giving her a dowry of 12,000 crowns and a pension of 1,000. It would seem that one who could so soften the heart and manners of Philip Roman II, as did Queen Isabella, must have had a charm of person and character that no ordinary mortal could resist. One is compelled to a kindly feeling for this much-hated man, who daily visited the queen when she was suffering from smallpox. In her many illnesses, he was tenderly devoted to her, and when we remember the miseries of royal ladies whose children are girls, we almost love Philip for comforting Isabella when her first baby was not a son. Philip declared himself better pleased that she had given him a daughter, and made the declaration good by devotion to this child so long as he lived. Isabella, in a letter to her mother, wrote, "But for the happiness I have of seeing the king, every day I should find this court the dullest in the world. I assure you, however, madame, that I have so kind a husband that even did I deem this place 100-fold more wearisome I should not complain." While Sophonisba was overwhelmed with commissions in Spain, her sisters were far from idle in Cremona. Europa sent pictures to Madrid which were purchased for private collections, and a picture by Lucia is now in the gallery of the Queen at Madrid. When the time for Sophonisba's marriage came, she was sorry to leave her second home, as she called Madrid, and as Don Fabrizio lived but a short time, the king urged her return to Spain, but her desire to be once more with her family impelled her to return to Italy. The ship on which she sailed from Sicily was commanded by one of the Lomellini, a noble family of Genoa, with whom Sophonisba fell so desperately in love that she offered him her hand which, says her biographer, he accepted like a generous man. Does this mean that she had been ungenerous in depriving him of the privilege of asking for what she so freely bestowed? In Genoa, she devotedly pursued her art and won new honors, while she was not forgotten in Madrid. Presents were sent her on her second marriage, and later the Infanta Clara Eugenia and other Spaniards of exalted rank visited her in Genoa. Her palace became a center of attraction to Genoese artists and men of letters, while many strangers of note sought her acquaintance. She contributed largely to the restoration of art and literature, to the importance that had been accorded them in the most brilliant days of Genoese power. We have not space to recount all the honors conferred on Sophonisba, both as a woman and an artist. She lived to an extreme old age, and although she lost her sight, her intellect was undimmed by time or blindness. Van Dyck, who was frequently her guest, more than once declared that he was more benefited by the counsels of the blind Sophonisba than by all his studies of the masters of his art. From a pupil of Rubens, this was praise indeed. The chief characteristics of Sophonisba's painting were grace and spirit. Her portrait of herself, when at her best, is in possession of the Lomellini. A second is the splendid picture at Althorpe, in which she is represented as playing the harpsichord. One can scarcely imagine a place in which a portrait would be more severely tested than in the gallery of the Earl of Spencer, beside portraits of lovely women and famous men, painted by master artists. Yet this work of Sophonisba's is praised by discerning critics and connoisseurs. Of the other portraits of herself, that in the Uffizi is signed by her as of Cremona, which suggests that it was painted before she went to Spain. That in the Vienna Gallery is dated 1551 and inscribed Sophonisba Anguissola. Virgo, SC, ipsum fecit, still another in which a man stands beside her, is in the Siena Gallery. He holds a brush in his hand and is probably one of her masters. Her portrait of her sisters playing chess, while an old duenna looks on, was in the collection of Lucien Bonaparte and is said to be now in a private gallery in England. Her religious pictures are rare. A Marriage of St. Catherine is in the gallery at Wilton House. She painted several pictures of three of her sisters on one canvas. One is in the National Museum of Berlin, and a second, formerly in the Leuchtenberg Gallery, is in the Hermitage at Petersburg. A Small Holy Family, signed and dated 1559, belonged to the art critic and author Morley. One regrets that so remarkable a woman left no record of her unusual experiences. How valuable would be the story of Don Carlos from so disinterested a person? How interesting had she told us of the bal masqué, given by Isabella in the fashion of her own country, when Philip condescended to open the ball with the queen, or of the sylvan fêtes at Aranjuez, and of the gardens made under the direction of Isabella. Of all this she has told us nothing. We glean the story of her life from the works of various authors, while her fame rests securely on her superiority in the art to which she was devoted. B. Ancher, Anna Christine, /B genre painter, won high praise at Berlin in 1900 for 2 pictures. Tischgebet, which was masterly in its smoothness and depth of expression, and Ein blind Frau in ihrer Stube, in which the full sunlight streaming through the open window produced an affecting contrast. She was born at Skagen, 1859, the daughter of Eric Brondum, and early showed her artistic tendencies. Michael Ancher, whom she married in 1880, noticed and encouraged her talent, which was first displayed in small crayons treating pathetic or humorous subjects. From 1875-78, she studied with Kin, and later more or less under the direction of her husband. She has painted exclusively small pictures, dealing with simple and natural things, and each picture, as a rule, contains but a single figure. She believes that a dilapidated Skagen hovel may meet every demand of beauty. Maageplukkeren, gull plucking, exhibited in 1883, has been called one of the most sympathetic and unaffected pieces of genre painting ever produced by a Danish artist. An Old Woman of Skagen, A Mother and Child, and Coffee is Ready were among the most attractive of her pictures of homely, familiar Danish life. The last represents an old fisher who has fallen asleep on the bench by the stove, and a young woman is waking him with the above announcement. A funeral scene is in the Copenhagen Gallery. The coffin is hung with green wreaths, the walls of the room are red, the people stand around with a serious air. The whole story is told in a simple, homely way. In the history of modern painters, we read, all her pictures are softly tender and full of fresh light, but the execution is downright and virile. It is only in little touches, in fine and delicate traits of observation which would probably have escaped a man, that these paintings are recognized as the work of a feminine artist. B. Antonin, MME, Helene Marie, /B born at Melun, pupil of her husband, Jean-Pierre Antonin, and of Delacroix. Her best works are small genre subjects, which are excellent and much admired by other artists. In 1877, she exhibited at the Paris Salon on en Entrepas, and the New Cider, in 1876, an interior at St. Brieuc and a stable, in 1875, Tant Valacrucha Lo, etc. B. Apia, MME, Therese, /B member of the Society of the Permanent Exposition of the Athénée, Geneva, born at Lausanne, pupil of Mercier and Rodin at Paris. MME, Apia, before her marriage, exhibited at the Paris Salon several years continuously. Since then, she has exhibited at Turin and Geneva. She has executed many portrait busts. Among them are those of M. Guillaume Monod, Paris, Commander Paul Mailer, and a medallion portrait of Pierre Hyacinthe, etc. B. Argyll, Her Royal Highness, the Princess Louise, Duchess of /B. This artist has exhibited her work since 1868. Although her sketches in watercolor are clever and attractive, it is as a sculptor that her best work has been done. Pupil of Sir J. E. Bohen, R.A., her unusual natural talent was carefully developed under his advice, and her unflagging industry and devotion to her work have enabled her to rival sculptors who live by their art. Her busts and lesser subjects are refined and delicate, while possessing a certain individuality, which this lady is known to exercise in her direction of the assistant she is forced to employ. Her chief attainment, the large seated figure of Queen Victoria in Kensington Gardens, is a work of which she may well be proud. Of this statue Mr. M. H. Spielman writes, the setting up of the figure, the arrangement of the drapery, the modeling, the design of the pedestal, all the parts, in fact are such that the statue must be added to the short list of those which are genuine embellishments to the city of London. The Duchess of Argyll has been commissioned to design a statue of heroic size, to be executed in bronze and placed in Westminster Abbey. to commemorate the colonial troops who gave up their lives in South Africa in the Boer War. B. Arnold Annie R. Marylees / B. born at Birkenhead, a Scotch miniature painter. Studied in Edinburgh, first in the School of Art under Mr. Hodder, and later in the life class of Robert MacGregor, afterward in Paris under Benjamin Constant. Mrs. Arnold writes me that she thinks it important for miniature painters to do work in a more realistic medium occasionally, and something of a bolder character than can be done in their specialty. She never studied miniature painting, but took it up at the request of a patroness who, before the present fashion for this art had come about, complained that she could find no one who painted miniatures. This lady gave the artist a number of the girl's own journal, containing directions for miniature painting, after which Mrs. Arnold began to work in this specialty. She has painted a miniature of Lady Evelyn Cavendish, owned by the Marquis of Lansdowne, others of the Earl and Countess of Mar and Kelly, the first of which belongs to the Royal Scottish Academy, one of Lady Helen Vincent, one of the daughter of Lionel Phillips, Esquire, and several for prominent families in Baltimore and Washington. Her work is seen in the exhibitions of the Royal Academy, London. In 1903, she exhibited miniatures of Miss M. L. Fenton, the late Mrs. Cameron Corbett, and the Hun. Thomas Erskine, younger son of the Earl of Mar and Kelly. Biesje Amélie Van / B. portrait painter and court painter to Queen Louise Marie of Belgium. She was born in 1804 and was the daughter of Henry Jean van Esje. Her first teachers were Emile F. Lagranine and D. Anticyre. She later went to Paris, where she spent some time as a pupil of Millet. She made her debut at Ghent in 1820, and in Brussels in 1821, with watercolors and pastels, and some of her miniatures figured in the various exhibitions at Brussels between 1830 and 1848, and in Ghent between 1835 and 1838. Her portraits, which are thought to be very good likenesses, are also admirable in color, drawing, and modeling, and her portrait of Leopold I, which she painted in 1839, won for her the appointment at court. Biesje Isabel Catherine Van / B. She was born at Brussels, 1794, landscape painter. She took a first prize at Ghent in 1829 and became a pupil of her uncle, Henry van Esje, who is often called the painter of waterfalls. As early as 1812 and 1813, two of her watercolors were displayed in Ghent and Brussels respectively, and she was represented in the exhibitions at Ghent in 1826, 1829, and 1835, at Brussels in 1827 and 1842, at Antwerp in 1834, 1837, and 1840, and at Luttich in 1836. Her subjects were all taken from the neighborhood of Brussels, and one of them belongs to the Royal Collection in the Pavilion at Haarlem. In 1828, she married Charles Léon Kuynt. Beaths Parallet, Louise / B. First Prize and Honorable Mention, Class Gillett and Haybert, 1888, Class Bovey, First Prize, 1889, Academy Class Special Mention, 1890, School of Arts Special Mention, Hors Concours, 1891. Also, same year, First Prize for Sculpture, offered by the Society of Arts. First Prize offered by the Secretary of the Theatre, 1902, member of the Union des Femmes and Cercle Artistique. Born at Neuchâtel, studies made at Geneva under MME. Carteret and MME. Gillett and Professors Haybert and B. Penn in drawing and painting, M. Bovey in sculpture, and of various masters in decorative work and engraving. Has executed statues, busts, medallion portraits, has painted costumes, according to an invention of her own, for the Theatre of Geneva, and has also made tapestries in New York. All her works have been commended in the journals of Geneva and New York. B. Austin, Winifred, / B. member of Society of Women Artists, London. Born at Ramsgate. Pupil of Mrs. Jopling Rowe and Mr. C. E. Swan. Miss Austen exhibits in the Royal Academy exhibitions. Her works are well hung one on the line. Her favorite subjects are wild animals, and she is successful in the illustration of books. Her pictures are in private collections. At the Royal Academy in 1903, she exhibited The Day of Reckoning, a wolf pursued by hunters through a forest in snow. A second shows a snow scene with a wolf baying, while two others are apparently listening to him. While the wolf, in nightly prowl, bays the moon with hideous howl, is the legend with the picture. Biazan Pollen /B born in Paris, where she died, 1775–1835. She was a pupil of Regnault and excelled in portraits of women. She exhibited in the Paris Salon from 1793, when but 18 years old. Her pictures of the arrival of Marie-Louise in Campigny and Marie-Louise taking leave of her family are in the Versailles Gallery. Babiana y Méndez Núñez, Carmen, /B at the Santiago Exposition, 1875. This artist exhibited 2 oil paintings and 2 landscapes in crayon. At Coruna, 1878, a portrait in oil of the Marquis de Méndez Núñez. At Pontevedra, 1880, several pen and watercolor studies, 3 life-size portraits in crayon and a work in oil, a girl feeding chickens. B. Bailey, Caroline A.B., /B Gold Medal, Paris Exposition, 1900, 3rd Class Medal, Salon, 1901. B. Baker, Elizabeth Gowdy, /B Medal at Cooper Union. Member of Boston Art Students Association and Art Workers Club for Women, New York. Born at Xenia, Ohio. Pupil of the Cooper Union, Art Students League, New York School of Art, Philadelphia Academy of Fine Arts, Cowles Art School, Boston, under Frederick Freer, William Chase, and Siddons Mowbray. This artist has painted numerous portraits and has been especially successful with pictures of children. She has a method of her own, of which she has recently written me. Illustration, a portrait. Elizabeth Gowdy Baker. She claims that it is excellent for life-size portraits in watercolors. The paper she uses is heavier than any made in this country and must be imported. The watercolors are very strong. Mrs. Baker claims that in this method she gets the strength of oils with the daintiness of watercolors, and that it is beautiful for women and children and sufficiently strong for portraits of men. She rarely exhibits, and her portraits are in private houses. B. Backhuizen, Juffrouw Gerardina Jacoba van de Sand, /B Silver Medal at The Hague, 1857, Honorary Medal at Amsterdam, 1861, another at The Hague, 1863, and a Medal of Distinction at Amsterdam Colonial Exhibition, 1885, daughter of the well-known animal painter. From childhood, she painted flowers, and for a time, this made no especial impression on her family or friends, as it was not an uncommon occupation for girls. At length her father saw that this daughter, Gerardina, for he had numerous daughters, and they all desired to be artists, had talent, and when, in 1850, the Minerva Academy at Groningen gave out roses and dahlias as a subject, and offered a prize of a little more than $10 for the best example, he encouraged Gerardina to enter the contest. She received the contemptible reward, and found, to her astonishment, that the Minerva Academy considered the picture as belonging to them. However, this affair brought the name of the artist to the knowledge of the public, and she determined to devote herself to the painting of flowers and fruit, in which she has one unusual fame. There is no sameness in her pictures, and her subjects do not appear to be arranged. Everything seems to have fallen into its place by chance and to be entirely natural. Gerardina Jacoba and her brother Julius van de Sand Backhuizen, the landscape painter, share one studio. She paints with rapidity, as one must in order to picture the freshness of fast-fading flowers. Johann Graham writes of her, "If she paints a basket of peaches or plums, they look as if just picked by the gardener and placed upon the table, without any thought of studied effect, some leaves covering the fruit, others falling out of the basket in the most natural way. If she paints the branch of a rose tree, it seems to spring from the ground with its flowers in all their luxurious wantonness, and one can almost imagine oneself inhaling their delightful perfume. This talented artist knows so well how to depict with her brush the transparency and softness of the tender, ethereal rose, that one may seek in vain among a crowd of artists for her equal. The paintings are all bright and sunny, and we are filled with enthusiasm when gazing at her powerful works. This artist was born in 1826 and died in 1895. She lived and died in her family residence. In 1850, at Groningen, she took for her motto, "Be true to nature, and you will produce that which is good." To this she remained faithful all her days. B. Baldwin, Edith Ella, /B born at Worcester, Massachusetts. Studied in Paris at Julian Academy, under Bouguereau and Robert Fleury, at the Colarossi Studios under Courtois, also under Julius Rolchevin and Mosler. Paints portraits and miniatures. At the Salon of the Champ de Mars, she exhibited a portrait in pastel in 1901. At exhibitions of the Society of American Artists in 1898 and 1899, she exhibited miniatures. Also pictures in oils at Worcester, 1903. B. Ball, Caroline Petal, / Honorable Mention at Paris Exhibition, 1900, member of the Guild of Arts and Crafts and of Art Students League. Born at Terre Haute, Indiana. Pupil at the Art Students League, under Augustus St. Gaudens and Kenyon Cox. This sculptor exhibited at Paris a bronze clock. She designed for the Tiffany Glass Company the figure of the Young Virgin and that of the Christ of the Sacred Heart. A memorial fountain at Flushing, Long Island, a medallion portrait of Miss Cox of Terre Haute, a monument to a child in the same city, a victory in a quadriga, seen on the United States Building, Paris, 1900, and also at the Buffalo Exhibition, 1901, are among her important works. B. Bagnullo's Antonia, / at the Paris Exposition of 1878. Several portraits by this artist attracted attention, one of them being a portrait of herself. At the Exposition of 1880, she exhibited a guitar player. B. Barantes Manuel de Aragon, Maria del Carmen, / member of the Academy of San Fernando, Madrid, 1816. This institution possesses a drawing by her of the Virgin with the Christ child and a portrait in oil of a person of the epoch of Charles Roman III. B. Bashkirtsev Marie, / born in Russia of a noble family. 1860-84. This remarkable young woman is interesting in various phases of her life, but here it is as an artist that she is to be considered. Her journal, she tells us, is absolutely truthful, and it is but courteous to take the story of her artistic career from that. She had lessons in drawing, as many children do, but she gives no indication of a special love for art until she visits Florence when 14 years old, and her love of pictures and statues is awakened. She spent hours in galleries, never sitting down, without fatigue in spite of her delicacy. She says, "That is because the things one loves do not tire one. So long as there are pictures and, better still, statues to be seen, I am made of iron." After questioning whether she dare say it, she confides to her readers, "I don't like the Madonna della Sedia of Raphael. The countenance of the Virgin is pale, the color is not natural, the expression is that of a waiting maid rather than of a Madonna. Ah, but there is a Magdalene of Titian that enchanted me. Only there must always be, and only her wrists are too thick, and her hands are two plump beautiful hands, they would be on a woman of 50. There are things of Rubens and Van Dyck that are ravishing. The mensonge of Salvator Rosa is very natural. I do not speak as a connoisseur. What most resembles nature pleases me most. Is it not the aim of painting to copy nature? I like very much the full, fresh countenance of the wife of Paul Veronese, painted by him. I like the style of his faces. I adore Titian and Van Dyck, but that poor Raphael. Provided only no one knows what I write, people would take me for a fool. I do not criticize Raphael. I do not understand him. In time I shall no doubt learn to appreciate his beauties. The portrait of Pope Leo X. I think it is as admirable, however. A surprising critique for a girl of her age. When 17, she made her first picture of any importance. While they were playing cards last night, I made a rough sketch of the players and, this morning I transferred the sketch to canvas. I am delighted to have made a picture of persons sitting down in different attitudes. I copied the position of the hands and arms, the expressions of the countenance, etc. I had never before done anything but heads, which I was satisfied to scatter over the canvas like flowers. Her enthusiasm for her art constantly increased. She was not willing to acknowledge her semi-invalidism and was filled with the desire to do something in art that would live after her. She was opposed by her family, who wished her to be in fashionable society. At length, she had her way, and when not quite 18 began to study regularly at the Julian Academy. She worked 8 and 9 hours a day. Julian encouraged her. She rejoiced in being with real artists who have exhibited in the salon and whose pictures are bought, and declared herself happy. Before long Julian told her that she might become a great artist, and the first time that Robert Fleury saw her work and learned how little she had studied, and that she had never before drawn from a living model, he said, "Well, then, you have extraordinary talent for painting. You are specially gifted, and I advise you to work hard." Her masters always assured her of her talent, but she was much of the time depressed. She admired the work of Emil Breslau and acknowledged herself jealous of the Swiss artist. But after a year of study, she took the second prize in the Academy and admitted that she ought to be content. Robert Fleury took much interest in her work, and she began to hope to equal Breslau. But she was as often despondent as she was happy, which no doubt was due to her health, for she was already stricken with the malady from which she died. Julian wondered why, with her talent, it was so difficult for her to paint. To herself, she seemed paralyzed. In the autumn of 1879, she took a studio, and besides her painting, she essayed modeling. In 1880, her portrait of her sister was exhibited at the Salon, and her mother and other friends were gratified by its acceptance. At one time, Emil Bashkirtseff had suffered with her eyes, and getting better of that, she had an attack of deafness. For these reasons, she went, in the summer of 1880, to Mont d'Or for treatment, and was much benefited in regard to her deafness, though not cured, and now the condition of her lungs was recognized, and what she had realized for some time was told to her family. She suffered greatly from the restrictions of her condition. She could not read very much, as her eyes were not strong enough to read and paint. She avoided people because of her deafness. Her cough was very tiresome and her breathing difficult. At the Salon of 1881, her picture was well hung and was praised by artists. In the autumn of that year she was very ill, but happily, about the beginning of 1882, she was much better and again enthusiastic about her painting. She had been in Spain and excited admiration in Madrid by the excellence of her copy of Vulcan by Velázquez. January 15th she wrote, "I am wrapped up in my art. I think I caught the sacred fire in Spain at the same time that I caught the pleurisy. From being a student, I now begin to be an artist. This sudden influx of power puts me beside myself with joy. I sketch future pictures. I dream of painting an Ophelia. Patin has promised to take me to Saint-Anne to study faces of the mad women there, and then I am full of the idea of painting an old man, an Arab, sitting down singing to the accompaniment of a kind of guitar. And I am thinking also of a large affair for the coming Salon view of the Carnival. But for this, it would be necessary that I should go to Nice to Naples first for the Carnival, and then to Nice, where I have my villa, to paint it in open air." She now met Bastian Lepage, who, while he was somewhat severe in his criticism of her work, told her seriously that she was marvelously gifted. This gave her great pleasure, and indeed, just at this time, the whole tone of the journal and her art enthusiasm are most comforting after the preceding despairing months. From this time until her death, her journal is largely occupied with her health, which constantly failed. But her interest in art and her intense desire to do something worthy of a great artist, something that Julian, Robert Fleury, and above all, Bastian Lepage, could praise, seemed to give her strength. And, in spite of the steady advance of the fell tuberculosis from which she was dying, she worked devotedly. She had a fine studio in a new home of the family, and was seized with an ardent desire to try sculpture. She did a little in this art, but that which proved to be her last and best work was her contribution to the Salon of 1884. This brought her to the notice of the public, and she had great pleasure, although mingled with the conviction of her coming death and the doubts of her ability to do more. Of this time she writes, "Am I satisfied? It is easy to answer that question. I am neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. My success is just enough to keep me from being unhappy, that is all." Again, I have just returned from the Salon. We remained a long time seated on a bench before the picture. It attracted a good deal of attention, and I smiled to myself at the thought that no one would ever imagine the elegantly dressed young girl seated before it, showing the tips of her little boots, to be the artist. Ah, all this is a great deal better than last year. Have I achieved a success in the true, serious meaning of the word? I almost think so. The picture was called The Meeting, and shows 7 gamins talking together before a wooden fence at the corner of a street. François Capet wrote of it, "It is a chef d'oeuvre, I maintain. The faces and the attitudes of the children are strikingly real. The glimpse of meager landscape expresses the sadness of the poorer neighborhoods." Previous to this time, her picture of 2 boys called Jean and Jacques had been reproduced in the Russian illustration, and she now received many requests for permission to photograph and reproduce her meeting, and connoisseurs made requests to be admitted to her studio. All this gratified her while it also surprised. She was at work on a picture called Spring, for which she went to Sevres to paint in the open. Naturally, she hoped for a Salon medal, and her friends encouraged her wish, but alas, she was cruelly disappointed. Many thought her unfairly treated, but it was remembered that the year before she had publicly spoken of the committee as idiots. People now wished to buy her pictures, and in many ways she realized that she was successful. How pathetic her written words. I have spent 6 years, working 10 hours a day to gain what? The knowledge of all I have yet to learn in my art, and a fatal disease. It is probable that the meeting received no medal because it was suspected that Emil Bashkirtseff had been aided in her work. No one could tell who had originated this idea, but as some medals had been given to women who did not paint their pictures alone, the committee were timid, although there seems to have been no question as to superiority. A friendship had grown up between the families Bashkirtseff and Bastian Lepage. Both the great artist and the dying girl were very ill, but for some time she and her mother visited him every 2 or 3 days. He seemed almost to live on these visits and complained if they were omitted. At last, ill as Bastian Lepage was, he was the better able of the two to make a visit. On October 16th, she writes of his being brought to her and made comfortable in one easy chair while she was in another. "Ah, if I could only paint," he said, "and I," she replied, "there is the end to this year's picture." These visits were continued. October 20th, she writes of his increasing feebleness. She wrote no more, and in 11 days was dead. In 1885, the works of Marie Bashkirtseff were exhibited. In the catalogue was printed François Capet's account of a visit he had made her mother a few months before Marie's death. He saw her studio and her works, and wrote, after speaking of the meeting, as follows. At the exhibition salon before this charming picture, the public had with a unanimous voice bestowed the medal on Emil B., who had been already mentioned the year before. Why was this verdict not confirmed by the jury? Because the artist was a foreigner? Who knows? Perhaps because of her wealth. This injustice made her suffer, and she endeavored the noble child to avenge herself by redoubling her efforts. In 1 hour I saw their 20 canvases commenced. 100 designs drawings, painted studies, the cast of a statue, portraits which suggested to me the name of Franz Hals, scenes made from life in the open streets. Notably one large sketch of a landscape, the October mist on the shore, the trees half stripped, big yellow leaves strewing the ground. In a word, works in which is incessantly sought, or more often asserts itself, the sentiment of the sincerest and most original art, and of the most personal talent. Mathilde Blind, in her study of Marie Bashkirtseff, says, Marie loved to recall Balzac's questionable definition that the genius of observation is almost the whole of human genius. It was natural it should please her, since it was the most conspicuous of her many gifts. As we might expect, therefore, she was especially successful as a portrait painter, for she had a knack of catching her sitter's likeness with the bloom of nature yet fresh upon it. All her likenesses are singularly individual, and we realize their character at a glance. Look, for example, at her portrait of a Parisian swell, in irreproachable evening dress and white kid gloves, sucking his silver-headed cane, with a simper that shows all his white teeth, and then at the head and bust of a Spanish convict, painted from life at the prison in Granada. Compare that embodiment of fashionable vacuity with this face, whose brute-like eyes haunt you with their sadly stunted look. What observation is shown in the painting of those heavily bulging lips, which express weakness rather than wickedness of disposition in those coarse hands engaged in the feminine occupation of knitting a blue and white stocking. B. Bach Gina / B. Born in Stockholm in 1840, portrait and landscape painter. In 1863 she went to Dresden and studied figure work with Professor Ehrart. Later she moved to Dusseldorf, where she devoted herself to landscape under Flamm, and in 1866 she settled in Munich, where she has since remained, making long visits to Paris, Venice, and parts of Switzerland. Her later work is marked by the romantic influence of C. Ludwig, who was for a time her instructor, but she shows unusual breadth and sureness in dealing with difficult subjects, such as dusky forests with dark waters or bare ruins bordered with stiff, ghost-like trees. Though not without talent and boldness, she lacks a feeling for style. B. Bowerley, Miss A/B. B. Baxter, Martha Wheeler, /B. B. Beale, Mary, /B. 1630-297. This artist was the daughter of the Reverend Mr. Craddock. She married Mr. Beale, an artist and a color maker. She studied under Sir Peter Lely, who obtained for her the privilege of copying some of Van Dyck's most famous works. Mrs. Beale's portraits of Charles Roman II, Cowley, and the Duke of Norfolk are in the National Portrait Gallery, London, and that of Archbishop Tillotson is in Lambeth Palace. This portrait was the first example of an ecclesiastic represented as wearing a wig instead of the usual silk coif. Her drawing was excellent and spirited, her color strong and pure, and her portraits were sought by many distinguished persons. Several poems were written in praise of this artist, in one of which, by Dr. Woodfall, she is called Belasia. Her husband, Charles Beale, an inferior artist, was proud of his wife and spent much time in recording the visits she received, the praises lavished on her, and similar matters concerning her art and life. He left more than 30 pocket notebooks filled with these records, and showed himself far more content that his wife should be appreciated than any praise of himself could have made him. B. Bory Sorrel, MME, Amelie/B Prize of Honor at Exposition of Black and White, 1891, Third Class Medal, Salon, 1883, Bronze Medal Exposition, 1889. Born at Barcelona of French parents. Pupil of Julian Academy. Among her principal portraits are those of Léoncé, Félix Voisin, Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, MME. Sadi Carnot, Coralie Cohen, Princess Gika, etc. She has also painted the two vanquished ones, a woman physician, and a souvenir of a bullfight, pastel, etc. This artist has also contributed to several magazines. At the Salon of the Artistes Francais, 1902, she exhibited a portrait and a picture of Hamlet. In 1903, a picture, In the Train, MME. Bory Sorrel is also MME. Julian, wife of the head of the academy in which she was educated. Beau, Cecilia/B. Mary Smith Prize at the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, 1885, 1887, 1891, 1892. Gold Medal, Philadelphia Art Club, 1893. Dodge Prize, National Academy of Design, 1893. Bronze Medal, Carnegie Institute, 1896. First Class Gold Medal, $1,500, Carnegie Institute, $1,899. Temple Gold Medal, Pennsylvania Academy, 1900. Gold Medal, Paris Exposition, 1900. Gold Medal, 1901. Associate of National Academy of Design, Member of Society of American Artists, Associate of Société des Beaux-Arts, Paris. Born in Philadelphia. Studied under Mrs. T.A. Janvier, Adolphe van der Weylen, and William Sartain in Philadelphia, under Robert Fleury, Bouguereau, and Benjamin Constant in Paris. Her portraits are numerous. In 1894, she exhibited a portrait of a child at the exhibition of the Society of American Artists, which was much admired and noticed in the Century magazine, September, 1894, as follows. Few artists have the fresh touch which the child needs and the firm and rapid execution which allows the painter to catch the fleeting expression and the half-forms which make child portraits at once the longing and the despair of portrait painters. Miss Beau's technique is altogether French, sometimes reminding me a little of Carolus Duran and of Sargent. But her individuality has triumphed over all suggestions of her foreign masters, and the combination of refinement and strength is altogether her own. 7 years later, in the International Studio, September 1901, we read, "The mention of style suggests a reference to the portraits by Miss Cecilia Beaux, while the allusion to characterization suggests at the same time their limitation. The oftener one sees her Mother and Daughter, which gained the gold medal at Pittsburgh in 1899 and the gold medal also at last year's Paris Exposition, the less one feels inclined to accept it as a satisfactory example of portraiture. Magnificent assurance of method it certainly has, controlled also by a fine sobriety of feeling, so that no part of the ensemble impinges upon the due importance of the other parts. It is a balanced, dignified picture. But in its lack of intimacy, it is positively callous. One has met these ladies on many occasions, but with no increase of acquaintanceship or interest on either side. Our meetings are sterile of any human interest. So one turns with relief to Miss Beau's other picture of Dorothea and Francesca, an older girl leading a younger one in the steps of a dance. They are not concerned with us, but at least interested in one another, and we can attach ourselves, if only as outsiders, to the human interest involved. These pictures suggest a moment's consideration of the true meaning of the term Style, as applied to painting. Is it not more than the mere ableness of method, still more than the audacity of brushwork, that often passes for style? Is it possible to dissociate the manner of a picture from its embodiment of some fact or idea? For it to have style in the full sense of the word, surely it must embody an expression of life as serious and thorough as the method of record. Charles H. Caffin. In the International Studio of March, 1903, we read, "The portrait of Mrs. Roosevelt by Miss Cecilia Beaux seemed to me to be one of the happiest of her creations. Nothing could exceed the skill and daintiness with which the costume is painted, and the characterization of the head is more sympathetic than usual, offering a most winsome type of beautiful, good womanhood. A little child has been added to the picture an afterthought, I understand, and scarcely a fortunate one, at least in the manner of its presentment. The figure is cleverly merged in half-shadow, but the treatment of the face is brusque, and a most unpleasant smirk distorts the child's mouth. It is the portrait of the mother that carries the picture, and its superiority to many of Miss Beaux's portraits consists in the sympathy with her subject which the painter has displayed." Charles H. Caffin. A writer in the Mail and Express says, "Miss Beaux has approached the task of painting the society woman of today, not as one to whom this type is known only by the exterior, but with a sympathy as complete as a similar tradition and an artistic temperament will allow. Thus she starts with an advantage denied to all but a very few American portrait painters, and this explains the instinctive way in which she gives to her pictured subjects an air of natural ease and good breeding. Miss Beaux's picture of Brighton cats is so excellent that one almost regrets that she has not emulated Mme. Ronner's example and left portraits of humans to the many artists who cannot paint cats. B. Beck, Carol H. /B. Mary Smith Prize at Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, 1899. Fellow of above Academy and member of the Plastic Club, Philadelphia. Born in Philadelphia. Studied in schools of Pennsylvania Academy and later in Dresden and Paris. Miss Beck paints portraits and her works have been frequently exhibited. Her portraits are also seen in the University of Pennsylvania, in the Woman's Medical College, Philadelphia, in Wesleyan College, at the capitals of Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and other public places, as well as in many private homes. Miss Beck edited the catalog of the Wilstash collection of paintings in Memorial Hall, Fairmount Park, Philadelphia. B. Beckington Alice /B. B. Biernertz Euphrosyne /B. landscape painter. In 1873 she won a medal at Vienna, in 1875 a gold medal at the Brussels Salon, and still other medals at Philadelphia, 1876, Sydney, 1879, and Teplitz, 1879. She was made Chevalier de l'Ordre de Leopold in 1881. Emil. Biernertz was born at Ostend, 1831, and studied under Kuhner in Brussels. She traveled in Germany, France, and Italy, and exhibited admirable landscapes at Brussels, Antwerp, and Paris, her favorite subjects being Dutch. In 1878, the following pictures by her were shown in Paris: Lissière de Bois dans les Dunes, Zeeland, Le Village de Domburg, Zeeland, and Interieur de Bois à Oostkapelle, Holland. Other well-known works are Die Campagne and Aus der Umgebung von Oosterbeek. B. Begaz, Louis Parmentier, /B. born in Vienna, pupil of Schindler and Unger. She traveled extensively in Europe and the Orient and spent some time in Sicily. She married Adalbert Begaz in 1877 and then established her studio in Berlin. Her subjects are landscape, architectural monuments, and interiors. Some of the latter are especially fine. Her picture of the burial ground at Scutari was an unusual subject at the time it was exhibited and attracted much attention. Her rich gift in the use of color is best seen in her pictures of still life and flowers. In Berlin, in 1890, she exhibited before the walls of Constantinople and from Constantinople, which were essentially different from her earlier works and attracted much attention. Taormina in winter more nearly resembled her earlier pictures. Fraulein Parmenter also studied etching, in which Art Unger was her instructor. In her exquisite architectural pictures and landscapes, she has represented Italian motives almost exclusively. Among these are her views of Venice and other South Italian sketches, which are also the subjects of some of her etchings. Bibel Emil, André /B. member of the Société Nationale des Beaux-Arts, born in Paris. Pupil of Kazan. Paints in oils and pastels, landscapes especially, of which she exhibited 17 in June 1902. The larger part of these were landscape portraits, so to speak, as they were done on the spots represented with faithfulness to detail. The subjects were pleasing, and the various hours of day, with characteristic lighting, unusually well rendered. At the Salon des Beaux-Arts, 1902, this artist exhibited a large pastel, a halt at St. Mam's, and a souvenir of Worms, showing the tomb of Kazan. In 1903, she exhibited a pastel called Calvary, now in the museum at Amiens, which has been praised for its harmony of color and the manner in which the rainbow is represented. Her pictures of twilight and sunset are unusually successful. B. Benito Beltrami, Elisabetta, /B. painter and sculptor of the 19th century, living in Padua since 1858. Her talent, which showed itself early, was first developed by an unknown painter named Soldan, and later at the Royal Academy in Venice. She made copies of Guido, Sassoferrato and Veronese, the Laocoon group, and the Hercules of Canova, and executed a much-admired bas-relief called Love and Innocence. Among her original paintings are an Atala and Chactas, Petrarch's first meeting with Laura, a Descent from the Cross for the church at Tribano, a Saint Sebastian, Melancholy, a Saint Cyril, and many Madonnas. Her pictures are noble in conception and firm in execution. B. Benito y Tejada, Benita, /B. born in Bilbao, where she first studied drawing. Later she went to Madrid, where she entered the Escuela Superior. In the exposition of 1876 at Madrid, The Guardian was shown, and in 1881 a large canvas representing The First Step. B. Bernhardt, Sarah, /B. in 1869, this famous actress watched Matthew Musnier making a bust. She made her criticisms and they were always just. The sculptor told her that she had the eye of an artist and should use her talent in sculpture. Not long after she brought to him a medallion portrait of her aunt. So good was it that Matthew Musnier seriously encouraged her to persevere in her art. She was fascinated by the thought of what might be possible for her, took a studio, and sent to the Salon in 1875 a bust, which attracted much attention. In 1876, she exhibited After the Tempest, the subject taken from the story of a poor woman who, having buried 2 sons, saw the body of her last boy washed ashore after a storm. This work was marvelously effective, and a great future as a sculptress was foretold for the divine Sarah. At the Salon of 1878, she exhibited 2 portrait busts in bronze. This remarkable woman is a painter also, and exhibited a picture called La Jeune Fille et la Mort. One critic wrote of it, Sarah's picture shows very considerable feeling for color and more thought than the vast majority of modern paintings. The envious and evil speakers, who always want to say nasty things, pretend to trace in the picture very frequent touches of Alfred Stevens, who has been Sarah's master in painting, as Matthew Musnier was in sculpture. However that may be, Sarah has posed her figures admirably, and her coloring is excellent. It is worthy of notice that, being as yet a comparative beginner, she has not attempted to give any expression to the features of the young girl over whose shoulder death is peeping. One of the numerous ephemeral journals, which the young and old Juness of the Latin Quarter is constantly creating, has made a very clever caricature of the picture in a sort of Pompeian style. Death is represented by the grinning figure of Coquelin Aîné. The legend is La Jeune Fille et la Mort, or Coquelin Aîné, presenting Sarah Bernhardt the bill of costs of her fugue. In other words, Coquelin is death, handing to Sarah the undertaker's bill 300,000 francs for her civil burial at the Comédie Francaise. B. Bethune, Louise, /B. This architect, whose maiden name was Blanchard, was born in Waterloo, New York, 1856. She studied drawing and architecture, and in 1880 one opened an office, being the first woman architect in the United States. Since her marriage to Robert A. Bethune, they have practiced their art together. Mrs. Bethune is the only woman holding a fellowship in the American Institute of Architects. B. Beveridge Kuchen, /B. Honorable Mention in Paris twice. Born in Springfield, Illinois. Studied under William R. O'Donovan in New York and under Rodin in Paris. Among her works are a statue called Rhodesia, Rough Rider Monument, a statue called Lassier, which belongs to Dr. Jameson, busts of Cecil Rhodes, King Edward Roman VII, Grover Cleveland, Vice President Stevenson, Joseph Jefferson, Buffalo Bill, General Mann, hero of Mafeking, Thomas L. Johnson, and many others. Miss Beveridge was first noticed as an artist in this country in 1892, when her busts of ex-President Cleveland and Mr. Jefferson called favorable attention to her. In 1899, she married Charles Coghlan, and soon discovered that he had a living wife at the time of her marriage and obtained a divorce. Before she went to South Africa, Miss Beveridge had executed several commissions for Cecil Rhodes and others living in that country. Her mother is now the Countess von Reed, her home being in Europe, where her daughter has spent much time. She has married the second time an American, Mr. Branson, who resides at Johannesburg in the Transvaal. B. Biffin, Sarah, /B 1784-1850. It seems a curious fact that several persons born without arms and hands have become reputable artists. This miniature painter was one of these. Her first teacher, a man named Dukes, persuaded her to bind herself to live in his house and give her time to his service for some years. Later, when the Earl of Morton made her acquaintance, he proved to her that her engagement was not legally binding and wished her to give it up. But Miss Biffin was well treated by the Dukes and preferred to remain with them. The Earl of Morton, however, caused her to study under Mr. Craig, and she attained wonderful excellence in her miniatures. In 1821, the Duke of Sussex, on behalf of the Society of Arts, presented her with a prize medal for one of her pictures. She remained 16 years with the Dukes, and during this time never received more than £5 a year. After leaving them, she earned a comfortable income. She was patronized by George Roman III, and his successors, and Queen Victoria and the Prince Consort were her generous patrons, as well as many other distinguished persons. After the death of the Earl of Morton, she had no other friend to aid her in getting commissions or selling her finished pictures, and she moved to Liverpool. A small annuity was purchased for her, which, in addition to the few orders she received, supported her until her death at the age of 66. Her miniatures have been seen in loan collections in recent years. Her portrait of herself, on ivory, was exhibited in such a collection at South Kensington. B. Builders Marie, /B family name Van Boss. Born in Amsterdam, 1837, died in Wiesbaden, 1900. Pupil of Van de Sandbachhuizen, Bosboom and Johannes W. Builders. Settled in Oosterbeek and painted landscapes from views in the neighborhood. This artist was important, and her works are admired especially by certain Dutch artists who are famous in all countries. These facts are well known to me from good authority, but I fail to find a list of her works or a record of their present position. B. Bielinska, Anna, /B received the small gold medal at Berlin in 1891 and won distinguished recognition at other international exhibitions in Berlin and Munich by her portraits and figure studies. She was born in Warsaw in 1858 and died there in 1893. She studied in Paris, where she quickly became a favorite painter of aristocratic Russians and Poles. Her pictures are strong and of brilliant technique. B. Biondi, Nicola, /B born at Capua, 1866. This promising young Italian painter was a pupil of the Institute of Fine Arts in Naples. One of her pictures, called Una Partita, was exhibited at Naples and attracted much attention. It was purchased by Duke Martini. Another, Ultima Prova, was exhibited in Rome and favorably noticed. B. Blau, Tina, /B honorable mention in Paris, 1883, for her Spring in the Prater. Her land party is in the possession of the Emperor of Austria and in springtime belongs to the Prince Regent of Bavaria. This talented landscape painter was born in Vienna, 1847. She was a pupil of Schaffer in Vienna and of W. Lindenschmidt in Munich. After traveling in Austria, Holland, and Italy, she followed her predilection for landscape and chose her themes in great part from those countries. In 1884, she married Heinrich Lang, painter of battle scenes, who died in 1891, and she now works alternately in Munich and Vienna. In 1890, she gave an exhibition of her pictures in Munich. They were thought to show great vigor of composition and color and much delicacy of artistic perception. Her foreign scenes, especially, are characterized by unusual local truth and color. Among her best works are Studies from the Prater in Vienna, Canal at Amsterdam, Harvest Day in Holland, The Arch of Titus in Rome, Street in Venice, and Late Summer. B Block MME, Elissa/B Honorable Mention 1894, Officer of Public Instruction, Commander of the Order of the Liberator, Chevalier of the Order of the Dragon of Annam. Born at Breslau, Silesia, 1848, pupil of Chapu. She first exhibited at the Salon of 1878 a medallion portrait of M. Block. This was followed by Hope, the Golden Age, Virginius sacrificing his daughter, Moses receiving the tables of the law, etc. MME. Block has made numerous portrait busts, among them being the kings of Spain and Portugal, Buffalo Bill, C. Flammarion, etc. At the Salon of the Artistes Francais, 1903, MME. Block exhibited a portrait of M. Frederick Passy, member of the Institute. B. Bicardo, Lena Zerbina/B. Rome. B. Bohm Rita/B. a Hungarian artist, has been much talked of in Dresden. She certainly possesses distinguished talents and is easily in the front rank of Dresden women artists. Her gouache pictures dealing with Hungarian subjects, a village street, a peasant farm, a churchyard, exhibited at Dresden in 1892, were well drawn and full of sentiment, but lacking in color sense and power. She works unevenly and seems pleased when she succeeds in setting a scene cleverly. She paints portraits also, mostly in pastel, which are spirited but not especially good likenesses. What she can do in the way of color may be seen in her Village Street in Winter, a picture of moderate size in which the light is exquisite. Unfortunately, most of her painting is less admirable than this. B. Boissonnas, MME. Caroline Sordet/B Honorable Mention at the Salon of Lyons, 1897. Member of the Exposition Permanente Amis des Beaux-Arts, Geneva. Born in Geneva. Pupil of the School of Fine Arts, Geneva, under Prof. F. Gillett and M. E. Ravel. This artist paints portraits principally. She has been successful, and her pictures are in Geneva, Lausanne, Vevey, Paris, Lyon, Marseille, Dresden, Naples, etc. B. Bompiani Battaglia, Clelia/B. Born in Rome, 1847. Pupil of her father, Roberto Bompiani, and of the professors in the Academy of St. Luke. The following pictures in watercolors have established her reputation as an artist. Confidential Communication, 1885, The Fortune Teller, 1887, A Public Copyist, 1888, and The Wooing, 1888. B. Ben-Hur, Juliette MME, Peyral/B. Born at Paris, sister of Rosa Ben-Hur and a pupil of her father. Among her pictures are a flock of geese, a flock of sheep lying down, and kindred subjects. The last named work was much remarked at the Salon of 1875. In 1878, she exhibited The Pool and The Mother's Kiss. MME. Peyral was associated with her famous sister in the conduct of the Free School of Design, founded by Rosa Ben-Hur in 1849. B. Ben-Hur Marie Rosalie/B 1822-99. Member of Antwerp Institute, 1868. Salon Medals, 1845, 1848, 1855, 1867. Legion of Honor, 1865. Leopold Cross, 1880. Commander's Cross, Royal Order of Isabella the Catholic, 1880. Born in Bordeaux. She was taught drawing by her father, who, perceiving that she had unusual talent, permitted her to give up dressmaking, to which, much against her will, she had been apprenticed. From 1855, her fame was established. She was greatly appreciated, and her works competed for in England and the United States, as well as in European countries. Her chief merit is the actual truthfulness with which she represented animals. Her skies might be bettered in some cases. The atmosphere of her pictures was sometimes open to question, but her animals were anatomically perfect and handled with such virility as few men have excelled or even equaled. Her position as an artist is so established that no quoted opinions are needed when speaking of her. She was one of the most famous women of her century. Her home at Bay was near Fontainebleau, where she lived quietly, and for some years held gratuitous classes for drawing. She left, at her death, a collection of pictures, studies, etchings, etc., which were sold by auction in Paris soon after. Her Ploughing in the Nivernais, 1848, is in the Luxembourg Gallery. The Horse Fair, 1853, is seen in the National Gallery, London, in a replica, the original being in the United States, purchased by the late A. T. Stewart. Her Hay Harvest in the Auvergne, 1855, is one of her most important works. After 1867, Emile Ben-Hur did not exhibit at the Salon until 1899, a few weeks before her death. One must pay a tribute to this artist as a good and generous woman. She founded the Free School of Design for Girls, and in 1849 took the direction of it and devoted much of her valuable time to its interests. How valuable an hour was to her, we may understand when we remember that Hamerton says, "I have seen work of hers which, according to the price given, must have paid her £100 for each day's labor." The story of her life is of great interest and can be but slightly sketched here. She was afoot betimes in the morning, and often walked 10 or 12 miles and worked hard all day. The difficulty of reaching her models proved such a hindrance to her that she conceived the idea of visiting the abattoirs, where she could see animals living and dead and study their anatomy. It is not easy to imagine all the difficulties she encountered in doing this, the many repulsive features of such places, while the company of drovers and butchers made one of the disagreeables of her pursuits. Her love for the animals, too, made it doubly hard for her to see them in the death agony and listen to their pitiful cries for freedom. In all this experience, however, she met no rude or unkind treatment. Her drawings won the admiration of the men who watched her make them, and they treated her with respect. She pursued her studies in the same manner in the stables of the veterinary school at Alfort and in the Jardin des Plantes. At other times, she studied in the country the quiet grazing herds, and though often mistaken for a boy on account of the dress she wore, she inspired only admiration for her simplicity and frankness of manner, while the graziers and horse dealers respectfully regarded her and wondered at her skill in picturing their favorite animals. Some very amusing stories might be told of her comical embarrassments in her country rambles, when she was determined to preserve her disguise, and the pretty girls were equally determined to make love to her. Aside from all this laborious study of living animals, she obtained portions of dead creatures for dissection, also molds, casts, and illustrated anatomical books. And, in short, she left no means untried by which she could perfect herself in the specialty she had chosen. Her devotion to study and to the practice of her art was untiring, and only the most engrossing interest in it and an indomitable perseverance, supplemented and supported by a physically and morally healthful organization, could have sustained the nervous strain of her life from the day when she was first allowed to follow her vocation to the time when she placed herself in the front rank of animal painters. A most charming picture is drawn of the life of the Ben-Hur family in the years when Rosa was making her progressive steps. They lived in an humble house in the Rue Rumfort, the father, Auguste, Isidore, and Rosa all working in the same studio. She had many birds and a pet sheep. As the apartment of the Ben-Hurs was on the 6th floor, this sheep lived on the leads, and from time to time Isidore bore him on his shoulders down all the stairs to the neighboring square, where the animal could browse on the real grass and afterward be carried back by one of the devoted brothers of his mistress. They were very poor, but they were equally happy. At evening, Rosa made small models or illustrations for books or albums, which the dealers readily bought, and by this means she added to the family store for needs or pleasures. In 1841, when Rosa was 19 years old, she first experienced the pleasures, doubts, and fears attendant upon a public exhibition of one's work. 2 small pictures, called Goats and Sheep and 2 Rabbits, were hung at the Salon and were praised by critics and connoisseurs. The next year she sent 3 others, Animals in a Pasture, a cow lying in a meadow, and a horse for sale. She continued to send pictures to the Salon and to some exhibitions in other cities, and received several bronze and silver medals. In 1845, she sent 12 works to the Salon, accompanied by those of her father and her brother Auguste, who was admitted that year for the first time. In 1840, 8 Isidore was added to the list, exhibiting a picture and a group in marble, both representing a combat between a lioness and an African horseman. And finally, the family contributions were completed when Juliette, now Madame Perrault, added her pictures, and the works of the 5 artists were seen in the same exhibition. In 1849, Rosa Ben-Hur's Cantal Oxen was awarded the gold medal, and was followed by Ploughing in the Nivernais, so well known the world over by engravings and photographs. When the medal was assigned her, Horace Vernet proclaimed her triumph to a brilliant assemblage, and also presented to her a magnificent vase of Sèvres porcelain, in the name of the French government. This placed her in the first rank of living artists, and the triumph was of double value to her on account of the happiness it afforded her father to see this, his oldest child, of whose future he had often despaired, taking so eminent a place in the artistic world. This year of success was also a year of sorrow, for before its end the old Raymond had died. He had been for some time the director of the Government School of Design for Girls, and, being freed from pecuniary anxiety, he had worked with new courage and hope. After her father's death, Rosa Benhur exhibited nothing for 2 years, but in 1853 she brought out her horse fair, which added to her fame. She was perfectly at home in the mountains, and spent much time in the huts of charcoal burners, huntsmen, or woodcutters, contented with the food they could give her and happy in her study. Thus she made her sketches for Morning in the Highlands, The Denizens of the Mountains, etc. She once lived 6 weeks with her party on the Spanish side of the Pyrenees, where they saw no one save muleteers going and coming, with their long lines of loaded mules. Their only food was frogs' legs, which they prepared themselves, and the black bread and curdled milk which the country afforded. At evening, the muleteers would amuse the strangers by dancing the national dances, and then repose in picturesque groups just suited to artistic sketching. In Scotland and in Switzerland, as well as in various portions of her own country, she had similar experiences, and her haymaking in Auvergne proves that she was familiar with the more usual phases of country life. At the Knowles sale in London, in 1865, her picture of Spanish muleteers crossing the Pyrenees, one of the results of the above sojourn in these mountains, sold for 2,000 guineas, about $10,000. I believe that, in spite of the large sums of money that she received, her habitual generosity and indifference to wealth prevented her amassing a large fortune. But her fame as an artist and her womanly virtues brought the rewards which she valued above anything that wealth could bestow, such rewards as will endure through centuries and surround the name of Rosa Benhur with glory, rewards which she untiringly labored to attain. B. Bonsall, Elizabeth F./B. First Toppin Prize and Mary Smith Prize twice at Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, member of Plastic Club Philadelphia, born at Philadelphia, studied at the above-named academy and in Paris, also at the Drexel Institute, Philadelphia, under Eakins, Courtois, Collin, and Howard Pyle. Miss Bonsall is well known for her pictures of cats. She illustrated The Fireside Sphinx by Agnes Repplier. Her picture of Hot Milk is in the Pennsylvania Academy, her Suspense in a private gallery in New York. An interesting chapter in Miss Winslow's book, Concerning Cats, is called Concerning Cat Artists, in which she writes, Elizabeth Bonsall is a young American artist who has exhibited some good cat pictures, and whose work promises to make her famous someday if she does not weary in well-doing. Miss Bonsall has prepared a cat calendar and a child's book about cats, which were promised to appear in the autumn of 1903. B. Bonsall, Mary M./B. First Toppin Prize at Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, member of the Plastic Club Philadelphia, studied at above academy under Vaughn, DeCamp, William Chase, and Cecilia Beau. This artist paints portraits, which are in private hands. B. Bont Paula/B. born in Magdeburg, 1840, and from 1862 to 1864 was a pupil of Pape in Berlin. She traveled and studied in northern Italy and Switzerland, and from these regions as well as from northern Germany took her subjects. She has exhibited pictures at various exhibitions, and among her best works should be mentioned The Beach at Clovelly in Devonshire, from the Bernese Oberland, the Riemenstalden Valley, etc. B. Boot Elizabeth/B. born in Cambridge. Miss Boot was one of those pupils of William M. Hunt to whom he imparted a wonderful artistic enthusiasm, energy, and devotion. After studying in Boston, she studied in Paris under Duveneck, whom she afterward married and under Couture. Her subjects were genre, still life, and flowers, and were well considered. Among her genre pictures are an old man reading, an old Roman peasant, and a girl with a cat. When in Italy, she painted a number of portraits, which were successful. Miss Brewster, who lived in Rome, was an excellent critic, and she wrote, I must say a few words about a studio I have lately visited, Miss Boots. I saw there 3 very fine portraits, remarkable for strength and character, as well as rich coloring, one of Mr. Boot, one of Bishop Say, and the third of T. Adolphus Trollope, the well-known writer and brother of the novelist, Anthony Trollope. All are good likenesses and are painted with vigor and skill, but the one of Mr. Trollope is especially clever. Trollope's head and face, though a good study, are not easy to paint, but Miss Boot has succeeded to perfection. His head and beard are very fine. The face in nature, but for the melancholy, kindly look about the eyes and mouth, would be stern. Miss Boot has caught this expression and yet retained all the firm character of the countenance. It is remarkable that an artist who paints male heads with such a vigorous character should also give to flowers softness, transparency, and grace. Nothing can be more lovely than Miss Boot's flower studies. She has some delicious poppies among wheat, lilies, thistles. She gets a transparency into these works that is not facile in oil. A bunch of roses in a vase was as tender and round and soft-colored as in nature. Among all the many studios of Rome, I do not know a more attractive one than Miss Boot's. B. Bordelon, Rosa, / born at Treviso. She was placed in the Academy at Venice by her family, where she had the benefit of such masters as Grigolti, Liparini, Schiavoni, and Zandomneghi. She early showed much originality, and after making thorough preliminary studies, she began to follow her own ideas. She was of a mystical and contemplative turn of mind, and a great proportion of her work has been of a religious nature. Her pictures began to attract attention about 1847, and she had many commissions for altarpieces and similar work. The Church of Valdobbiadene at Venice contains San Venanziano Fortunatus, Bishop. St. Louis was painted as a commission of Brandelin de Pieve. Count Justinian replying to Bonaparte in Treviso was a subscription picture presented to Signor Zoccolto. Portraits of the Countess Canossa Portaluppi and her son, of Luigi Codmo, and of Luigi Giacomelli are thought to possess great merit, while those of Dr. Pasquali, in the picture gallery at Treviso, and Michelangelo Codmo have been judged superior to those of Rosalba Carriera and Angelica Kaufmann. Her sacred pictures, strong and good in color, are full of a mystical and spiritual beauty. Her drawing is admirable, and her treatment of detail highly finished. B. Borzino, Leopoldina, / B. Milanese watercolor painter, has shown excellent genre pictures at various exhibitions. The Holiday and The Return from Mass were both exhibited and sold at Rome in 1883. The Way to Calvary was seen at Venice in 1887. The Rosary, Anguish, and Going to the Fountain are all distinguished by good color as well as by grace and originality of composition. B. Bouguereau, MME, Elizabeth Jane / B. C. Gardner. B. Boulanger, MME, Marie Elizabeth / B. Medals at the Paris Salon in 1836 and 1839. Born in Paris, 1810. Her family name was Blavat, and after the death of M. Boulanger she married M. Cavet, director of the Academy of the Beaux-Arts. Her picture of the Virgin in Tears is in the Museum of Rouen, and the Children's Tournament, a triptych, was purchased by the government. B. Burlin-Tournay, MME. Jean, / B. Medal of the Second Class at Exposition Universelle at Lyon, Silver Medal at Versailles, Honorable Mention at Paris Salon, 1896. The 2 prizes of the Union des Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs Les Palmes Académiques, 1895. The Rosette of an Officer of the Public Instruction in 1902. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais, of the Union des Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs, and of the Association de Baron Taylor. Born at Paris, 1870. Pupil of Ferdinand Humbert and G. C. Saint-Pierre. This artist paints portraits, and among them are those of a young girl, which belongs to the General Council of the Seine, one of the Senator Théophile Roussel of the Institute, and a portrait of an aged lady, both purchased by the government, one of M. Auguste Boyer, Councillor of the Court of Cassation, and many others. At the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1902, MME, Burlin-Tournay exhibited 2 portraits, one being that of her mother, in 1903, that of M. Boyer and one of MME. B. B. Bowen, Loda, / B. Member of Society of Women Artists, London, the Tempera Society, and the 91 Art Club. Born at Armley, Yorkshire. Studied in Ludovisi's studio, London, later in Rome under Santoro, and in the night classes of the Circolo Artistico. Her pictures are principally landscapes and are chiefly in private collections in England. Among the most important are On the Venetian Lagoons, Old Stone Pines, Lido, Venice, Evening on Lake Lugano, Evening Glow on the Dolomites, The Old Bird Fancier, Moonrise on Crowborough, Sussex. All these have been exhibited at the Academy. Miss Loda Bowen constantly receives most favorable notices of her works in magazines and journals. She is devotedly fond of her art and has sought subjects for her brush in many European byways, as well as in North Africa, Turkey, and Montenegro. She paints portraits and figure subjects, has a broad, swinging brush and great love of tone. Miss Bowen has recently built a studio in Kensington after her own design. She is in London from Christmas time to August, when she makes an annual journey for sketching. B. Bizzino Candida Luigia /B. Silver Medal at Piacenza. Born at Piacenza 1853, pupil of her father. Her portrait of Alessandro Manzoni was her prize picture. The Madonna of the Sacred Heart of Jesus was painted on a commission from the Bishop of Piacenza, who presented it to Pope Pius Roman IX. After being exhibited at the Vatican, it was sent to the Bishop of Jesi for the Church of Castelplanio. Other celebrated works of hers are A. Holy Family, the Madonna of Lourdes, and several copies of the Via Crucis by Viganoni. In 1881, this artist entered the Ursuline convent at Piacenza, where she continues to paint religious pictures. B. Bracken, Julia M. /B. First Prize for Sculpture, Chicago, 1898, appointed on staff of sculptors for the St. Louis Exposition. Member of Arts Club, Western Society of Artists, Municipal Art League, and Crail Workshop, Chicago. Born at Apple River, Ill, 1871. Pupil of Chicago Art Institute. Acted as assistant to Lorado Taft, 1887–92. Was much occupied with the decorations for the Columbian Exposition, and executed on an independent commission the statue of Illinois welcoming the nations. There are to be 5 portrait statues placed in front of the educational building at St. Louis, each to be executed by a well-known artist. One of these is to be the work of Miss Bracken, who is the only woman among them. Miss Bracken has modeled an heroic portrait statue of President Monroe. Beside the figure is a globe, on which he points out the junction of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers. B. Brackwimond, MME, Marie/B. Pupil of Ingers, a portrait painter, also painter of genre subjects. At the Salon of 1875 she exhibited the reading, in 1874 Marguerite. She has been much occupied in the decoration of the Haviland faience, a branch of these works at Auteuil, being at one time in charge of her husband, Felix Brackwimond. In 1872, M. Brackwimond was esteemed the first ceramic artist in France. An eminent French critic said of M and MME, Brackwimond, "You cannot praise too highly these two artists, who are as agreeable and as clever as they are talented and esteemed." MME, Brackwimond had the faculty of employing the faience colors so well that she produced a clearness and richness not attained by other artists. The progress made in the Haviland faience in the 70s was very largely due to MME. Brackwimond, whose pieces were almost always sold from the atelier before being fired, so great was her success. B. Brandes Antonetta /B. Many prizes at the Academy of Venice. Born of Bohemian parents in Moscova, Galicia, 1849. Pupil of Iovurek of Prague, in the beginning of her studies, but her father dying and her mother marrying again, she was taken to Venice, where she studied in the academy several years under Grigolti, Moggia, Bresolin, Nanni, and Momenti. Although all her artistic training was received in Italy, and she made her first successes there, most of her works have been exhibited in London, under the impression that she was better understood in England. Annoyed by the commendation of her pictures as the work of a woman, she signed a number of her canvases Antonio Brandes. Although she painted religious subjects for churches, her special predilection is for views of Venice, preferably those in which the gondola appears. She has studied these in their every detail. Il Canal Traghetto de San Geremia is in the Museum Rivoltella at Trieste. This and Il Canal dell'Abbazia della Misericordia have been much commended by foreign critics, especially the English and Austrians. Other Venetian pictures are La Cice della Salute, Il Canal de Canal Reggio, and La Pescaria. B. Breslau, Louisa Catherine, /B. Gold Medal at Paris Exposition, 1889, Gold Medal at Paris Exposition, 1900. Chevalier of the Legion of Honor, 1901. Member of the Société Nationale des Beaux-Arts. A Swiss artist who made her studies at the Julian Academy under Robert Fleury. She has painted many portraits. Her picture under the apple tree is in the museum at Lausanne. The Little Girls, or The Sisters, and The Child Dreamer exhibited at Salon 1902 are in the Gallery of the Luxembourg, The Gamins, in the Museum at Carpentras, The Tea Party, at the Ministry of the Interior, Paris. At the Salon of 1902 Emil, Breslau exhibited 6 pictures, among which were landscapes, 2 representing September and October at St. Cloud, 2 of fruit and flowers, all of which were admired, while the dreamer was honored with a place in the Luxembourg. In the same salon, she exhibited 6 pictures in pastel, 4 portraits, and heads of a gamin and of a little girl. The portrait of Margot is an ideal picture of a happy child, seated at a table, resting her head on her left hand, while with the right she turns the leaves of a book. A toy chicken and a doll are on the table beside her. In the Salon of 1903, she exhibited 5 pictures of flowers and another called The Child with Long Hair. I was first interested in this artist by the frequent references to her and her work in the journal of Marie Bashkirtseff. They were fellow pupils in the Julian Academy. Soon after she began her studies there, Marie Bashkirtseff writes, "Breslau has been working at the studio 2 years, and she is 20. I am 17, but Breslau had taken lessons for a long time before coming here. How well that Breslau draws. That miserable Breslau has composed a picture, Monday morning, or the choice of a model. Everyone belonging to the studio is in it Julian standing between Amélie and me. It is correctly done, the perspective is good, the likeness is everything. When one can do a thing like that, one cannot fail to become a great artist. You have guessed it, have you not? I am jealous. That is well, for it will serve as a stimulus to me. I am jealous of Breslau. She does not draw at all like a woman. I am terrified when I think of the future that awaits Breslau. It fills me with wonder and sadness. In her compositions, there is nothing womanish, commonplace, or disproportioned. She will attract attention at the Salon, for, in addition to her treatment of it, the subject itself will not be a common one. The above prophecy has been generously fulfilled. Emil. Breslau is indeed a poet in her ability to picture youth and its sweet intimacies, and she does this so easily. With a touch, she reveals the grace of one and the affectations of another subject of her brush, and skillfully renders the varying emotions in the faces of her pictures. Pleasure and suffering, the fleeting thought of the child, the agitation of the young girl are all depicted with rare truthfulness. B. Brewster, Ada Augusta, /B. B. Brickdale, Miss Alinari Fortescue, /B. B. Brixi, or Brizio, Plautilla, /B. Very little is known of this Roman artist of the 17th century, but that little marks her as an unusually gifted woman, since she was a practical architect and a painter of pictures. She was associated with her brother in some architectural works in and near Rome, and was the only woman of her time in this profession. She is believed to have erected a small palace near the Porta San Pancrazio, unaided by her brother, and is credited with having designed in the church of San Luigi de Francesi the 3rd chapel on the left aisle, dedicated to St. Louis, and with having also painted the altarpiece in this chapel. B. Bridges, Fidelia, /B. Associate of the National Academy of Design in 1878, when but 3 other women were thus honored. Born in Salem, Massachusetts, studied with W. T. Richards in Philadelphia and later in Europe during 1 year. She exhibited her pictures from 1869 in Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. Her subjects were landscapes and flowers. In 1871, she first painted in watercolors, which suited many of her pictures better than oils. She was elected a member of the Watercolor Society in 1875. To the Philadelphia Exposition, 1876, she sent a kingfisher and catkins, a flock of snowbirds, and the corner of a rye field. Of the last, a writer in the Art Journal said, "Miss Bridges' edge of a rye field, with a foreground of roses and weeds, is a close study, and shows that she is as happy in the handling of oil colors as in those mixed with water." Another critic wrote, "Her works are like little lyric poems, and she dwells with loving touches on each of her buds, like blossoms adult among the leaves. Her pictures are in private collections, and are much valued by their owners." B. Brooks Maria, /B. B. Brownscombe Jenny, /B, pupil of the National Academy and the Art Students League, New York, and of Henry Mosler in Paris. Paints genre subjects, among which are Love's Young Dream, Colonial Minuet, Sir Roger de Coverley at Carville Hall, Battle of Roses, etc. The works of this artist have been reproduced in engravings and etchings and are well known in black and white. Her watercolors, too, have been published in photogravure. Miss Brownscombe exhibits at many American exhibitions and has had her work accepted at the Royal Academy, London. B. Brown, Matilda, /B. Honorable Mention at Chicago, 1893, Dodge Prize at National Academy of Design, 1899, Hallgarten Prize, 1901. Born in Newark, New Jersey. Pupil of Miss Kate Greatorex, of Carlton Wiggins, New York, of the Julian Academy, Paris, of H.S. Burbing in Holland, and of Jules Dupré on the coast of France. When a child, this artist lived very near Thomas Moran and was allowed to spend much time in his studio, where she learned the use of colors. She exhibited her first picture at the National Academy of Design when 12 years old and has been a constant contributor to its exhibitions since that time. Also to the exhibitions of the American Watercolor Society. Her earliest pictures were of flowers, and during several years she had no teacher. At length she decided to study battle painting, and after a summer under Carlton Wiggins, she went abroad in 1890 and remained 2 years, painting in the schools in winter and out of doors in summer. Miss Brown exhibited at the Salon des Beaux-Arts in 1890, and many of her works have been seen in exhibits in this country. The Dodge Prize was awarded to a picture called The Last Load, and the Hallgarten Prize to Repose, a moonlight scene with cattle. Her pictures are in private collections. B. Brown, Mrs. John Appleton Brown, /B. born in Newburyport. This artist paints in oils. Her subjects are landscapes, flowers, and still life. She has also painted cats successfully. I Have a Winter Landscape by Mrs. Brown, which is unusually attractive and is often admired. She sends her works to the exhibitions of the Boston Art Club and to some exhibitions in New York. B. Brown, MME. Henriette/B. born at Paris, 1829–1901, pupil of Chaplin. The family name of this artist was Baudelaire, and she married M. Jules de Saux, but as an artist used the name of an ancestress. Her pictures of genre subjects very early attracted attention, especially in 1855 when she sent to the Salon a brother of the Christian School, School for the Poor at Aix, Mutual Instruction, and Rabbits. Her works were popular and brought good prices. In 1868, the Sisters of Charity sold for £1,320. In 1878, she exhibited A Grandmother and Convalescence. Her oriental scenes were much admired. Among these were a court in Damascus, Nubian dancing girls, and a harem in Constantinople. MME. Brown was also skillful as an engraver. T. Chasserell wrote in L'Art, her touch without over-minuteness has the delicacy and security of a fine work of the needle. The accent is just without that seeking for virile energy which too often spoils the most charming qualities. The sentiment is discreet without losing its intensity in order to attract public notice. The painting of MME. Henriette Brown is at an equal distance from grandeur and insipidity, from power and affectation, and gathers from the just balance of her nature some effects of taste and charm of which a parvenu in art would be incapable. The late Reverend Charles Kingsley wrote of the picture of the Sisters of Charity, of the sale of which I have spoken, as follows. The picture which is the best modern instance of this happy hitting of this golden mean, whereby beauty and homely fact are perfectly combined, is in my eyes Henrietta Brown's picture of the sick child and the Sisters of Charity. I know not how better to show that it is easy to be at once beautiful and true, if one only knows how, than by describing that picture. Criticize it I dare not, for I believe that it will surely be ranked hereafter among the very highest works of modern art. If I find no fault in it, it is because I have none to find, because the first sight of the picture produced in me instantaneous content and confidence. There was nothing left to wish for, nothing to argue about. The thing was what it ought to be, and neither more nor less, and I could look on it, not as a critic, but as a learner only. This is praise indeed from an Englishman writing of a Frenchwoman's picture an Englishman, with no temptation to say what he did not think. And we may accept his words as the exact expression of the effect the picture made on him. B. Brune, MME, Aimé Pages, /B Medal of Second Class at Salon of 1831, First Class in 1841, born in Paris, 1803–66, pupil of Charles Maynier, painted historical and genre subjects. In 1831 she exhibited Undine, the Elopement, Sleep, and Awakening. In 1841 a picture of Moses. She painted several Bible scenes, among which were the daughter of Jairus and Jephthah's daughter. B. Buchmann, Frau Helene, / her pictures have been seen at some annual exhibitions in Germany, but she is best known by her portraits of celebrated persons. Born in Berlin, 1849. Pupil of Steffeck and Gusso. Among her portraits are those of Princess Karolath-Buthen, Countess Brühl, Prince and Princess Bayern von Kurland, and the youngest son of Prince Radziwill. She resides in Brussels. B. Butler, Mildred A. /B, Associate of the Royal Society of Painters in Watercolors and of the Society of Lady Artists. Pupil of Naftal, Calderon, and Garstin. Has exhibited at the Royal Academy and New Gallery. Her picture called The Morning Bath, exhibited at the Academy in 1896, was purchased under the Chantry bequest and is in the Tate Gallery. It is a watercolor, valued at £50. Miss Butler exhibited A Corner of the Bargello, Florence, at the London Academy in 1903. B. Butler, Lady Elizabeth, /B, born in Lausanne about 1844. Elizabeth Southerton Thompson. As a child, this artist was fond of drawing soldiers and horses. She studied at the South Kensington School, at Florence under Bellucci, and in Rome. She worked as an amateur some years, first exhibiting at the Academy in 1873 her picture called Missing, which was praised. But the roll call of the following year placed her in the front rank of the Academy exhibitors. It was purchased by the Queen and hung in Windsor Castle. She next exhibited the 28th Regiment at Quatre Bras, The Return from Inkerman, purchased by the Fine Art Society for £3,000. This was followed by kindred subjects. In 1890, Lady Butler exhibited Evicted. In 1891, the Camel Corps, in 1892, halt in a forced march. In 1895, the Dawn of Waterloo, in 1896, steady the drums and fifes. In 1902, tent pegging in India. In 1903, within sound of the guns. In 1869, she painted a religious picture called the Magnificat. In watercolors, she has painted sketches in Tuscany and several pictures of soldiers, among which are Scots Greys advancing and cavalry at a gallop. Lady Butler has recently appeared as an author, publishing Letters from the Holy Land, illustrated by 16 most attractive drawings in colors. The Spectator says, Lady Butler's letters and diary, the outcome of a few weeks' journeyings in Palestine, express simply and forcibly the impressions made on a devout and cultivated mind by the scenes of the Holy Land. In 1875, Ruskin wrote in Notes of the Academy, I never approached a picture with more iniquitous prejudice against it than I did Miss Thompson's Quatre Bras, partly because I have always said that no woman could paint, and secondly because I thought what the public made such a fuss about must be good for nothing. But it is Amazon's work this, no doubt of it, and the first fine pre-Raphaelite picture of battle we have had, profoundly interesting and showing all manner of illustrative and realistic faculty. The sky is most tenderly painted, and with the truest outline of cloud of all in the exhibition, and the terrific piece of gallant wrath and ruin on the extreme left, when the cuirassier is catching round the neck of his horse as he falls, and the convulsed fallen horse, seen through the smoke below, is wrought through all the truth of its frantic passion, with gradations of color and shade which I have not seen the like of since Turner's death. The Art Journal, 1877, says, Inkerman is simply a marvelous production when considered as the work of a young woman who was never on the field of battle. No matter how many figures she brings into the scene, or how few, you may notice character in each figure. Each is a superb study. Her recent picture, Within Sound of the Guns, shows a company of mounted soldiers on the confines of a river in South Africa. B. Cameron, Catherine, /B, member of the Royal Scottish Society of Painters in Watercolors, Modern Sketch Club, London, Ladies' Art Club, Glasgow, born in Glasgow. Studied at Glasgow School of Art under Professor Newbery and at the Colarossi Academy, Paris, under Raphael Collin and Gustave Courtois. Her pictures are of genre subjects principally and are in private collections. The sea urchin, Miss Cameron writes, is in one of the public collections of Germany. I cannot remember which. She also says, except for my diploma RSW and having my drawings sometimes in places of honor, usually on the line and often reproduced in magazines. I have no other honors. I have no medals. In the Magazine of Art, June 1903, her picture of a bullfight in Madrid is reproduced. It is full of action and true to the life of these horrors as I have seen them in Madrid. Doubtless the color is brilliant, as the costumes of the toreadors are always so, and there are two in this picture. This work was displayed at the exhibition of the Royal Scottish Academy, June 1903, of which a writer says, "A feeling for color has always been predominant in the Scottish school, and it is here conspicuously displayed, together with a method of handling, be it in the domain of figure or landscape, which is personal to the artist and not a mere academic tradition." In the studio of May 1903, J.L.C., who writes of the same exhibition, calls this picture admirable in both action and color. B. Carl, Kate A./B. Honorable Mention, Paris Salon, 1890, Chevalier of the Legion of Honor, 1896, Honorable Mention, Paris Exposition, 1900. Associé de la Société Nationale des Beaux-Arts. Born in New Orleans, pupil of Julian Academy and of Courtois in Paris. This artist's name has been made prominent by the fact of her being selected to paint a portrait of the Empress of China. Miss Carl has frequently exhibited at the Salon. In 1902, she sent portraits in both oil and watercolors. One of these works, called Angelina, impresses one as a faithful portrait of a model. She is seated and gracefully posed. The face is in a full front view, the figure turned a little to one side and nude to the waist. The hands are folded on the lap and hold a flower. A gauze-like drapery falls about the left shoulder and the arms, but does not conceal them. The background is a brocade or tapestry curtain. I have seen a reproduction only and cannot speak of the color. The whole effect of the picture is attractive. For the purpose of painting the portrait of the Chinese Empress, Miss Carl was assigned an apartment in the palace. It is said that the picture was to be finished in December 1903 and will probably be seen at the St. Louis exhibition. B. Carlyle, Mistress Anne/B died in 1680. Was a favorite artist of King Charles I. It is said that on one occasion the king bought a quantity of ultramarine, for which he paid £500 and divided it between Van Dyck and Mistress Carlyle. Her copies after the Italian masters were of great excellence. She painted in oils as well as in watercolors. One of her pictures represents her as teaching a lady to use the brush. When we remember that Charles, who was so constantly in contact with Van Dyck, could praise Mistress Carlyle, we must believe her to have been a good painter. Mistress Anne has sometimes been confounded with the Countess of Carlisle, who was distinguished as an engraver of the works of Salvator Rosa, etc. B. Carpenter, Margaret Sarah/B. the largest gold medal and other honors from the Society of Arts, London. Born at Salisbury, England. 1793–1872, pupil of a local artist in Salisbury when quite young. Lord Radnor's attention was called to her talent, and he permitted her to copy in the gallery of Longford Castle and advised her sending her pictures to London and later to go there herself. She made an immediate success as a portrait painter, and from 1814, during 52 years, her pictures were annually exhibited at the Academy with a few rare exceptions. Her family name was Geddes. Her husband was keeper of the prints and drawings in the British Museum more than 20 years, and after his death, his wife received a pension of £100 a year in recognition of his services. Her portraits were considered excellent as likenesses. Her touch was firm, her color brilliant, and her works in oils and watercolors as well as her miniatures were much esteemed. Many of them were engraved. Her portrait of the sculptor Gibson is in the National Portrait Gallery, London. A life-size portrait of Anthony Stewart, miniature painter, called Devotion, and the Sisters, portraits of Mrs. Carpenter's daughters with a picture of Ockham Church, are at South Kensington. She painted a great number of portraits of titled ladies which are in the collections of their families. Among the more remarkable were those of Lady Eastner, 1825, Lady King, daughter of Lord Byron, 1835, Countess Ribblesdale, etc. Her portraits of Fraser Tytler, John Gherkin, and Bonington are in the National Portrait Gallery, London. In the South Kensington Gallery are her pictures of Devotion St. Francis, which is a life-size study of Anthony Stewart, the miniature painter, the Sisters, Occam Church, and an old woman spinning. B. Carpentier, Emil, Madeline/B. Honorable Mention, 1890, Third-Class Medal, 1896. Born in Paris, 1865. Pupil of Bonnefoy and of Jules Lefebvre at the Julian Academy. Since 1885, this artist has exhibited many portraits as well as flower and fruit pieces, these last in watercolors. In 1896, her pictures were The Communicants and The Candles, a pastel purchased by the city of Paris. Among Friends is in the Museum of Bordeaux. At the Salon of the Artistes Francaise, 1902, Emil Carpentier exhibited a picture called Reflection, and in 1903 a portrait of Mme. L.T. and the Little Goose Herders. B. Carriera, Rosalba/B, better known as Rosalba. Born in Venice 1675–1757 and had an eventful life. Her artistic talent was first manifested in lace weaving, which as a child she preferred before any games or amusements. She studied painting under several masters, technique under Antonio Balestra, pastel painting with Antonio Nazari and Diamantini, and miniature painting, in which she was especially distinguished, was taught her by her brother-in-law, Antonio Pellegrini, whom she later accompanied to Paris and London and assisted in the decorative works he executed there. Rosalba's fame in Venice was such that she was invited to the courts of France and Austria, where she painted many portraits. She was honored by election to the academies of Rome, Bologna, and Paris. This artist especially excelled in portraits of pretty women, while her portraits of men were well considered. Among the most important were those of the Emperor Charles, the kings of France and Denmark, and many other distinguished persons, both men and women. The Grand Duke of Tuscany asked for her own portrait for his gallery. She represented herself with one of her sisters. Her face is noble and most expressive, but, like many of her pictures, while the head is spirited and characteristic, the rest of the figure and the accessories are weak. A second portrait of herself in crayons is in the Dresden Gallery and is very attractive. While in England, Rosalba painted many portraits in crayon and pastel, in which art she was not surpassed by any artist of her day. Her diary of 2 years in Paris was published in Venice. It is curious and interesting, as it sets forth the customs of society and especially those of artists of the period. Returning to Venice, Rosalba suffered great depression and was haunted by a foreboding of calamity. She lived very quietly. In his Storia della pittura veneziana, Zanetti writes of her at this time, much of interest may be written of this celebrated and highly gifted woman, whose spirit, in the midst of her triumphs and the brightest visions of happiness, was weighed down by the anticipation of a heavy calamity. On one occasion, she painted a portrait of herself, the brow wreathed with leaves which symbolized death. She explained this as an image of the sadness in which her life would end. Alas, this was but too prophetic. Before she was 50 years old, she lost her sight, and gradually the light of reason also, and her darkness was complete. An Italian writer tells the following story. Nature had endowed Rosalba with lofty aspirations and a passionate soul. Her heart yearned for the admiration which her lack of personal attraction forbade her receiving. She fully realized her plainness before the Emperor Charles rudely brought it home to her. When presented to him by the artist Bertoli, the emperor exclaimed, "She may be clever, Bertoli mio, this painter of thine, but she is remarkably ugly." From which it would appear that Charles had not believed his mirror, since his ugliness far exceeded that of Rosalba. Her dark eyes, fine brow, good expression, and graceful pose of the head, as shown in her portrait, impress one more favorably than would be anticipated from this story. Many of Rosalba's works have been reproduced by engravings. A collection of 157 of these are in the Dresden Gallery, together with several of her pictures. B. Cassat Mary/B. born in Pittsburgh, studied in Pennsylvania schools and under Sawyer and Bellet in Paris. She has lived and traveled much in Europe, and her pictures, which are of genre subjects, include scenes in France, Italy, Spain, and Holland. Among her principal works are La Tasse de Thé, Le Lever du Bébé, Reading, Mirette Enfant, and Caisse Maternelle. Miss Cassat has exhibited at the Paris Salon, the National Academy, New York, and various other exhibitions. but her works are rarely if ever exhibited in recent days. It is some years since William Walton wrote of her. But in general, she seems to have attained that desirable condition, coveted by artists, of being able to dispense with the annual exhibitions. Miss Cassett executed a large, decorative picture for the north tympanum of the Woman's Building at the Columbian Exhibition. A writer in the Century magazine, March 1899, says, "Of the colony of American artists, who for a decade or two past have made Paris their home, few have been more interesting and none more serious than Miss Cassett. Miss Cassett has found her true bent in her recent pictures of children and in the delineation of happy maternity. These she has portrayed with delicacy, refinement, and sentiment. Her technique appeals equally to the layman and the artist, and her color has all the tenderness and charm that accompanies so engaging a motif." In November 1903, Miss Cassett held an exhibition of her works in New York. At the Winter Exhibition of the Philadelphia Academy, 1904, she exhibited a group, a mother and children, one child quite nude. Arthur Hober described it as securing great charm of manner, of color, and of grace. B. Cattaneo, Maria, /B. Bronze medal at the National Exposition, Parma, 1870, silver medal at Florence, 1871, silver medal at the Centenary of Ariosto at Ferrara. Made an honorary member of the Brera Academy, Milan, 1874, an honor rarely conferred on a woman, elected to the Academy of Urbino, 1875. Born in Milan, pupil of her father and of Angelo Rossi. She excels in producing harmony between all parts of her works. She has an exquisite sense of color and a rare technique. Good examples of her work are The Flowers of Cleopatra, The Return from the Country, An Excursion by Gondola. She married the artist Pietro Michis. Her picture of the fish market in Venice attracted much attention when it appeared in 1887. It was a most accurate study from life. B. Charpentier, Constance Marie, /B. pupil of David. Her best-known works were Ulysses finding young Astyanax at Hector's grave and Alexander weeping at the death of the wife of Darius. These were extraordinary as the work of a woman. Their size, with the figures as large as life, made them appear to be ambitious, as they were certainly unusual. Her style was praised by the admirers of David, to whose teaching she did credit. The disposition of her figures was good. The details of her costumes and accessories were admirably correct, but her color was hard, and she was generally thought to be wanting in originality and too close a follower of her master. B. Charetti, Anna Maria, /B. 1819-75. Her first exhibitions at the Royal Academy, London, were miniatures and flower pieces. Later, she painted portraits and figure subjects, as well as flowers. In 1872, Lady Betty Jermyn was greatly admired for the grace of the figure and the exquisite finish of the details. In 1873, she exhibited Lady Betty's Maid and Lady Betty Shopping. Lady Teazle Behind the Screen was dated 1871, and Mistress of Herself, though China Fall, was painted and exhibited in the last year of her life. B. Chase Adelaide Cole, /B. member of Art Students Association. Born in Boston. Daughter of J. Foxcroft Cole. Studied at the School of the Museum of Fine Arts under Tarbell and also under Jean-Paul Laurens and Carolus Duran in Paris, and with Vinton in Boston. Mrs. Chase has painted portraits entirely, most of which are in or near Boston. Her artistic reputation among painters of her own specialty is excellent, and her portraits are interesting aside from the persons represented, when considered purely as works of art. Illustration from a Copley print. A portrait. Adelaide Cole Chase. A portrait called A Woman with a Muff, exhibited recently at the exhibition of the Society of American Artists in New York, was much admired. At the 1904 exhibition of the Philadelphia Academy, Mrs. Chase exhibited a portrait of children, Constance and Gordon Worcester, of which Arthur Hober writes, "She has painted them easily, with deftness and feeling, and apparently caught their character and the delicacy of infancy." B. Chauchet Charlotte, /B. honorable mention at the Salon, 1901 third-class medal, 1902. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais and of l'Union des Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs. Born at Charleville, Ardennes in 1878. Pupil of Gabriel Thurner, Benjamin Constant, Jean-Paul Laurens, and Victor Merck. Her principal works are Marais Fish 1899, purchased for the lottery of the International Exposition at Lille, Breton Interior, purchased by the Society of the Friends of the Arts at Nantes, Mother Closmedenk dressing fish in the Museum of Brest, interior of a kitchen at Mantes, purchased by the government. Portrait of my grandmother, which obtained honorable mention, at the corner of the fire, a little girl in the open air, medal of 3rd class. The works of Emile Chauchat have been much praised. The Petit Moniteur, June 1899, says, Emile Chauchat, a very young girl in her picture of a Breton interior, shows a vigor and decision very rare in a woman. Of the Marais, the Desperche de Brest says, on a somber background in artistic disorder, thrown pell-mell on the ground are baskets and a shining copper kettle, with a mass of fish of all sorts of varied forms and changing colors, all well painted. Such is the picture by Emile Chauchat. In the Courrier de l'Est we read, Emile Chauchat, taking her grandmother for her model, has painted one of the best portraits of the salon. The hands, deformed by disease and age, are especially effective. The delicate tone of the hair in contrast with the lace of the cap makes an attractive variation in white. In the Union Républicaine de la Marne, H. Bernard writes, Le Retour des Champs is a picture of the plain of Berry at evening. We see the back of a peasant, nude above the blue linen pantaloons, with the feet in wooden sabots. He is holding his tired, heavy cow by the tether. The setting sun lights up his powerful bronzed back, his prominent shoulders, and the hindquarters of the cow. It is all unusually strong. The drawing is firm and very bold in the foreshortening of the animal. The effect of the whole is a little sad. The sobriety of the execution emphasizes this effect, and above all, there is in it no suggestion of the feminine. I have already noticed this quality of almost brutal sincerity, of picturesque realism, in the works of Emile Chauchat, who successfully follows her methods. Chauchat Emile, Cécile B. Chéron, Elizabeth Sophie, /B. born in Paris in 1648. Her father was an artist, and under his instruction Elizabeth attained such perfection in miniature and enamel painting that her works were praised by the most distinguished artists. In 1674, Charles Le Brun proposed her name, and she was elected to the Academy. Her exquisite taste in the arrangement of her subjects, the grace of her draperies, and, above all, the refinement and spirituality of her pictures were the characteristics on which her fame was based. Her life outside her art was interesting. Her father was a rigid Calvinist and endeavored to influence his daughter to adopt his religious belief, but her mother, who was a fervent Roman Catholic, persuaded Elizabeth to pass a year in a convent, during which time she ardently embraced the faith of her mother. She was an affectionate daughter to both her parents and devoted her earnings to her brother Louis, who made his studies in Italy. In her youth, Elizabeth Chéron seemed insensible to the attractions of the brilliant men in her social circle, and was indifferent to the offers of marriage which she received. But when 60 years old, to the surprise of her friends, she married Monsieur Le Hay, a gentleman of her own age. One of her biographers, leaving nothing to the imagination, assures us that substantial esteem and respect were the foundations of their matrimonial happiness, rather than any pretense of romantic sentiment. Emile Chéron's narrative verse was much admired, and her spiritual poetry was thought to resemble that of J.B. Rousseau. In 1699, she was elected to the Accademia dei Ricovati of Padua, where she was known as Erudito. The honors bestowed on her did not lessen the modesty of her bearing. She was simple in dress, courteous in her intercourse with her inferiors, and to the needy a helpful friend. She died when 63 and was buried in the church of St. Sulpice. I translate the lines written by the Abbé Bosquelin and placed beneath her portrait. The unusual possession of two exquisite talents will render Chéron an ornament to France for all time. Nothing save the grace of her brush could equal the excellencies of her pen. Pictures by this artist are seen in various collections in France, but the larger number of her works were portraits which are in the families of her subjects. B. Cherry, Emma Richardson, /B. Gold Medal from Western Art Association in 1891, member of above association and of the Denver Art Club. Born at Aurora, Illinois, 1859. Pupil of Julian and Delacluse Academies in Paris, also of Mersin, and of the Art Students League in New York. Mrs. Cherry is a portrait painter, and in 1903 was much occupied in this art in Chicago and vicinity. Among her sitters were Mr. Orrington Lunt, the donor of the Library of the Northwestern University, and Bishop Foster, a former president of the same university. These are to be placed in the library. A portrait by Mrs. Cherry of a former president of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Mr. O'Chanote, is to be placed in the club rooms of the Society in New York. It has been done at the request of the Society. An exhibition of 10 portraits by this artist was held in Chicago in 1903 and was favorably noticed. Mrs. Cherry resides in Houston, Texas. B. Clement, Ethel, /B. This artist has received several awards from California State Fair exhibits, and her pastel portrait of her mother was hung on the line at the Salon of 1898. Member of San Francisco Art Association and of the Sketch Club of that city. Born in San Francisco in 1874. Her studies began in her native city with drawing from the antique and from life under Fred Yates. At the Cowles Art School, Boston, and the Art Students League, New York, she spent 3 winters, and at the Julian Academy, Paris, 3 other winters, drawing from life and painting in oils under the teaching of Jules Lefebvre and Robert Fleury, supplementing these studies by that of landscape in oils under Georges Laguet in Picardy. Her portraits, figure subjects, and landscapes are numerous and are principally in private collections, a large proportion being in San Francisco. Her recent work has been landscape painting in New England. In 1903, she exhibited a number of pictures in Boston, which attracted favorable attention. B. Cohen, Catherine M./B. Honorary Member of the American Art Association, Paris, and of the New Century Club, Philadelphia. Born in Philadelphia, 1859. Pupil of School of Design, Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, and of St. Gaudens at Art Students League, also 6 years in Paris schools. This artist executed a portrait of General Beaver for the Smith Memorial in Fairmount Park. She has made many portraits in busts and bas-reliefs, as well as imaginary subjects and decorative works. The Israelite is a life-size statue and an excellent work. B. Collert Marie/B. Born in Brussels, 1842, is called the Flemish Rosa Ben-Hur and the muse of Belgian landscape. Her pictures of country life are most attractive. Her powerful handling of her brush is modified by a tender, feminine sentiment. I quote from the History of Modern Painters. In Marie Collert's pictures may be found quiet nooks beneath clear sky-green stretches of grass where the cows are at pasture in idyllic peace. Here is to be found the cheery freshness of country life. B. Coman, Charlotte B./B. Bronze Medal, California Midwinter Exposition, 1894. Member of New York Watercolor Club. Born in Waterville, NY, pupil of J.R. Brevoort in America, of Harry Thompson and Emile Vernier in Paris. This artist has painted landscapes and sent to the Philadelphia Exposition in 1876, a French village, to the Paris Exposition, 1878, near Fontainebleau. In 1877 and 1878, she exhibited in Boston, on the borders of the Marne, and Peasant House in Normandy. B. Camara Patton, MME. Jacqueline/B. Honorable Mention, 1881, Medal at Versailles, Officer of the Academy. Born at Paris, 1859, pupil of Cabinal. Her principal works are Peau d'Ain Hollandaise in the Museum of Lille, Song of the Wood, Museum of Morlakes, Mignon, Portrait of Emil, Ugalda the Haymaker, etc. B. Cookisley, Margaret Murray/B. Decorated by the Sultan of Turkey with the Order of the Shefficat and with the Medal des Beaux-Arts, also a Turkish honor. Medal for the Lion Tamers in the time of Nero. Member of the Empress Club. Born in Dorsetshire. Studied in Brussels under Leroy and Gallet and spent a year at South Kensington in the study of anatomy. Mrs. Cookisley has lived in Newfoundland and in San Francisco. A visit to Constantinople brought her a commission to paint a portrait of the son of the Sultan. No sittings were accorded her, the Sultan thinking a photograph sufficient for the artist to work from. Fortunately, Mrs. Cookisley was able to make a sketch of her subject while following the royal carriage in which he was riding. The portrait proved so satisfactory to the Sultan that he not only decorated the artist, but invited her to make portraits of some of his wives, for which Mrs. Cookisley had not time. Her pictures of Oriental subjects have been successful. Among these are an Arab cafe in the slums of Cairo, much noticed in the Academy Exhibition of 1895, Noon at Ramazan, the snake charmer, umbrellas to mend Damascus, and a group of the Soudanese Friends of Gordon. Her Priestess of Isis is owned in Cairo. Among her pictures of Western subjects are the Puritan's Daughter, Deliver Us from Evil, the Gambler's Wife. Widowed and Miss Calhoun as Salome were purchased by Maclean of the Haymarket Theatre. Death of the Firstborn is owned in Russia, and Portrait of Ellen Terry as Imogen is in a private collection. Lion Tamers in the Time of Nero is one of her important pictures of animals, of which she has made many sketches. B. Cooper, Emma Lampert, /B awarded medal at World's Columbian Exposition, 1893, bronze medal, Atlanta Exposition, 1895. Member of Watercolor Club and Women's Art Club, New York, Watercolor Club and Plastic Club, Philadelphia, Women's Art Association, Canada, Women's International Art Club, London. Born in Nunda, NY studied under Agnes D. Abbott at Cooper Union and at the Art Students League, New York. In Paris under Harry Thompson and at Delacluse and Colarossi Academies. Illustration, a Canadian interior. Emma Lampert Cooper. Mrs. Cooper's work is principally in watercolors. After several years abroad, in the spring of 1903 she exhibited 22 pictures, principally of Dutch interiors, with some sketches in English towns, which last, being more unusual, were thought her best work. Her picture, Mother Claudius, is in the collection of Walter J. Peck, New York. High Noon at Cape Ann is owned by W. B. Lockwood, New York, and A. Holland Interior by Dr. Jessler, Philadelphia. Of her recent exhibition, a critic writes, "The pictures are notable for their careful attention to detail of drawing. Architectural features of the rich old Gothic churches are faithfully indicated instead of blurred, and the treatment is almost devotional in tone, so sympathetic is the quality of the work. There is a total absence of the garish coloring which has become so common, the religious subjects being without exception in a minor key, usually soft grays and blues. It is indeed in composition and careful drawing that this artist excels rather than in coloring, although this afterthought is suggested by the canvases treating of secular subjects." Brooklyn Standard Union. B. Corazzi, Giulietta, /B born at Fivizzano, 1866, went to Florence when still a child and early began to study art. She took a diploma at the Academy in 1886, having been a pupil of Cassioli. She is a portrait painter, and among her best works are the portraits of the Counts Francesco and Ottorino Tenderini, Giuseppe Ered, and Raffaello Morvanti. Her pictures of flowers are full of freshness and spirit and delightful in color. Since 1885, she has spent much time in teaching in the public schools and other institutions, and in private families. B. Corelli, Clementina, /B member of the Society for the Promotion of the Fine Arts in Naples, born in Lesso, 1840. This artist is both a painter and a sculptor. Pupil of Biagio Molinari, she supplemented his instructions by constant visits to galleries and museums where she could study masterpieces of art. A statue called The Undeceived and a group, The Task, did much to establish her reputation. They were exhibited in Naples, Milan, and Verona, and aroused widespread interest. Her pictures are numerous. Among them are St. Louis, Sappho, Petrarch and Laura, Romeo and Juliet, Hagar and Ishmael in the Desert, a devotee of the Virgin, exhibited at Turin in 1884, a series illustrating the seasons, and 4 others representing the arts. B. Cosway, Maria /B. The artist known by this name was born Maria Hadfield, the daughter of an Englishman who acquired a fortune as a hotel keeper in Leghorn, which was Maria's birthplace. She was educated in a convent, and early manifesting unusual artistic ability, was sent to Rome to study painting. Her friends there, among whom were Batni, Raphael Mengs, and Fuseli, found much to admire and praise in her art. After her father's death, Maria ardently desired to become a nun, but her mother persuaded her to go to England. Here, she came under the influence of Angelica Kauffman and devoted herself assiduously to painting. She married Richard Cosway, an eminent painter of miniatures in watercolors. Cosway was a man of fortune with a good position in the fashionable circles of London. For a time after their marriage, Maria lived in seclusion, her husband wishing her to acquire the dignity and grace requisite for success in the society which he frequented. Meantime, she continued to paint in miniature, and her pictures attracted much attention in the Academy exhibitions. When at length Cosway introduced her to the London world, she was greatly admired. Her receptions were crowded, and the most eminent people sat to her for their portraits. Her picture of the Duchess of Devonshire in the character of Spenser's Cynthia was very much praised. Cosway did not permit her to be paid for her work, and as a consequence, many costly gifts were made her in return for her miniatures, which were regarded as veritable treasures by their possessors. Maria Cosway had a delicious voice in singing, which, in addition to her other talent, her beauty and grace, made her unusually popular in society, and her house was a center for all who had any pretensions to a place in the best circles. Poets, authors, orators, lords, ladies, diplomats, as well as the Prince of Wales, were to be seen in her drawing rooms. A larger house was soon required for the Cosways, and the description of it in Nollekens and His Times is interesting. Many of the rooms were more like scenes of enchantment penciled by a poet's fancy than anything perhaps before displayed in a domestic habitation. Escritoires of ebony, inlaid with mother-of-pearl, and rich caskets for antique gems, exquisitely enameled and adorned with onyx opals, rubies, and emeralds. Cabinets of ivory, curiously wrought. Mosaic tables, set with jasper, bloodstone, and lapis lazuli, their feet carved into the claws of lions and eagles. Screens of old raised oriental Japan, massive musical clocks, richly chased with ormolu and tortoiseshell ottomans superbly damasked. Persian and other carpets, with corresponding hearthrugs bordered with ancient family crests and armorial ensigns in the center, and rich hangings of English tapestry. The carved chimney pieces were adorned with the choicest bronzes and models in wax and terracotta. The tables were covered with Sevres, blue mandarin Nankin, and Dresden china, and the cabinets were surmounted with crystal cups, adorned with the York and Lancaster roses, which might have graced the splendid banquets of the proud Wolsey. In the midst of all this fatiguing luxury, Maria Cosway lost her health and passed several years traveling in Europe. Returning to London, she was again prostrated by the death of her only daughter. She then went to Lodi, near Milan, where she founded a college for the education of girls. She spent much time in Lodi, and after the death of her husband established herself there permanently. A goodly circle of friends gathered about her, and she found occupation and solace for her griefs in the oversight of her college. She continued her painting and the exhibition of her pictures at the Royal Academy. She made illustrations for the works of Virgil, Homer, Spenser, and other poets, and painted portraits of interesting and distinguished persons, among whom were Mme. Lebrun and Mme. Récamier. The life and work of Maria Cosway afford a striking contradiction of the theory that wealth and luxury induce idleness and dull the powers of their possessors. Hers is but one of the many cases in which a woman's a woman, for a that. At an art sale in London in 1901, an engraving by V. Green after Mrs. Cosway's portrait of herself, first state, brought $1,300, and a second won $200 less. B. Cowdert, Amelia Kusner, /B. born in Terre Haute, Indiana. This distinguished miniaturist writes me that she never studied. Like Topsy, she must have growed. By whatever method they are produced, or by whatever means the artist in her has been evolved, her pictures would seem to prove that study of a most intelligent order has done its part in her development. She has executed miniature portraits of the Tsar and Tsarina of Russia, the Grand Duchess Vladimir, King Edward Roman VII, the late Cecil Rhodes, many English ladies of rank, and a great number of the beautiful and fashionable women of America. B. Cowton Montorgueil, MME, Laura Martin, /B. Honorable Mention, Salon des Artistes Francais, 1894. Born at Dun-sur-Auran, Cher, pupil of Alfred Boucher. This sculptor has executed the monument to André Gille, Père Lachaise, that of the poet Moreau in the cemetery Montparnasse, bust of Taglioni in the foyer of the Grand Opera House, Paris, bust of the astronomer Leverrier at the Institute, Paris, a statue, the Spring, Museum of Bourges, Sirius in the Palais of the Governor of Algiers. Also busts of Prince Napoleon, General Boulanger, the Countess de Choiseul, the Countess de Vaguet, and numerous statuettes and other compositions. At the Salon Artistes Francais 1903, she exhibited Fortune and a statuette. B. Cowles, Genevieve Almeda, B. member of the Women's Art Club, New York, Club of Women Art Workers, New York, and the Paint and Clay Club of New Haven. Born in Farmington, Connecticut, 1871. Pupil of Robert Brandegee of the Cowles Art School, Boston, and of Professor Niemeyer at the Yale Art School. Together with her twin sister Maud, this artist has illustrated various magazine articles. Also several books, among which are The House of the Seven Gables, Old Virginia, etc. Miss G. A. Cowles designed a memorial window and a decorative border for the chancel of St. Michael's Church, Brooklyn. Together with her sister, she designed a window in the memory of the deaconess, Miss Stillman, in Grace Church, New York City. These sisters now execute many windows and other decorative work for churches, and also superintend the making and placing of the windows. Regarding their work in the chapel of Christ Church, New Haven, Miss Genevieve Cowles writes me, "These express the prayer of the prisoner, the prayer of the soul in darkness, and the prayer of old age. These are paintings of states of the soul and of deep emotions. The paintings are records of human lives and not mere imagination. We study our characters directly from life." These artists are now, November 1903, engaged upon a landscape frieze for a dining room in a house at Watch Hill. Miss Genevieve Cowles writes, "We feel that we are only at the beginning of our life work, which is to be chiefly in mural decoration and stained glass. I desire especially to work for prisons, hospitals, and asylums for those whose great need of beauty seems often to be forgotten." B. Cowles, Maud Alice, /B twin sister of Genevieve Cowles. Bronze medal at Paris Exposition, 1900, and a medal at Buffalo, 1901. Her studies were the same as her sister's, and she is a member of the same societies. Indeed, what has been said above is equally true of the two sisters, as they usually work on the same windows and decorations, dividing the designing and execution between them. B. Cox, Louise Mrs. Kenyon Cox, /B 3rd Holgart Prize, National Academy of Design, bronze medal, Paris Exposition, 1900, silver medal at Buffalo, 1901, medal at Charleston, 1902, Shaw Memorial Prize, Society of American Artists, 1903, member of Society of American Artists and an associate of the Academy of Design. Born at San Francisco, 1865. Studies made at Academy of Design, Art Students League, under C. Turner, George DeForest Brush, and Kenyon Cox. Mrs. Cox paints small decorative pictures and portraits, mostly of children. The Shaw Prize was awarded to a child's portrait, called Olive. Among other subjects, she has painted an Annunciation, the Fates, and Angiola, reproduced in this book. Illustration from a Copley print. Angiola. Louise Cox. A writer in the Cosmopolitan says, "Mrs. Cox is an earnest worker and her method is interesting. Each picture is the result of many sketches and the study of many models, representing in a composite way the perfections of all. For the Virgin in her Annunciation, a model was first posed in the nude, and then another draped, the artist sketching the figure in the nude, draping it from the second model. The hands are always separately sketched from a model, who has a peculiar grace in folding them naturally." Mrs. Cox gives her ideas about her picture of the Fates as follows: "My interpretation of the Fates is not the one usually accepted. The idea took root in my mind years ago when I was a student at the League. It remained urgently with me until I was forced to work it out. As you see, the faces of the Fates are young and beautiful, but almost expressionless. The heads are drooping, the eyes heavy as though half asleep. My idea is that they are merely instruments under the control of a higher power. They perform their work, they must do it without will or wish of their own. It would be beyond human or superhuman endurance for any conscious instrument to bear for ages and ages the horrible responsibility placed upon the Fates." B. Crespo de Rigon, Asuncion, /B honorable mention at the National Exhibition, Madrid, 1860, member of the Academy of San Fernando, 1839, pupil of her father. To the exhibition in 1860 she sent a Magdalene in the Desert, the Education of the Virgin, the Divine Shepherdess, a Madonna, and a Venus. Her works have been seen in many public exhibitions. In 1846, she exhibited a miniature of Queen Isabel Roman II. Many of her pictures are in private collections. B. Kromenberch, Anna Vaughan, /B in the Museum of Madrid are 4 portraits by this artist: a lady of the Netherlands, which belonged to Philip Roman IV, a lady and child, a lady with her infant before her, and another portrait of a lady. The catalogue of the museum gallery says, "It is not known in what place or in what year this talented lady was born. She is said to have belonged to an old and noble family of Friesland. At any rate, she was an excellent portrait painter and flourished about the end of the 16th century. The Museo del Prado is the only gallery in Europe which possesses works signed by this distinguished artist. B. Donfries, Sophie, / B. Born in Munich, 1830–598. This artist was endowed with unusual musical and artistic talent. After the education of her only son, she devoted herself to painting, principally of landscape and flowers. After 1868, so long as she lived, she was much interested in Frau von Weber's art school for girls. In 1886, when a financial crisis came, MME. Donfries saved the enterprise from ruin. She exhibited, in 1887, two pictures which are well known, Harvest Time and Forest Depths. B. Damer, Mrs. Anne Seymour, / B. Family name Conway, 1748–1828. She was a granddaughter of the Duke of Argyll, a relative of the Marquis of Hertford, and a cousin of Horace Walpole. Her education was conducted with great care. The history of ancient nations, especially in relation to art, was her favorite study. She had seen but few sculptures, but was fascinated by them, and almost unconsciously cherished the idea that she could at least model portraits and possibly give form to original conceptions. Alan Cunningham wrote of her thus: "Her birth entitled her to a life of ease and luxury. Her beauty exposed her to the assiduity of suitors and the temptations of courts. But it was her pleasure to forget all such advantages and dedicate the golden hours of her youth to the task of raising a name by working in wet clay, plaster of Paris, stubborn marble, and still more intractable bronze. Before she had seriously determined to attempt the realization of her dreams, she was brought to a decision by a caustic remark of the historian, Hume. Miss Conway was one day walking with him when they met an Italian boy with plaster vases and figures to sell. Hume examined the wares and talked with the boy. Not long after, in the presence of several other people, Miss Conway ridiculed Hume's taste in art. He answered her sarcastically and intimated that no woman could display as much science and genius as had entered into the making of the plaster casts she so scorned. This decided her to test herself, and, obtaining wax and the proper tools, she worked industriously until she had made a head that she was willing to show to others. She then presented it to Hume. It has been said that it was his own portrait, but we do not know if this is true. At all events, Hume was forced to commend her work, and added that modeling in wax was very easy, but to chisel in marble was quite another task. Piqued by this scant praise, she worked on courageously, and before long showed her critic a copy of the wax head done in marble. Though Hume genuinely admired certain portions of this work, it is not surprising that he also found defects in it. Doubtless, his critical attitude stimulated the young sculptress to industry, but the true art impulse was awakened, and her friends soon observed that Miss Conway was no longer interested in their usual pursuits. When the whole truth was known, it caused much comment. Of course, ladies had painted, but to work with the hands in wet clay and be covered with marble dust, to say the least, Miss Conway was eccentric. She at once began the study of anatomy under Cruikshanks, modeling with Serracchi, and the handling of marble in the studio of Bacon. Unfortunately for her art, she was married at 19 to John Darner, eldest son of Lord Milton, a fop and spendthrift who had run through a large fortune. He committed suicide 9 years after his marriage. It is said that Harrington, in Miss Burney's novel of Cecilia, was drawn from John Damer, and that his wardrobe was sold for $75,000, about half its original cost. Mrs. Damer was childless, and very soon after her husband's death, she traveled in Europe and renewed her study and practice of sculpture with enthusiasm. By some of her friends, her work was greatly admired, but Walpole so exaggerated his praise of her that one can but think that he wrote out of his cousinly affection for the artist, rather than from a judicial estimate of her talent. He bequeathed to her, for her life, his villa of Strawberry Hill, with all its valuables, and £2,000 a year for its maintenance. Mrs. Damer executed many portrait busts, some animal subjects, 2 colossal heads, symbolic of the Thames and the Isis, intended for the adornment of the bridge at Henley. Her statue of the king, in marble, was placed in the Register Office in Edinburgh. She made a portrait bust of herself for the Uffizi Gallery, in Florence. Her portrait busts of her relatives were numerous and are still seen in private galleries. She executed 2 groups of sleeping dogs, one for Queen Caroline and a second for her brother-in-law, the Duke of Richmond. Napoleon asked her for a bust of Fox, which she made and presented to the emperor. A bust of herself which she made for Richard Payne Knight was by him bequeathed to the British Museum. Her Death of Cleopatra was modeled in relief, and an engraving from it was used as a vignette on the title page of the 2nd volume of Boydell's Shakespeare. Those who have written of Mrs. Darner's art have taken extreme views. They have praised ad nauseum, as Walpole did when he wrote, "Mrs. Darner's busts from life are not inferior to the antique. Her shock dog, large as life and only not alive, rivals the marble one of Bernini in the royal collection. As the ancients have left us but 5 animals of equal merit with their human figures, viz. the Barberini goat, the Tuscan boar, the Matte eagle, the eagle at Strawberry Hill, and Mr. Jennings' dog, the talent of Mrs. Damer must appear in the most distinguished light." Serracchi made a full-length figure of Mrs. Damer, which he called the Muse of Sculpture, and Darwin, the poet, wrote, "Long with soft touch shall Damer's chisel charm, with grace delight us, and with beauty warm." Quite in opposition to this praise, other authors and critics have severely denied the value of her talent, her originality, and her ability to finish her work properly. She has also been accused of employing an undue amount of aid in her art. As a woman, she was unusual in her day, and as resolute in her opinions as those now known as strong-minded. Englishwoman as she was, she sent a friendly message to Napoleon at the crisis, just before the Battle of Waterloo. She was a power in some political elections, and she stoutly stood by Queen Caroline during her trial. Mrs. Damer was much esteemed by men of note. She ardently admired Charles Fox, and with the beautiful Duchess of Devonshire and Mrs. Crewe, she took an active part in his election, rustling their silks in the lowest sinks of sin and misery, and in return for the electors, most sweet voices submitting, it is said, their own sweet cheeks to the salutes of butchers and bargemen. She did not hesitate to openly express her sympathy with the American colonies and bravely defended their cause. At Strawberry Hill, Mrs. Damer dispensed a generous hospitality, and many distinguished persons were her guests. Joanna Bailey, Mrs. Siddons, Mrs. Garrick, and Mrs. Barry and her daughters were of her intimate circle. She was fond of the theater and frequently acted as an amateur in private houses. She was excellent in high comedy and recited poetry effectively. Mrs. Damer was one of the most interesting of Englishwomen at a period of unusual excitement and importance. When 70 years old, she was persuaded to leave Strawberry Hill, and Lord Waldegrave, on whom it was entailed, took possession. Mrs. Damer then purchased York House, the birthplace of Queen Anne, where she spent 10 summers, her winter home being in Park Lane, London. She bequeathed her artistic works to a relative, directed that her apron and tools should be placed in her coffin, and all her letters destroyed, by which she deprived the world of much that would now be historically valuable, since she had corresponded with Nelson and Fox, as well as with other men and women who were active in the important movements of her time. She was buried at Tunbridge, Kent. B. Dassel, Mrs. Hermione, /B, whose family name was Borchard, daughter of a Prussian gentleman, who, having lost his fortune, came to the United States in 1839. His children had enjoyed the advantages of education and of an excellent position in the world, but here, in a strange land, were forced to consider the means of their support. Hermione determined to be a painter, and in some way earned the money to go to Dusseldorf, where she studied 4 years under Sohn, all the time supporting herself. Her pictures were genre subjects introducing children, which found a ready sale. She returned to America, determined to earn money to go to Italy. In a year she earned $1,000, and out of it paid some expenses for a brother whom she wished to take with her. Hermione was still young, and so petite in person that her friends were alarmed by her ambitions and strenuously opposed her plans. However, she persevered and reached Italy. But unfortunately, the Revolution of 1848 made it impossible for her to remain, and she had many unhappy experiences in returning to New York. Her pictures were appreciated, and several of them were purchased by the Art Union, then existing in New York. Soon after her return to America, she married Mr. Dassel, and although she had a large family, she continued to paint. Her picture of Othello is in the Dusseldorf Gallery. Her painting of Effie Deans attracted much attention. Mrs. Dassel interested herself in charities and was admired as an artist and greatly respected as a woman. She died in 1857. B. Dealey, Jane Mary Mrs. W. Llewellyn Lewis, /B. Silver Medal at Royal Academy School and prize for Best Drawing of the Year. Member of Royal Institute of Painters in Watercolors, born in Liverpool. Studied at Slade School and Royal Academy School. Has exhibited several years at the Royal Academy Exhibition and Institute of Painters in Watercolors. In 1901, her picture, A Dutch Bargain, was etched and engraved. Hushabye Baby and Goodbye Summer have been published by Messrs. de la Rue Etsy. She has successfully illustrated the following children's books: Sixes and Sevens, The Land of Little People, Children's Prayers, and Children's Hymns. To the Academy Exhibition of 1903, Mrs. Lewis sent, On the Mountainside, Engelberg. B. de Angelis, Clotilde, /B. This Neapolitan artist has made a good impression in at least 2 Italian exhibitions. To the National Exposition, Naples, 1877, she sent Studio dal Vero and Vallata di Purano, showing costumes of Amalfi. Both her drawing and color are good. B. de Billemont-Chardin, MME. Gabrielle, /B. Third-Class Medal, Salon, 1894 Honorable Mention at Paris Exposition, 1900. Second-Class Medal, Salon, 1901. This miniaturist is well known by her works, in which so much grace, freshness, skill, and delicacy are shown, in which are represented such charming subjects with purity of tone and skillful execution in all regards, as well as with an incomparable spirit of attractiveness. This artist is one of the 3 miniaturists whose works have a place in the Museum of the Luxembourg. She has had many pupils, and by her influence and example they endeavor to imitate their teacher. She has done much to improve and enlarge the style in miniature painting. B. de Haas, Mrs. Alice Preble Tucker, /B. Born in Boston. Studied at the Cooper Union and with M. F. H. de Haas, Swain Gifford, William Chase, and Rhoda Holmes Nichols. Painter of watercolor pictures and miniatures. Her pictures are in private hands in Washington, New York, and Boston. The following article, written at the time of an exhibition by Mrs. de Haas, gives a just estimate of her work. Mrs. de Haas is especially devoted to the painting in watercolor of landscape and sea views, for which the Atlantic coast affords such a wide and varied range. A constant and keen observer of nature, she has seized her marvelous witchery of light and color, and reproduced them in the glow of the moonlight on the water when in a stormy mood, and the silvery gleam has become an almost vivid orange tint. She is most happy in the tender opalescent hues of the calm sea and the soft sky above, while the little boats seem to rock quietly on the water, barely stirred by the unruffled tide beneath. The sunset light is a never-failing source of variety and beauty, and Mrs. de Haas has found a most attractive subject in the steeple of the old church in York Village, whose graceful curves are said to have been designed by Sir Christopher Wren. It rises above the soft mellow glow of the sky, or is pictured against the dark clouds. In another mood, the artist paints the low rocks among the reeds, with the breakers playing about them, while the distant sea stretches out to a horizon, with dark, stormy clouds brooding over the solitary waste. A remarkable union of the beauty of land and water is produced by a foreground of brilliant fancy flowers relieved by a scrubby tree in the background, with the faint responsive touch of yellow in the clouds over a calm sea, where gentle motion is only indicated by the little boat floating on its surface. The schooners on the Magnolia shore with Norman's Woe in the distance suggest alike the tragic story of the past and the present beauty, for now the sea is calm and the sails are drying in the sun after the storm is over. Many other pictures might be mentioned: a quaint old house at Gloucester, a view of 10-Pound Island with its picturesque surroundings, and the familiar beach with Fort Head at York Harbor. As a specimen of landscape, I would mention a picturesque group of trees at Jerish Island, full of sunshine. But Mrs. de Haas has added another most attractive style of art to her resources, and her miniatures, besides their charm of simplicity of treatment and delicacy of coloring, are said to have the merit of faithful likeness to their originals. Of course, portraits, being painted on commission, are not generally available for exhibition, but Mrs. de Haas has a few specimens of her work which warrant all that has been said in their praise. One is a charming picture of a child, which for beauty of delineation and delicacy of tinting recalls the memory of our greatest of miniature painters, Malbon. Another is the portrait of the artist's father, and is represented with such truth of nature and so much vitality of expression and character as at once to give rise to the remark, "I must have known that man, he seems so living to me." B. Decay, Helena Mrs. R. Watson Gilder, /B. This artist has exhibited at the National Academy of Design, New York, since 1874, flower pieces and decorative panels. In 1878 she sent The Young Mother. She was the first woman elected to the Society of American Artists, and to its first exhibition in 1878 she contributed The Last Arrow, a figure subject, also a portrait and a picture of still life. B. Delacroix Garnier, MME. P/B Honorable Mention, Salon des Artistes Francais, Medal at Exposition, Paris, 1900 for painting in oils, and a second medal for a treatise on watercolors. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais, of the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors, and vice president from 1894 to 1900. Pupil of Henry Delacroix in painting in oils and of Jules Garnier in watercolors. MME. Delacroix Garnier has painted numerous portraits, among them those of the Dowager Duchess d'Uzes, Jules Garnier, and the Marquis Guy de Charnac, the latter exhibited at the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1903. At the same salon in 1902, she exhibited the portrait of J. Masset, formerly a professor in the Paris Conservatory. Among her pictures are The Happy Mother, Temptation, Far from Paris, Maternal Joys, and in the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1903, Youth Which Passes. B. de Laisel, Angel, /B Honorable Mention, Salon des Artistes Francais 1895, third-class medal 1897, second-class medal 1898, traveling purse 1899, Prix-Piet of the Institute 1899, silver medal Paris Exposition 1900. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais, the Société Nationale des Beaux-Arts, Société des Prix du Salon et Boursiers de Voyage de la Société Nationale. Born in Paris, pupil of Jean-Paul Laurens and Benjamin Constant. Her picture of Diana in repose is in the collection of Alphonse de Rothschild, Return from the Chase, a prehistoric scene, purchased by the government, The Forge in the Museum of Rouen, where is also a Souvenir of Amsterdam, portrait of Benjamin Constant and several other works of Emile. De Laisel are in the Luxembourg, other pictures in the collections Demidoff, Coquelin, Georges Petit, etc. At the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1902, this artist exhibited the portrait of M. Constant and the Roof Maker. At the Salon des Beaux-Arts, 1903, the Park at Greenwich, the Pont Neuf on the Thames and a portrait in oils, and in watercolors the Colosseum Rome, a tiger drinking, a lion eating, head of a lion, the Forge, etc. In the Magazine of Art, June, 1902, B. Dufernec's writes of Emile de Laisel essentially as follows. This artist came into notice in 1895 by means of her picture of Cain and Enoch's daughters. Since then, her annual contributions have demonstrated her gradual acquirement of unquestionable mastery of her art. Her characteristic energy is such that her sex cannot be detected in her work. In fact, she was made the first and only woman member of the International Association of Painters, under the impression that her picture signed simply A. de Laisel were the work of a man. Attracted by the dramatic aspects of human nature, she finds congenial subjects in the great efforts of humanity in the struggle for life. Her power of observation enables her to give freshness to hackneyed subjects, as in La Forge. The attitudes of the workmen, so sure and decided, turning the half-fused metal are perfect in the precision of their combined efforts. The fatigue of the men who are resting, overwhelmed and stupefied by their exhausting labor, indicates the work of a profound thinker. Whilst the atmosphere, the play of the diffused glow of the molten metal, are the production of an innate colorist. Her portrait of Benjamin Constant represents not only the masterful man, but is also the personification of the painter. The attentive attitude, discerning eye, the openness of the absorbing look, the cerebral mask where rests so much tranquil power, the impressive shape of the leonine face, all combine to make the painting one of the finest portraits of the French school. She has a perfect and rare knowledge of the art of drawing and a faculty for seizing the character of things. Emile de Laisel exhibited her pictures at the Grafton Gallery, London, in 1902. B. Delorme, birth/B. medals at Nimes, Montpellier, Versailles, and London. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais, born at Paris. Pupil of A. Chaplin. Emile Delorme has painted a great number of portraits, which are in the hands of her subjects. Her works are exhibited in the Salon au Grand Palais. In 1902, she exhibited a portrait of Emile. Magdalene D. B. Demont Breton, Virginie/B. Paris Salon, honorable mention, 1880 medals of 3rd and 2nd class, 1881, 1883. Horace Concours, gold medal at Universal Exposition, Amsterdam, 1883. Paris Expositions, 1889 and 1900, gold medals. Medal of Honor at Exposition at Antwerp. Chevalier of the Legion of Honor and of the Belgian Order of Leopold. Officer of the Nishan Iftikhar, a Turkish order which may be translated, a sign of glory. Member and honorary president of the Union des Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs de France, of the Alliance Feminine, of the Alliance Septentrionale. Fellow of the Royal Academy, Antwerp. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais. Member of the Committee of the Central Union of Decorative Arts and of the American National Institute. Member of the Verein der Schriftstellerinnen und Künstlerinnen of Vienna. One of the founders of the Société Populaire des Beaux-Arts and of the Société de Bienfaisance et l'Allaitement Maternel, etc., born at Courrières, Pas de Calais, 1859. Pupil of her father, Jules Breton. The works of this artist are in a number of museums and in private collections in several countries. La Plage is in the Gallery of the Luxembourg, Les Loupes de Mer in the Museum of Ghent, Jeanne d'Arc at Domremy in a gallery at Lille. Other pictures are in New York, Minneapolis, and other American cities, also in Berlin and Alexandria, Egypt. At the Salon des Artistes Francais in 1902, MME, Demont Breton exhibited a picture of Les Méduses blues. The fish were left on the beach by the retreating water, and 2 nude children, a boy and a girl, are watching them with intense interest. The children are very attractive. At the Salon of 1903, she exhibited seaweed. A strong young fisherwoman, standing in the water, draws out her net filled with shells, seaweed, and other products of the sea, while 2 nude children, again a boy and a girl, are selecting what pleases them in the mother's net. At the exhibition of Les Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs in February 1903, MME, Demont Breton exhibited the head of a young girl, which attracted much attention. Gray and sober in color, with a firmly closed mouth and serious eyes denoting great strength of character, it is admirably studied and designed and proves the unusual excellence of the art of this gifted daughter of Jules Breton. At the Exposition of Limoges, May to November 1903, MME. Demont Breton was pronounced Horace Concours in painting. B. Dixon, Mary Estelle/B. Honorable mention, Paris Salon, 1896. Bronze medal, Paris Exposition, 1900. Honorable mention, Buffalo Exposition, 1901. 3rd class medal, Paris Salon, 1902. B. Dichterl, MME, M.B. B. Dietrich Adelheid/B. born in Wittenberg, 1827. Daughter and pupil of Edward Dietrich, whose teaching she supplemented by travel in Italy and Germany. She made her home in Erfurt after her journeys and painted flower and fruit subjects. Her pictures were of forest, field, and garden flowers. They are much valued by their owners and are mostly in private collections. B. Dietrichson, Mathilde Bonner/B. born in Christiania, 1847. When but 10 years old, she began the study of art at Dusseldorf, under the direction of O. Mengelberg and Tiedemann. When but 15, she married, at Stockholm, the historian of art Dietrichson. She traveled extensively, visiting Germany, France, Italy, and Greece. She passed 3 years in Rome. Her pictures show refined, poetic feeling as well as good taste and humor. B. Dille, Blanche/B. silver medal at Atlanta Exposition, 1895. Medal at American Art Society, 1902. Member of New York and Philadelphia Watercolor Clubs, American Women's Art Association, Paris. First president of Plastic Club, Philadelphia. Pupil of Philadelphia Academy of Fine Arts, has also studied in Europe. This artist makes a specialty of etching, and the medal she received at Atlanta was for a group of works in that art. She paints in watercolors and has exhibited at the principal American exhibitions, in London, and in both Paris salons. Her etchings have been widely noticed. At an early age, she showed talent, and preferring etching as a mode of expression, she soon became noted for the qualities which have since made her famous, and is one of the best known among a group of women etchers. Her work, exhibited at the New York Etching Club, is conspicuous on account of its strength, directness, and firmness, allied to delicacy of touch. In Miss Dillay's work, one sees the influence of her wanderings in many lands, the quaintness of Holland landscapes, the quiet village life in provincial France, the sleepy towns in Norway, and the quietude of English woods. Success, September 1902. Bedina Elissa, /B, a Venetian figure and portrait painter, is known through the pictures she has shown at many Italian exhibitions. At Venice, in 1881, she exhibited a graceful, well-executed work called Caldanino della Nonna. Di Ritorno dalla Chiesa appeared at Milan in the same year. The latter, which represented a charming young girl coming out of church, prayer book in hand, is full of sentiment. She sent to Turin in 1884 Popolana, which was much admired. Her portraits are said to be exceedingly lifelike. B. Dringlinger, Sophie Friederich, /B, born in Dresden, 1736, died 1791, pupil of Iser in Leipzig. In the Dresden Gallery are 7 miniatures by her of different members of the Dringlinger family. The head of this house was John Melchior Dringlinger, court jeweler of Augustus the Strong. B. Duberg, Victoria Mme. Fantin Ladder, /B, honorable mention, Paris Salon, 1894, medal 3rd class, 1895, picture in Gallery of Luxembourg, 1903. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais. Born in Paris, 1840, studies made at the Museum of the Louvre. Mme. Duberg has exhibited her works at the salons regularly since 1868, and her pictures are now seen in the museums of Grenoble and Pau, as well as in many private collections. Her subjects are of still life. At the Salon of the Artistes Francais in 1902, Mme. Duberg exhibited a basket of flowers. B. Dubré, Charlotte Gabrielle, /B, born at Paris, and was the pupil of her father, Gabriel Vital Dubré. In 1874, she exhibited at the Salon a marble bust of a fellah girl of Cairo. In 1875, a silvered bronze bust called The Study of a Head, in the manner of Florence, 16th century. In 1876, the daughter of Jephthah weeping on the mountain, a plaster statue, a bust in bronze, and a Neapolitan. In 1877, the Coquette, a bust in terracotta, and a portrait bust in bronze of M.B. B. Ducaudray Emil. M/B, honorable mention, 1898, honorable mention, Paris Exposition, 1900. At the Salon des Artistes Francais in 1902, this sculptor exhibited Mon Mater Zacharias Struck, and in 1903, N. Bredegny. B. Dufau, Clementine Haline, /B, awards from the Salon, Bashkirtseff Prize, 1895, medal 3rd class, 1897, traveling purse, 1898, medal 2nd class, 1902, Hors Concours, silver medal, Paris Exposition, 1900. Picture in the Luxembourg, 1902. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais and of the Società Helleno-Latina, Rome. Born at Quinsac, Gironde. Studies made at Julian Academy, under Bouguereau and Robert Fleury. Emil. Dufau calls her works illustrations and posters and gives the following as the principal examples. Fils des Mariniers, in Museum of Cognac. Rhythm, Dryads, Ottony, a study, Manzi collection. Espagny, Ate, Biauard collection. Ottony, Gallery of the Luxembourg. The latter is a decorative work of rare interest. At the Salon of 1903 Emil. Dufau exhibited 2 works La Grande Voix and Une partie de Pelot au Pays Basque. The latter was purchased by the government and will be hung in the Luxembourg. B. Duham Marie, /B, officer of the Academy, 1895. Member of the Société Nationale des Beaux-Arts, medal at the Paris Exposition, 1900, Diploma of Honor at Exposition of Women Artists, London, 1900. Born at Gemps, Pas-de-Calais. Has had no masters, has studied and worked by herself. Her pictures are in several museums. The Communicants, at Cambrai, Easter Eve, at Calais, Death of a White Sister, at Arras, etc. The picture of St. Francis of Assisi was exhibited at the Salon of the Beaux-Arts, 1903. The saint, with a large aureole, is standing in the midst of a desolate landscape, his left hand raised, as if speaking perhaps to some living thing, though nothing is revealed in the reproduction in the illustrated catalogue of the Salon. The other exhibits by MME. Duhem are flower pictures, jonquils and oranges, chrysanthemums and roses. In 1902, she exhibited the house with laurels in watercolors, and in oils, the high road and the orison. The first is a scene at nightfall and is rendered with great delicacy and refinement. B. Dupré, Amelia, /B. corresponding member of the Academy of Fine Arts, Florence, and of the Academy of Perugia. Born in Florence, 1845. Pupil of her father, Giovanni Dupré, who detected her artistic promise in her childish attempts at modeling. She has executed a number of notable sepulchral monuments, one for Adele Stiacchi, one for the daughter of the Duchess Ravaschieri in Naples, which represents the Madonna receiving an angel in her arms. It is praised for its subject and for the action of the figures. A Sister of Charity for the tomb of the Cavaliere Aleati is her work, and for the tomb of her parents at Fiesole, she reproduced La Pieta, one of her father's most famous sculptures. For the facade of the Florence Cathedral, she made a statue of Saint Riparata, and finished the San Zenobi, which her father did not live to complete. She has a wide reputation in Italy for her statues of the young Giotto, Saint Peter in prison, and San Giuseppe Calasanzio. B. Durant, Susan D./B. This English sculptor was educated in Paris and died there in 1873. She first exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1847. She was the teacher of the Princess Louise and executed medallion portraits and busts of many members of the royal family of England. Her works were constantly exhibited at the Royal Academy. The Art Journal, March 1873, spoke of her as one of our most accomplished female sculptors. Her bust of Queen Victoria is in the Middle Temple, London. The Faithful Shepherdess, an ideal figure, executed for the Corporation of London, is in the Mansion House. Among her other works are Ruth, a bust of Harriet Beecher Stowe, and a monument to the King of Belgium at Windsor. B. Deux's MME. La Duchesse/B. Honorable Mention, Paris Salon, 1889. Born in Paris, 1847. Pupil of Bonacieux and Falguière. The principal works of this artist are Diana Surprised, in marble. Saint Hubert, in the Church of the Sacré-Cœur. The same subject for a church in Canada. The Virgin, a commission from the government, in the church at Poissy. Jeanne d'Arc, at Mauson. The monument to Émile Augier, the commission for which was obtained in a competition with other sculptors, and many busts and statuettes. In the spring of 1903, at the 22nd exhibition of the Society of Women Painters and Sculptors, the Duchesse d'Uzes exhibited a large statue of the Virgin which is to be erected in the Church of St. Clothilde. It is correct anatomically and molded with great delicacy. B. Earl Maud/B. a painter of animals, whose Early Morning was exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1885 and has been followed by In the Drifts, Old Benchers, A Cry for Help, etc. In 1900 she exhibited The Dogs of Death. In 1901, On Diane's Day. Miss Earle has painted portraits of many dogs on the continent and in Great Britain, notably those belonging to Queen Victoria and to the present King and Queen. This artist exhibits in the United States as well as in the chief cities of England and has held private exhibitions in Graves Galleries. In 1902, her principal work was British Hounds and Gun Dogs. Many of her pictures have been engraved and published in both England and the United States. Among them are the last-named picture, 4 by Honors, The Absent-Minded Beggar, and What We Have Will Hold. B. Egloffstein, Countess Julia/B. born at Hildesheim, 1786–1868. This painter of portraits and genre subjects belonged to a family of distinction in the north of Germany. She was a maid of honor at the court of Weimar. Her pictures were praised by Cornelius and other Munich artists. Her portrait of Goethe, in his 77th year, is in the museum at Weimar. She also painted portraits of Queen Theresa Charlotte of Bavaria and of the Grand Duchess of Saxe-Weimar. Her picture of Hagar and Ishmael in the desert is well known in Germany. B. Egner Marie/B. pupil of Schindler in Vienna. She has exhibited her pictures at the exhibitions of the Vienna Watercolor Club. In 1890, an exquisite series of landscapes and flowers. In 1894, a mill in Upper Austria, in gouache, and in 1895 other work in the same medium, confirming previous impressions of her fine artistic ability. B. Eisenstein, Rosa von/B. born in Vienna, 1844. This artist is one of the few Austrian women artists who made all her studies in her native city. She was a pupil of Mme. Wissinger Florian, Schilcher, C. Probst, and Rudolf Huber. Her pictures are of still life. She is especially fond of painting birds and is successful in this branch of her art. B. Ellenritter, Anna Marie, / B. born at Constance. 1791–1863, a pupil of Einzel, a miniaturist and later of Langer, in Munich. In Rome, where this artist spent several years, she became a disciple of Overbeck. Returning to Switzerland, she received the appointment of court painter at Baden in 1829. Her works are portraits and pictures of historical subjects, many of the latter being biblical scenes. Among her best works are the Martyrdom of St. Stephen, in the Catholic Church at Karlsruhe, a St. Cecilia, a Madonna, and Mary with the Christ child leaving the throne of heaven are in the Karlsruhe Gallery. Christ blessing little children is in the church at Coburg. Among her other works are John writing his revelation at Patmos, Peter awaking Tabitha, and Simeon in the temple. Her religious subjects sometimes verge on the sentimental, but are of great sweetness, purity, and tenderness. She was happier in her figures of women than in those of men. She also made etchings of portraits and religious subjects in the manner of G. F. Schmidt. B. Emmett Lydia Field, / B. Medal at Columbian Exhibition, Chicago, 1893, Medal at Atlanta Exhibition, 1895. Honorable mention at Pan American Exposition, Buffalo, 1901. Member of the Art Students League and Art Workers Club for Women. Born at New Rochelle, New York. Studied at Art Students League under Chase, Mowbray, Cox, and Reed. At the Julian Academy, Paris, under Robert Fleury, Giacometti, and Bouguereau. At the Shinnecock School of Art under W. M. Chase. At Académie Vieté, Paris under Collin, and in a private studio under Mac Moniz. Illustration from a Copley print. Dorothy. Lydia Field Emmett. Miss Emmett has painted many portraits, which are in private hands in New York, Chicago, Boston, and elsewhere. She executed a decorative painting for the Woman's Building at Chicago, which is still in that city. B. Emmett, Rossina Mrs. Arthur Murray Sherwood, / B. Silver Medal, Paris Exposition, 1889. The Art Department Medal, Chicago, 1893. Bronze Medal, Buffalo, 1901. Member of the Society of American Artists, American Watercolor Society, New York Watercolor Club. Born in New York City, studied 2 years under William M. Chase and 6 months at Julian Academy, Paris. Miss Emmett exhibited at the National Academy of Design in 1881, A Portrait of a Boy, in 1882, A Portrait of Alexander Stevens and Waiting for the Doctor, in 1883, Red Rose Land and La Messiana. Her picture called September belongs to the Boston Art Club. The greater number of her works are in private collections. B. Eskier, MME. Eleanor, / B. Medal at Salon, 1868. A pupil of Ziegler, a painter of still life whose pictures of flowers and birds were much admired. Chrysanthemums, exhibited in 1869, was purchased by the government. Peaches and Grapes, 1872, is in the museum at Dijon, and in 1875 she executed decorative panels for the Palais de la Légion d'Honneur. B. Esch Mathilde, / B. born at Kletten, Bohemia, 1820, pupil of Waldmüller in Vienna. She also studied a long time in Dusseldorf and several years in Paris, finally settling in Vienna. She painted charming scenes from German and Hungarian life, as well as flowers and still life. Most of her works are in private galleries. B. Essinger Adele, / B. born in Salzburg, 1846. In 1874, she became a student at the art school in Stuttgart, where she worked under the special direction of Funk, and later entered the art school at Karlsruhe, where she was a pupil of Gude. She also received instruction from Hansch. Her pictures are remarkable for their poetic feeling, especially is this true of A Quiet Sea, The Gallinger Waterfall, and A Country Party. B. Eyck Margaretha van, / B. In Bruges, in the early decades of the 15th century, the Van Eycks were inventing new methods in the preparation of colors. Their discoveries in this regard assured them an undying fame, second only to that of their marvelous pictures. Here, in the quaint old city a large part of which we still describe as medieval in an atmosphere, totally unlike that of Italy, beside her devout brothers, Hubert and Jan, was Margaretha. When we examine the minute detail and delicate finish of the pictures of Jan van Eyck, we see a reason why the sister should have been a miniaturist, and do not wonder that with such an example before her, she should have excelled in this art. The fame of her miniatures extended even to southern Italy, where her name was honorably known. We cannot now point to any pictures as exclusively hers, as she worked in concert with her brothers. It is, however, positively known that a portion of an exquisite breviary in the Imperial Library in Paris was painted by Margaretha, and that she illustrated other precious and costly manuscripts. She was held in high esteem in Bruges and was honored in Ghent by burial in the Church of St. Bavo, where Hubert van Eyck had been interred. Karl van Mander, an early writer on Flemish art, was poetically enthusiastic in praise of Margaretha, calling her a gifted Minerva who spurned Hymen and Lucina and lived in single blessedness. A Madonna in the National Gallery in London is attributed to Margaretha van Eyck. Be Facius Angelica / be born at Weimar, 1806–87. This artist was distinguished as an engraver of metals and gems, pupil of her father Friedrich Wilhelm Facius. Goethe recommended her to Roch, and in 1827 she went to Berlin to study in his studio. Under her father's instruction, she engraved the medal for the celebration at Weimar, 1825, of the Jubilee of the Grand Duke Charles Augustus. Under Roch's direction, she executed the medal to commemorate the Duke's death. In 1841, she made the medal for the Convention of Naturalists at Jena. After Neher's designs, she modeled reliefs for the bronze doors at the Castle of Weimar. B. Farncombe, Caroline, / B. several first prizes in exhibitions in London, Toronto, Montreal, and Ottawa. Member of Women's Art Club, London, Ontario. Born near Toronto, Canada. Pupil of Mr. Judson and Emil Van den Broek in London, Canada, and later of William Chase in New York, now studying in Paris. B. Fassett, Cornelia, B. 1831–1898. Member of the Chicago Academy of Design and the Washington Art Club. Born in Wasco, New York. Studied watercolor painting in New York under an English artist, J. B. Wandesford. Pupil in Paris of Castiglione, Latour, and Matthew. Her artistic life was spent in Chicago and Washington, D.C. She painted numerous portraits in miniature and a large number in oils. Among those painted from life were Presidents Grant, Hayes, and Garfield, Vice President Henry Wilson, Charles Foster, when governor of Ohio, now in the State House at Columbus, Ohio, Dr. Rankin, president of Howard University, Washington, and many other prominent people of Chicago and Washington. Her chief work, and that by which she is best remembered, hangs in the Senate wing of the United States Capitol. No picture in the Capitol attracts more attention, and large numbers of people view it daily. It is the Electoral Commission in open session. It represents the old Senate chamber, now the Supreme Courtroom, with William M. Evarts making the opening argument. There are 258 portraits of notable men and women, prominent in political, literary, scientific, and social circles. Many of these were painted from life. The Arcadian, New York, December 15, 1876, in speaking of this picture, says, "Mr. Evarts is addressing the court, and the large number of people present are naturally and easily grouped. There is no stiffness nor awkwardness in the positions, nothing forced in the whole work. There are in the crowd ladies in bright colors to relieve the somberness of the black-coated men, and the effect of the whole picture is pleasing and artistic, aside from its great value as an historical work." The Washington Capitol, March 17, 1878. Mrs. Fassett's Electoral Commission gives evidence of great merit, and this illustration in oil of an historical event in the presidential annals of the country, by the preservation of the likenesses in groups of some of the principal actors, and a few leading correspondents of the press, will be valuable. This picture, we safely predict, will be a landmark in the history of the nation that will never be erased. It memorizes a most remarkable crisis in our life, and perpetuates, both by reason of its intrinsic value as a chapter of history and its intrinsic worth as an art production, the incident it represents and the name of the artist. In the Washington Star, October 1903, an article appeared from which I quote as follows. On the walls of the beautiful tessellated corridor of the eastern gallery floor of the Senate wing of the Capitol at Washington, just opposite the door of the caucus room of the Senate Democrats, hangs a large oil painting that never fails to attract the keenest curiosity of sightseers and legislators alike. And for good reason. That painting depicts in glowing colors a scene of momentous import, a chapter of American political history of graver consequence and more far-reaching results than any other since the Civil War. The printed legend on the frame of the picture reads, "The Florida case before the Electoral Commission, February 5, 1877, painted from life sittings in the United States Supreme Courtroom by Cornelia Adele Fassett. The painting belongs to Congress, having been purchased from the artist for $15,000. As you face the picture, the portraits of 258 men and women who, 26 years ago, were part and parcel of the legislative, executive, judicial, social, and journalistic life of Washington, look straight at you as if they were still living and breathing things, as indeed many of them are. As a work of art, the picture is unique, for each face is so turned that the features can easily be studied, and the likenesses of nearly all are so faithful as to be a source of constant wonder and delight." David S. Barry, in Pearson's Magazine. B. Fovo Felicita/B second-class medal at Florence in 1827 when she made her debut by exhibiting a statue, the abbot and a group, Queen Christine and Monaldeschi. Born in Florence of French parents about 1802. For political reasons, she was forced to leave Florence about 1834 when she went to Belgium, but later returned to her native city. Among her best works are St. George and the Dragon, bronze, the Martyrdom of St. Dorothea, Judith with the Head of Holofernes, St. Genova, marble, and a monument to Dante. Her works display a wonderful skill in the use of drapery and a purity of taste in composition. She handled successfully the exceedingly difficult subject, a scene between Paolo and Francesca da Rimini. B. Fofrager, MME. Eugenie Juliet/B honorable mention at Salon 1898, the same at the Paris Exposition 1900, third-class medal at Salon 1903, first prize of the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors 1902, Chevalier of the Order Nishan Iftikhar, Officer of Public Instruction. Member of the Association of Baron Taylor, of the Société des Artistes Francais, of the Union of Women Painters and Sculptors, and of the Association of Professors of Design of the City of Paris. Born at Noyon, Sarthe. Pupil of P.V. Galland, Albert Manin, and G. St. Pierre. MME. Fofrager's pictures are principally of fruit and flowers, and 3 have been purchased by the government. 1, Raisins, Grapes, is in the museum at Camuri. A second, Hortensias, Hydrangeas, is in the Museum of Mans. The third, which was in the Salon of 1903, has not yet been placed. In 1899, she exhibited a large watercolor called La Barque Fleurie, which was much admired and was reproduced in Elle illustration. Her watercolor of Clematis and Virginia Creeper is in the museum at Tunis. In the summer exhibition of 1903, at Évreux, this artist's peonies and iris were delightfully painted full of freshness and brilliancy, such as would be the despair of a less skillful hand. At the Limoges Exposition, May to November 1903, MME. Fofrager was announced as hors concours in watercolors. La Société Francaise des Amis des Arts purchased from the Salon, 1903, 2 watercolors by MME. Fofrager, Roses and Loose Flowers, or Ginchet Fleurie. Her pictures at the exposition at Toulouse, spring of 1903, were much admired. In one she had most skillfully arranged peaches and grapes. The color was truthful and delicate. The result was a most artistic picture, in which the art was concealed and nature alone was manifest. A second picture of zinnias was equally admirable in the painting of the flowers, while that of the table on which they were placed was not quite true in its perspective. Of a triptych called The Life of Roses, exhibited at the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1903, Jules de Saint-Hilaire writes, MME. Fofrager was inspired when she painted her charming triptych of Rose Life. In the compartment on the left, the roses are twined in a crown resembling those worn in processions. In the center, in all its dazzling beauty, the red rose, the rose of love, is enthroned, while the panel on the right is consecrated to the faded rose, the souvenir rose, shriveled, and lying beside the little casket which it still perfumes with its old-time sweetness. B. Fisher, Clara Elizabeth, /B. Born in Berlin, 1856. Studied under Biermann 6 years and later under Julius Jacob. Her pictures are portraits and genre subjects. Among the latter are What Will Become of the Child, 1886, Orphaned, In the Punishment Corner, and Morning Devotion. B. Fisher, Helene von, /B. Born in Bremen, 1843. She first studied under a woman portrait painter in Berlin. Later, she was a pupil of Frisch in Dusseldorf, of Roby in Brussels, and of Hertel and Scarbina in Berlin. She makes a specialty of flowers, fruit, and still life. Her fruit and flower pieces are beautiful, and her pictures of the victims of the chase are excellent. B. Flesch-Brunningen, Luma von, /B. Born in Brunn in 1856. In Vienna, she worked under Schoner, the interpreter of Venetian and Oriental life, and later in Munich, she acquired technical facility under Frithjof Smith. Travels in Italy, France, and Northern Africa furnished many of her themes, mostly interiors with figures, in which the entering light is skillfully managed. The Embroiderers, showing 3 characteristic figures who watch the first attempt of their seriously earnest pupil, is full of humor. In sharp contrast to this is a Madonna under the Cross, exhibited at Berlin in 1895, in which the mother's anguish is most sympathetically rendered. Devotion, shelterless, and the Kitchen Garden are among the paintings which have won her an excellent reputation as a genre painter. B. Fleury Emmy, Fanny/B. B. Facca, Signora Italia Zanardelli, /B. Silver Medal at Munich, 1893, Diploma of Gold Medal at Women's Exhibition, London, 1900. Member of Società Amatori Pittori di Belle Arti, of the Unione degli Artisti, and of the Società Cooperativa, all in Rome. Born in Padua, 1872. Pupil of Otten in Paris and of the Academy of Fine Arts in Rome. The principal works of this sculptor are a Bacchante, now in St. Petersburg, Najade, sold in London, The Virgin Mother, purchased by Cavaliere Alinari of Florence, Portrait of the Minister Merlo, which was ordered by the Ministry of Public Instruction. Many other less important works are in various Italian and foreign cities. Signora Facca is a professor of drawing in the normal schools of Rome. B. Foley, Margaret E. /B. A native of New Hampshire. Died in 1877. Without a master, in the quiet of a country village, Miss Foley modeled busts in chalk and carved small figures in wood. At length, she made some reputation in Boston, where she cut portraits and ideal heads in cameo. She went to Rome and remained there. She became an intimate friend of Mr. and Mrs. Howitt and died at their summer home in the Austrian Tyrol. Among her works are busts of Theodore Parker, Charles Sumner, and others, medallions of William and Mary Howitt, Longfellow, and Bryant, and several ideal statues and bas-reliefs. In a critical estimate of Miss Foley we read, "Her head of the somewhat impracticable but always earnest senator from Massachusetts Sumner is unsurpassable and beyond praise. It is simple, absolute truth, embodied in marble." Tuckerman's Book of the Artists. Miss Foley's exquisite medallions and sculptures ought to be reproduced in photograph. Certainly, she was a most devoted artist, and America has not had so many sculptors among women that she can afford to forget any one of them. Boston Advertiser, January, 1878. B. Fontaine, Jenny, /B. Silver Medal, Julian Academy, 1889. Silver Medal at Amiens Exposition, 1890 and 1894. Honorable Mention, Paris Salon, 1892. Gold Medal at Rouen Exposition, 1893. Third-Class Medal, Salon, 1896. Bronze Medal, Paris Exposition, 1900. Officer of the Academy, 1896. Officer of Public Instruction, 1902. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais, Paris. Société de l'Union Artistique du Pas-de-Calais, at Arras. Corresponding member of the Academy of Arras. Pupil of Jules Lefebvre and Benjamin Constant. Emile. Fontaine paints portraits only of these. She has exhibited regularly at the salons for 16 years. Among her sitters have been many persons of distinction, both men and women. At the Salon of 1902, she exhibited her own portrait. In 1903, portraits of Renette Georges de the Journal des Arts, giving an account of the exhibition at Reims, summer, 1903, says, "The portraits here are not so numerous as one might expect, but they are too fine to be overlooked, Emile." Jenny Fontaine has, for a long time, held a distinguished place as a portraitiste in our salons, and two of her works are here: a portrait of a young girl and one of General Giningro's. B. Fontana, Lavinia/B, born in Bologna, 1552. Her father was a distinguished portrait painter in Rome in the time of Pope Julius Roman III, but the work of his daughter was preferred before his own. She was elected to the Academy of Rome, while her charms were extolled in poetry and prose. Pope Gregory Roman XIII made her his painter in ordinary. Patrician ladies, cardinals, and Roman nobles contended for the privilege of having their portraits from her hand. Men of rank and scholars paid court to her, but with a waywardness not altogether uncommon, she married a man who was even thought to be lacking in sense. One of her two daughters was blind of one eye, and her only son was so simple that the loungers in the antechamber of the Pope were accustomed to amuse themselves with his want of wit. She is said to have died of a broken heart after the death of this son, and her portrait of him is considered her masterpiece. Her own portrait was one of her most distinguished works, and though it is in possession of her husband's family, the Zappi of Imola, it may be judged by an engraving after it in Rossini's History of Italian Painting. Many portraits by Lavinia Fontana are in the private collections of Italian families for whom they were painted. In the Gallery of Bologna, there is a night scene, the Nativity of the Virgin, by her, and in the Escorial is a Madonna lifting a veil to regard the sleeping Jesus, while SS. Joseph and John stand nearby. In the churches of San Giacomo Maggiore and of the Madonna del Baracano, both in Bologna, are Fontana's pictures of the Madonna with saints. In Pieve di Cento are two of her works, a Madonna and an Ascension. It is said that several pictures by this artist are in England, but I have failed to find to what collections they belong. Lavinia Fontana was a distinguished woman in a notable age, and if, in translating the tributes that were paid her by the authors of her day, we should faithfully render their superlatives, these writings would seem absurd in their exaggerations, and our comparatively cold adjectives would be taxed beyond their power of expression. B. Fontana, Veronica/B, born in 1576, a pupil of Elisabetta Serrani, who devoted herself to etching and wood engraving. She is known from her exceedingly fine, delicate portraits on wood and etchings of scenes from the life of the Madonna. B. Ford, Miss J/B, a painter of plants and flowers, which are much praised. An article in the Studio, July 1901, says, "Miss Ford, by patient and observant study from nature, has given us a very pleasing new form of useful work that has traits in common with the illustrations to be found in the excellent botanical books of the beginning of the 19th century. After praising the works of this artist, attention is called to her valuable book, Decorative Flower Studies, illustrated with 40 plates printed in colors. B. Foote, Mary Halleck/B, born in Milton, New York. At New York School of Design for Women, this artist studied anatomy and composition under William Rimmer and drawing on wood and black and white under William J. Linton. Mrs. Foote is a member of the alumni of the School of Design. Her illustrations have been exhibited by the publishers for whom they were made. In the beginning, her work was suited to the taste and custom of the time. She illustrated the so-called gift books and poems in the elaborate fashion of the period. Later, she was occupied principally in illustrations for the Century Company and Houghton, Mifflin & Co. Mrs. Foote writes that Miss Regina Armstrong, now Mrs. Niehausen, a series of articles on women illustrators of America, whom she divided into classes, placed her with the storytellers. B. Forbes, Mrs. Stanhope/B, Mr. Norman Gaston, in an article upon the work of the Royal Academician, Stanhope Forbes, in the Studio, July 1901, pays the following tribute to the wife of the artist, whose maiden name was Elizabeth Armstrong. Mrs. Stanhope Forbes' work does not ask you for any of that chivalrous gentleness which is in itself so derogatory to the powers of women. As an artist, she stands shoulder to shoulder with the very best. She has taste and fancy, without which she could not be an artist. But what strikes one about her most is summed up in the word ability. She is essentially able. The work which that wonderful left hand of hers finds to do, it does with a certainty that makes most other work look tentative beside hers. The gestures and poses she chooses in her models show how little she fears drawing, while the gistness of her criticism has a most solvent effect in dissolving the doubts that hover round the making of pictures. B40 Enrica/B Rome. B Fortin de Cool Delphina/B third-class medal Madrid 1864 for the following works reproduced on porcelain: the Conception of Murillo, the Magdalene of Antolines, and the portrait of Alonso Cano by Velázquez, also a portrait on ivory of a young girl. This artist, who was French by birth, was a pupil of her father. For paintings executed in the imperial works at Sevres, she was awarded prizes at Blois, Besançon, Rouen, Périgueux, and Paris. B. Fawkes Alyssa/B born in Pjatagorsk in the Caucasus. She came under Italian influence when but 4 years old and was taken to Naples. At the Institute of the Fine Arts, she was a pupil of Antoriello, Mancinelli, Parisi, and Solari. She received a diploma when leaving the institute. Her picture, Mendica, was exhibited in Naples, 1886, Un Ultimo Sguardo and Sogno, 1888. In London in 1888, Tipo Napolitano, Studio d'Alviro, and Ricordi were exhibited. Since 1884, this artist has taught drawing in the Municipal School for Girls in Naples and has executed many portraits in oil, as well as numerous pastels and watercolors. Among her later works are La Figlia del Corsaro, Chiome Near, Una Carezza al Nano, and Di Sappiato. B. Frackleton, Susan Stewart/B Medal at Antwerp Exposition, 1894, at Paris Exposition, 1900. Founder and first president of National League of Mineral Painters, member of Park and Outdoor Association. Born at Milwaukee, 1848. Pupil of private studios in Milwaukee and New York. Mrs. Frackleton's gas kilns for firing decorated china and glass are well known. Also her book, Tried by Fire, a treatise on china painting. As a ceramic artist, she has exhibited in various countries and has had numerous prizes for her work. She declined the request of the Mexican government to be at the head of a national school of ceramic decoration, etc. She is also a lecturer on topics connected with the so-called arts and crafts. B. Freeman, Florence/B born in Boston, 1836–1883, pupil of Richard S. Greenough in Boston and of Hiram Powers in Florence, Italy. After a year in Florence, she went to Rome, where she made her home. Among her works are a bust of Sandalpin, which belonged to Mr. Longfellow, bas-reliefs of Dante, and a statue of the sleeping child. She sent to the exhibition in Philadelphia, 1876, a chimney-piece on which were sculptured children and the Yule log and fireside spirits. This was purchased by Mrs. Hemingway of Boston. Her works are full of poetic fancy. Her bas-reliefs of the 7 days of the week and of the hours are most lovely and original in conception. Her sketches of Dante in bas-reliefs are equally fine. Her designs for chimney-pieces are gems, and in less prosaic days than these, when people were not satisfied with the work of mechanics, but demanded artistic designs in the commonest household articles, they would have made her famous. The Revolution, May, 1871. B. French, Jane Kathleen/B member of the Watercolor Society of Ireland, born in Dublin. Studied in Brussels under M. Burson and in Wiesbaden under Herr Kogler. Miss French is a miniaturist and exhibited at the Royal Academy, London, in 1901, a case of her works which she was later specially invited to send to an exhibition in Liverpool and several other exhibits. The last 2 years she has exhibited in Ireland only, as her commissions employ her time so fully that she cannot prepare for foreign expositions. B. Freyberg, Baroness Marie Electrine/B elected to the Academy of St. Luke, 1822, born in Strasbourg, 1797–1847, daughter and pupil of the landscape painter Stuntz. After traveling in France and Italy, making special studies in Rome, she settled in Munich. She painted historical and religious subjects and a few portraits. Zacharias naming the little Saint John is in the New Picture Gallery, Munich. In the same gallery is also a portrait called The Boy Playing a Flute. In the Leuchtenberg Gallery, Petersburg, is her Three Women at the Sepulchre. She painted a picture called The Glorification of Religion Through Art and a Madonna in Prayer. She also executed a number of lithographs and etchings. B. Friedlander, Camilla/B born in Vienna, 1856. She was instructed by her father, Friedrich Friedlander. Among her numerous paintings of house furniture, antiquities, and dead animals should be especially mentioned her picture in the Rudolfinum at Prague, which represents all sorts of drinking vessels, 1888. Some critics affirm that she has shown more patience and industry than wealth of artistic ideas, but her still-life pictures demanded those qualities and brought her success and artistic recognition. B. Friedrich Caroline Friederich / B. born in Dresden, 1749–1815, honorary member of Dresden Academy. In the Dresden Gallery is a picture by this artist, Pastry on a Plate with a Glass of Wine, signed 1799. B. Friedrichsen Ernestine / B. born in Danzig, 1824. Pupil of Marie Wiegmann in Dusseldorf and later of Jordan and Wilhelm Sohn. While still a student, she visited Holland, Belgium, England, and Italy. Her favorite subjects were scenes from the everyday life of Poles and Jews. Her best pictures were sold to private collectors. Among these are Polish raftsmen resting in the forest, 1867, Polish raftsmen before a crucifix, 1869, a Jew rag picker, 1870, the Jewish quarter in Amsterdam on Friday evening, 1881, a goose girl, 1891. B. Fries Anna / B. silver medal at Bern, 1857, 2 silver medals from the Academy of Urbino, silver medal at the National Exposition by Women in Florence. Honorary member of the Academy Michelangelo, Florence, and of the Academy of Urbino. Born in Zurich, 1827. She encountered much opposition to her desire to study art, but her talent was so manifest that at length she was permitted to study drawing in Zurich, and her rapid progress was finally recognized, and she was taken to Paris, where the great works of the masters were an inspiration to her. She has great individuality in her pictures, which have been immoderately praised. She visited Italy, and in 1857 went to Holland, where she painted portraits of Queen Sophia and the Prince of Orange. She returned to Zurich and was urged to remain in Switzerland, but she was ambitious of further study and went again to Florence. She there painted a portrait of the Grand Duchess Marie of Russia. She turned her attention to decorative painting, and her success in this may be seen in the facades of the Schmitz Villa, the Schembach establishment, and her own home. When we consider the usual monotony of this art, the charming effects which Mme. Fries has produced make her distinguished in this specialty. B. Frischmuth Harriet Whitney / B. B. Fritzi Margarethe August / B. born in Magdeburg, 1845. This genre painter worked first in Bremen and went in 1873 to Munich, where she studied with Grutzner and Liesenmayer. The most significant of her pictures is The Little Hand Organ Player with His Monkey. She has also executed many strong portraits, and her painting is thought to show the influence of A. von Kotzebue and Alexander Wagner. In 1880, she spent some time in Stuttgart and later settled in Berlin. B. Frorup Bertha / B. born in Berlin, 1833, pupil of Mardersteg and Pauwels in Weimar. This artist's pictures were usually of genre subjects. Her small game pictures with single figures are delightful. She also painted an unusually fine portrait of Friedrich Ruckert. At an exhibition by the Women Artists of Berlin, 1892, a pen study by Fräulein Frorup attracted attention and was admired for its spirit and its clear execution. B. Frumery, Mme. de / B. honorable mention at the Salon des Artistes Francais in 1893 and 1895. Born in Sweden, she studied in the School of Fine Arts in Stockholm. There she gained a prize which entitled her to study abroad during 4 years. She has exhibited her works in Paris, and to the Salon of Les Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs in February 1903, she contributed a bust of Strindberg, which was a delightful example of lifelike portraiture. B. Fuller Lucia Fairchild / B. bronze medal, Paris Exposition 1900, silver medal, Buffalo Exposition 1901, member of the Society of American Artists and of the American Society of Miniature Painters. Born in Boston. Studied at the Cowles Art School, Boston, under Denny's M. Bunker, and at the Art Students League, New York, under H. Siddons Mowbray and William M. Chase. Mrs. Fuller is a most successful miniature painter. Among her principal works are Mother and Child, in the collection of Mrs. David P. Kimball, Boston, Girl with a Hand Glass, owned by Hearn, and Girl Drying Her Feet, for which the medal was given in Paris. Mrs. Fuller's miniatures are portraits principally, and are in private hands. Some of her sitters in New York are Mrs. J. Pierpont Morgan and her children, Mrs. H. P. Whitney and children, J. J. Higginson, Esquire, Dr. Edwin A. Tucker, and many others. B. Gagliotti Richards, Emma, /B. historical and portrait painter of the middle of the 19th century, is known by her portrait of Alexander von Humboldt in possession of the Emperor William Roman II, and by her portrait of herself before her easel. Her historical paintings include The Crusader and a Madonna. B. Galli Amira, /B. reproduces with great felicity the customs of the lagoons, the boys and fishermen of which she represents with marvelous fidelity. She depicts not only characteristics of features and dress, but of movement. Giovine Veneziana and Ragazzo del Popolo were exhibited at Turin in 1880 and were much admired. Il Falconiere was exhibited at both Turin and Milan. Un Piccolo a Cat has also been accorded warm praise. B. Gardner Elizabeth Jane, /B. honorable mention, Paris Salon, 1879, gold medal 1889, Hors Concours. Born in Exeter, New Hampshire, 1851, her professional life has been spent in Paris, where she was a pupil of Hugues Merle, Lefebvre, and M. William A. Bouguereau, whom she married. B. Garrido y Agudo, Maria de la Soledad, /B. born in Salamanca, pupil of Juan Pero. She exhibited 2 works at the National Exposition, 1876 a portrait and a youth studying a picture. In 1878 she sent to the same exposition The Sacrifice of the Saguntine Women. At the Philadelphia Exposition, 1876, she exhibited her Messenger of Love. Her Santa Lucia is in the Church of San Roque de Guardia. B. Gasso y Vittel, Leopolda, /B. honorable mention, 1876. Prizes, 1876, for 2 works sent to the Provincial Exposition of Leon. Member of the Association of Authors and Artists, 1876. Born in the province of Toledo, pupil of Manuel Martinez Ferrer and Isidoro Lozano. At Madrid, in 1881, she exhibited A Pensioner, a Beggar, a portrait of Senorita M.J., and a landscape. In 1878, A Coxcomb, Street Vendors of Avila, and a landscape. And in 1881, at an exhibition held by D. Ricardo Hernandez, were seen a landscape and a portrait of D. Lucas Aguirre y Juarez. B. Giefs MME, Fanny Isabelle Marie, /B. born at Brussels, 1814–1883, wife of the sculptor Guillaume Giefs, a painter of portraits and genre subjects which excel the historical pictures she also painted. Her Assumption of the Virgin is in a church at Waterloo, Christ appearing to his disciples, in a church at Hotham. The Virgin Consoling the Afflicted was awarded a medal in Paris and is in the Hospital of St. John at Brussels. The Virgin and Child was purchased by the Belgian government. Her portraits are good, and among her genre subjects The Young Mother, The Sailor's Daughter, and Ophelia are attractive and artistic in design and execution. B. Gelder, Lucia van, /B. born in Wiesbaden, 1864–1899. This artist was the daughter of an art dealer, and her constant association as a child with good pictures stimulated her to study. In Berlin, she had lessons in drawing with Liesenmeyer and in color with Max Theddy. She was also a constant student at the galleries. She began to work independently when 18, and a number of her pictures achieved great popularity, being reproduced in many art magazines. The Little Doctor, especially, in which a boy is feeling with a grave expression of knowledge the pulse of his sister's pet kitten, has been widely copied in photographs, wood engravings, and in colors. She repeated the picture in varying forms. She died in Munich, where she was favorably known through such works as The Village Barber, Contraband, The Wonderful Story, At the Sick Bed, and The Violin Player, the last painted the year before her death. B. Gentileschi, Artemisia, /B. 1590–1642. A daughter of Orazio Gentileschi, whom she accompanied to England when he was invited to the court of Charles, Artemisia has been called the pupil, and again the friend, of Guido Reni. Whatever the relation may have been, there is no doubt that the manner of her painting was influenced by Guido and also by her study of the works of Domenichino. Wagner says that she excelled her father in portraits, and her own likeness in the gallery at Hampton Court is a powerful and lifelike picture. King Charles had several pictures from her hand, one of which, David with the head of Goliath, was much esteemed. Her Mary Magdalene and Judith with the head of Holofernes are in the Pitti Palace. The latter work is a proof of her talent. Lanzi says, It is a picture of strong coloring, of a tone and intensity which inspires awe. Mrs. Jameson praised its execution, while she regretted its subject. Illustration, Alinari photo. In the Pitti Gallery, Florence. Judith with the head of Holofernes. Artemisia Gentileschi. Her picture of the birth of John the Baptist, in the Gallery of the Prado, is worthy of attention, even in that marvelous collection, where is also her Woman Caressing Pigeons. The Historical Society of New York has her picture of Christ among the doctors. After her return to Italy from England, this artist was married and resided in Naples. Several of her letters are in existence. They tell of the manner of her life and give an interesting picture of Neapolitan society in her day. B. Gessler Delacroix, a legendrina / be known in art circles as Madame Anselma. Gold medal at Cadiz, 1880, honorary member of the Academy of Cadiz. She has spent some years in Paris, where her works are often seen in exhibitions. Her medal picture at Cadiz was an Adoration of the Cross. One of her most successful works is called The Choir Boys. B. Giles, Mrs. Bernard Jenkin, / B. This sculptor exhibited a life-size marble group, called In Memoriam, at the Royal Academy in 1900, which attracted much attention. It was graceful in design and of a sympathetic quality. At an open competition in the London Art Union, her hero won the prize. In 1901, she exhibited an ambitious group called After 1900 Years and Still They Crucify. It was excellent in modeling, admirable in sentiment, and displayed strength in conception and execution. B. Ginessi, Caterina, / be born in Rome, 1590. This artist was of noble family, and one of her uncles, a cardinal, founded the Church of Santa Lucia, in which Caterina, after completing her studies under Lanfranco, painted several large pictures. After the death of the cardinal, with money which he had given her for the purpose, Caterina founded a cloister, with a seminary for the education of girls. As abbess of this community, she proved herself to be of unusual ability. In her youth, she had been trained in practical affairs as well as in art, and, although she felt that the needle and distaff were enemies to the brush and pencil, her varied knowledge served her well in the responsibilities she had assumed, and at the head of the institution she had founded she became as well known for her executive ability as for her piety. Little as the works of Lanfranco appeal to us, he was a notable artist of the Carracci school. Caterina did him honor as her master and, in the esteem of her admirers, excelled him as a painter. B. Girardot, birth, / B. Gold medal at the Paris Exposition, 1900 honorable mention, Salon des Artistes Francais 1900, 10 silver medals from foreign exhibitions. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais and the Union des Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs. Born at Marseille. Her father was Swiss and her mother a Miss Rogers of Boston. She was a pupil for 3 months of Antonin Carl's Paris. With this exception, MME. Girardot writes, I studied mostly alone, looking to nature as the best teacher, and with energetic perseverance trying to give out in a concrete form all that filled my heart. Illustration, give us this day our daily bread. Berthe Girardot. Among her works are L'Enfant Malade, bought by the city of Paris and placed in the Petit Palais des Champs-Élysées, a group called the Grandmother's Blessing, purchased by the government and placed in a public museum, the bust of an old woman, acquired by the Swiss government and placed in the Museum of Neuchâtel, a group, the Madonna and Child, for which the artist received the gold medal, and 2 groups illustrating the prayer, Give us this day our daily bread. Also portrait statues and busts belonging to private collections. At the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1902, MME, Girardot exhibited the Grandmother's Blessing and L'Enfant Malade. At the same salon, 1903, the 2 groups illustrating the Lord's Prayer. A writer, G.M. in the Studio of December, 1902, writes, Prominent among the women artists of the day whose talents are attracting attention is MME, Berthe Girardot. She has a very delicate and very tender vision of things which stamps her work with genuine originality. She does not seek her subjects far from the life around her, quite the reverse, and therein lies the charm of her sculpture, a great, sincere, and simple charm which at once arouses one's emotion. What, for instance, could be more poignantly sad than this Enfant Malade group with the father, racked with anxiety, bending over the pillow of his fragile little son, and the mother, already in an attitude of despair, at the foot of the bed. The whole thing is great in its profound humanity. The benediction de l'Aïeul is less tragic. Behind the granddaughter, delightful in her white veil and dress of a première communicante, stands the old woman, her wrinkled face full of quiet joy. She is thinking of the past, moved by the melancholy of the bells, and she is happy with a happiness with which is mingled something of sorrow and regret. It is really exquisite. By simple means MME. Berthe Gerardot obtains broad emotional effects. She won a great and legitimate success at the Salon of the Société des Artistes Francais. B. Gleichen, Countess, /B Bronze Medal at Paris Exposition, 1900, Honorable Member of Royal Institute of Painters in Watercolors, of Royal Society of Painter-Etchers. Sculptor, pupil of her father, Prince Victor of Hohenlohe, and of the Slade School, London, also of Professor Legros. She has exhibited regularly at the Royal Academy since 1893. In 1895, she completed a life-size statue of Queen Victoria for the Victoria Hospital, Montreal. The Queen is represented in royal robes, with one child asleep on her knee, while another, with its arm in a sling, stands on the steps of the throne. Shortly before the Queen's death, she gave sittings to Countess Gleichen, who then executed a bust of Her Majesty, now at the Cheltenham Ladies' College. The Constitutional Club, London, has her bust of Queen Alexandra, which was seen at the Academy in 1895. Her Satan attracted much attention when exhibited in 1894. He is represented as seated on a throne composed of snakes, while he has scales and wings and is armed like a knight. In 1899, her statue of Peace was more pleasing, while a hand mirror of jade and bronze was much admired both in London and Paris, where it was seen in the Exposition of 1900. In 1901, she executed a fountain with a figure of a nymph for a garden in Paris. A year later, a second fountain for W. Palmer, Esquire, Ascot. She has made a half-length figure of Kubelik. Her sculptured portraits include those of Sir Henry Ponsonby, MME. Calvé Mrs. Walter Palmer, and a bust of the late Queen in ivory, which she exhibited in 1903. B. Gleichen, Countess Helena, /B. B. Gloag, Isabel Lillian, /B. born in London, the daughter of Scotch parents. Her early studies were made at St. John's Wood Art School, preparatory to entering the School of the Royal Academy, but the conservative and academic training of these institutions so displeased her that she went to the Slade School. Ill health compelled her to put aside all plans for regular study, and she entered Ridley's studio for private instruction, following this with work at the South Kensington Museum. After still further study with Raphael Collin in Paris, she returned to London and soon had her work accepted at the Royal Academy. Miss Gloag is reported as saying that women have little sense of composition, a failing which she does not seem to share. In this respect, and as a colorist, she is especially strong. Rosamond, in which the charming girl in a purple robe, sitting before an embroidery frame, is startled by the shadow of Queen Alinari bearing the poisoned cup, displays these qualities to great advantage. The leafy bower, the hanging mantle, show great skill in arrangement and a true instinct for color. The magic mantle, Rapunzel, and the miracle of the roses have all especially, the first named made an impression. Another and strikingly original picture, called The Quick and the Dead, represents a poorhouse, in the ward of which is a group of old women surrounded by the ghosts of men and children. Miss Gloag has also made some admirable designs for stained glass windows. She has been seriously hampered by ill health, and her achievements in the face of such a drawback are all the more remarkable. B. Godwick Margaretta, /B. born at Dort, 1627. A pupil of the celebrated painter Nicholas Moss. She excelled as a painter of flowers and was proficient in both ancient and modern languages. She was called by authors of her time the lovely flower of art and literature of the Merwestrom, which is a poetical way of saying Dordrecht. B. Gale, Mary MME. Spike Gale, /B. silver medal at Geneva Exposition, 1896, 18 medals and rewards gained in the art schools of Geneva, and the highest recompense for excellence in composition and decoration. Member of the Amis des Beaux-Arts, Geneva. Société Vaudois des Beaux-Arts, Lausanne. Born in Geneva and studied there under Midi for flower painting, composition, and ceramic decoration, under Gillett for figure painting. MME. Gale has executed a variety of pictures both in oil and watercolors. In an exhibition at the Athénée in Geneva, in the autumn of 1902, she exhibited 2 pictures of sleep, which afforded an almost startling contrast. They were called Sweet Sleep and The Eternal Sleep. The first was a picture of a beautiful young woman, nude and sleeping in the midst of roses, while angels watching her inspire rosy dreams of life and love. The roses are of all possible shades, rendered with wonderful freshness scarlet roses, golden roses end in such masses, and so scattered about the nude figure as to give it a character of purity and modesty. The flesh tints are warm, the figure is supple in effect, and the whole is a happy picturing of the sleep and dream of a lovely young woman who has thrown herself down in the carelessness of solitude. It required an effort of will to turn to the second picture. Here lies another young woman, in her white shroud, surrounded with lilies as white as her face, on which pain has left its traces. In the artistic speech of the present day, it is a symphony in white. The figure is as rigid as the other is supple. It is frightfully immovable and, yet the drawing is not exaggerated in its firmness. Certainly, these contrasting pictures witness to the skill of the artist. Without doubt, the last is by far the most difficult, but Gale has known how to conquer its obstacles. A third picture by this artist in the exhibition is called The Abundance of Spring. Gale's reputation as a flower painter has been so long established that one need not dwell on the excellence of the work. A writer in the Geneva Tribune exclaims, "One has never seen more brilliant peonies, more vigorous or finer branches of lilacs, or iris more delicate and distinguished. How they breathe, how they live, how they smile, these ephemeral blossoms." B. Gonzalez, Ineacutes, / member of the Academy San Carlos of Valencia. In the expositions of 1845 and 1846, in that city she was represented by several miniatures, one of which, Dido, was much admired. Another, the portrait of the Baron of Santa Barbara, was acquired by the Economic Society of Valencia. In the Provincial Museum is her picture of the 2 smokers. B. Granby, Marchioness of / replies as follows to circular. Lady Granby has been written about by Miss Tomlinson, 20 Wigmore Street, London, W., and I advise you, if you really want any information, to get it from her. V.G. I was not, really, anxious enough to be informed about Lady Granby, who drops so readily from the third person to the first to act on her advice, which I give to my readers, in order that anyone who does wish to know about her will be able to obtain the information. B. Grant, Mary R. / B. This sculptor studied in Paris and Florence, as well as in London, where she was a pupil of J. H. Foley, R.A. She has exhibited at the Royal Academy since 1870. She has executed portraits of Queen Victoria, Georgina, Lady Dudley, the Duke of Argyll, Mr. C. Parnell, M.P., and Sir Francis Grant, P.R.A. Her memorial work includes a relief of Dean Stanley, Royal Chapel, Windsor, and a relief of Mr. Fawcett, M.P., on the Thames Embankment. The late Queen gave Miss Grant several commissions. In Winchester Cathedral is a screen, on the exterior of Lichfield Cathedral a number of figures, and in the Cathedral of Edinburgh a reredos, all the work of this artist. At the Royal Academy, 1903, she exhibited a medallion portrait in bronze. B. Gratz Marie / B. born at Karlsruhe, 1839. This portrait painter was a pupil of Bergman and later of Schick and Cannon. Among her best-known portraits are those of Prince and Princess Lipdetmold, Princess Hohenlohe-Langenburg, Prince Wittgenstein, the hereditary Princess Roos, and Princess Bayern von Kurland. B. Gray, Sophie de Butts / B. First honor, Maryland Institute. Second honor, World's Fair, New Orleans. Gold medal, Autumn Exhibition, Louisville, 1898. First and second premiums, Nelson County Fair, 1898. B. Greatorex, Eliza / B. In 1869, Mrs. Greatorex was elected Associate Member of the National Academy, New York, and was the first woman member of the Artists' Fund Society of New York. Born in Ireland. 1820–1897, studied under Witherspoon and James and William Hart in New York, under Lambinet in Paris, and at the Pinakothek in Munich. Mrs. Greatorex visited England, Paris, Italy, and Germany, spending a summer in Nuremberg and one in Oberammergau. Among her most important works are Bloomingdale, which was purchased by Mr. Robert Hoe, Shadhow of Madame Cliff, the property of Dykhem and Van Doren, Landscape, Amsterdam, pictures of Bloomingdale Church, St. Paul's Church, and the North Dutch Church, all painted on panels taken from these churches. Mrs. Greatorex illustrated the homes of Oberammergau with etchings, published in Munich in 1871. Also, summer etchings in Colorado, published in 1874, and Old New York from the Battery to Bloomingdale, published in 1875. 18 of the drawings for the Old New York were at the Philadelphia Exhibition, 1876. B. Greenaway, Kate, / member of the Royal Institute of Painters in Watercolors, 1890. Born in London. 1840, 619-01. Her father was a well-known wood engraver. Miss Greenaway first studied her art at the South Kensington School, then at Heatherley's Life Class, and at the Slade School. She began to exhibit at the Dudley Gallery in 1868. Her Christmas cards first attracted general attention to her as an artist. Their quaint beauty and truthful drawing in depicting children, young girls, flowers, and landscape soon made them more popular than the similar work of other artists. These cards sold by thousands on both sides of the Atlantic and secured consideration for any other work she might do. She soon made illustrations for little folks and the London News. In 1879, Under the Window appeared, and 150,000 copies were sold. It was also translated into French and German. The Birthday Book, Mother Goose, and Little Anne followed and were accorded the heartiest welcome. It is said that for the above 4 toy books she received $40,000. Wherever they went, and they were in all civilized countries, they were applauded by artists and critics and loved by all classes of women and children. One can but hope that Kate Greenaway realized the worldwide pleasure she gave to children. The exhibition of her works at the Gallery of the Fine Arts Society, since her death, was even more beautiful than was anticipated. The grace, delicacy, and tenderness with which her little people were created impressed one in an entire collection as no single book or picture could do. It has been said that Kate Greenaway dressed the children of 2 continents, and, indeed, her revival of the costumes of 100 years ago was delightful for the children and for everybody who saw them. Among her papers after her death, many verses were found. Had she lived, she would doubtless have acquired the courage to give them to the world. She was shy of strangers and the public, had few intimates, but of those few was very fond. The charm of her character was great indeed. Her friends could discover no faults in her. Her personality and presence were as lovely to them as were her exquisite flowers. B. Green, Mary Shepherd, / B. 3rd Class Medal, 1900, 2nd Class Medal, 1902, at Salon des Artistes Francais. Her picture of 1902 is thus spoken of in Success, September of that year. Une Petite Histoire is the title of Miss Mary Shepherd Green's graceful canvas. The lithe and youthful figure of a girl is extended upon a straight-backed settle in somewhat of a racomier pose. She is intently occupied in the perusal of a book. The turn of the head, the careless attitude, and the flesh tints of throat and face are all admirably rendered. The diaphanous quality of the girlish costume is skillfully worked out, as are also the accessories of the room. Miss Green's work must commend itself to those who recognize the true in art. Technical dexterity and a fine discrimination of color are attributes of this conscientious artist's work. She has a rare idea of grace and great strength of treatment. Miss Green's canvas has a charm all its own and is essentially womanly, while at the same time it is not lacking in character. Hailing from New England, her first training was in Brooklyn under Professor Whittaker, from whom she received much encouragement. Afterward she came under the influence of Herbert Adams, and after pursuing her studies with that renowned artist, she went to Paris, where she was received as a pupil by Raphael Collin. She has exhibited at Omaha, Pittsburgh, and at the Salon. Her first picture, called In Regard Fugitive, won for her a medal of the 3rd class. B. Gray, Mrs. Edith F. / B. member of the Society of Miniaturists, Royal Institute of Painters in Watercolors, Bewick Club, and Northumbrian Art Institute, Newcastle-on-Tyne. Born at the last-named place, where she also made her studies in the Newcastle School of Art, and later under private masters in London. Mrs. Gray has exhibited miniatures and pictures in both oils and watercolors at the Royal Society of British Artists, the Royal Academy, the Royal Institute of Painters in Watercolors, and the exhibitions at Liverpool, Manchester, and York. Since 1890, she has continuously exhibited at the Academy of the Royal Institute, London, except in 1895 and 1902. Mrs. Gray was fortunate in having the first picture she sent to London sold, and has continued to find purchasers for her exhibited works, which are now in many private collections and number about 150. Empty, a child study in oils, 1897, and a watercolor, A Silver Latch, 1900, are among her important works. To the Academy Exhibition, 1903, she sent a picture of Nightfall color coats and a portrait of Lily, daughter of Mrs. J. B. Firth. B. Guild, Mrs. Cadwallader, /B. I quote from the Boston Transcript a portion of an article relative to this sculptor, some of whose works were exhibited in Boston in 1903. In spite of the always suspected journalistic laudations of Americans abroad, in spite of the social vogue and intimacy with royalty which these chronicle, the work of Mrs. Guild shows unmistakable talent, and such a fresh, free spirit of originality that one can almost accept the alleged dictum of Berlin that Mrs. Guild is the greatest genius in sculpture that America has ever had. The list of Mrs. Guild's works executed abroad include a painting belonging to the very beginning of her career, of still life in oils, which was accepted and well hung at the Royal Academy in London. But it is in Berlin that she has been especially successful. To her credit there are a bust of Her Royal Highness the Princess Christian of Schleswig-Holstein, Mr. Gladstone in marble and bronze, G. F. Watts in bronze for the permanent Manchester Art Exhibition, Mr. Peter Brotherhood, inventor of a torpedo engine in marble and bronze, which held the place of honor at the Royal Academy the year of its exhibition, Princess Henry of Prussia in marble, Her Highness Princess Helena of Saxe-Altenburg, His Excellency the Baron von Reinbeben, Minister of Finance, His Excellency Dr. Stutt, Minister of Education and Art, Prof. Dr. Henry Thode of the Heidelberg University, Hans Thoma and Joachim, the violinist, Felix Weingartner, statuette of Her Royal Highness Princess Henry with her little son Prince Henry. B. Gunther Ramberg Julie, /B. born in Berlin, 1855, daughter and pupil of Wilhelm Amberg. Later she studied under Gusso. She painted attractive scenes of domestic life, the setting for these works often representing a landscape characteristic of the shore of the Baltic Sea. Among these pictures are Schermer, The Village Coquette, Sunday Afternoon, at the Garden Gate, and Harvest Day in Mistroy. In 1886, this artist married Dr. Gunther of Berlin. B. Guyon Maximilian, /B. Medal of Third Class, Paris Salon, 1888 Honorable Mention and Medal of Third Class at Exposition Universelle, 1889. Traveling Purse, 1894 First woman to whom the purse was given, Bronze Medal, Paris Exposition, 1900. Gold Medal at Exposition of Black and White, Paris, Medal in Silver Gilt at Amiens. MME. Guyon is Hors Concours at Lyon, Versailles, Rouen, etc. Member of the Société des Artistes Francais, Société des Aquarellistes Francais, and of the Société des Prix du Salon et Berciers de Voyage. Born at Paris. Pupil of the Julian Academy under Robert Fleury, Jules Lefebvre, and Gustave Boulanger. MME, Guyon is a successful portrait painter, and her works are numerous. Among her pictures of another sort are The Violinist and The River. In the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1902, she exhibited 2 portraits. In 1903, she exhibited Mending of the Fish Nets, A Scene in Brittany, and A Study. The net menders are 3 peasant women, seated on the shore with a large net thrown across their laps, all looking down and working busily. They wear the white Breton caps, and but for these in the reproduction that I have it seems a gloomy picture. But one cannot judge of color from the black and white. The net is well done, as are the hands, and the whole work is true to the character of such a scene in the country of these hard-working women. MME, Guyon is much esteemed as a teacher. She has been an instructor and advisor to the Princess Mathilda and has had many young ladies in her classes. In her portraits, she succeeds in revealing the individual characteristics of her subjects and bringing out that which is sometimes a revelation to themselves in a pronounced manner. Is not this the key to the charm of her works? B. Hanen, Elizabeth Alid MME, Kiers /B. Member of the Academy of Amsterdam, 1838, born in Utrecht, 1809–1845, pupil of her brother Georg G. van Hanen, The genre pictures by this artist are admirable. A Dutch peasant woman and the midday prayer of an aged couple are excellent examples of her art and have been made familiar through reproductions. B. Hale, Ellen Day, /B. Medal at Exhibition of Mechanics Charitable Association. Born in Worcester, Massachusetts. Pupil of William M. Hart and of Dr. Rimmer, in Boston, and of the Julian Academy, Paris. Her principal works are decorative. The Nativity is in the South Congregational Church, Boston. Military music, decorative, is in Philadelphia. She also paints figure subjects. B. Hallowell, May, /B. C. Loud. B. House, Emmeline, /B. This artist, when in the Royal Academy Schools, was awarded 2 silver medals and a prize of £30. Her works have been accepted at the Academy exhibitions since 1888, and occasionally she has sent them to the Paris salons. Born in London. Studied under Sir Frederick Leighton, at Academy Schools, and in Paris under M. Bugino. Miss House executed the Reredos in St. John's Church, Notting Hill, London. A terracotta relief called Earthward Board is in St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London. A relief, the Pleiades, was purchased by the Corporation of Glasgow for the permanent exhibition. Her restoration of the Hermes was placed in the British Museum beside the cast from the original. This artist has made many life-size studies of children, portraits in marble, plaster, and wax, in all sizes, poetical reliefs, and tiny wax figures. B. Hammond, Gertrude Domain, /B. Several prizes at the School of the Royal Academy, 1886, 1887, and in 1889 the prize for decorative design, bronze medal at Paris Exposition in 1900. Member of Institute of Painters in Watercolors. Born at Brixton. After gaining the prize for decorative design, Miss Hammond was commissioned to execute her design in a public building. This was the 3rd time that such a commission was given to a prize student, and the first time it was accorded to a woman. More recently, Miss Hammond has illustrated books and magazines. In 1902, she illustrated The Virginians in a new American edition of Thackeray's novels. At the Academy, 1903, she exhibited a reading from Plato. B. Harding, Charlotte, /B. George W. Childs Gold Medal at Philadelphia School of Design for Women, Silver Medal at Women's Exposition, London, 1900. Born in Newark, New Jersey, 1873. Pupil of Philadelphia Academy of Fine Arts and School of Design for Women. In the latter was awarded the Horstman Fellowship. Miss Harding is an illustrator whose works are seen in a number of the principal magazines. B. Hart, Letitia B., /B. Dodge Prize, National Academy of Design, 1898. Born in New York, 1857. Pupil of her father, James M. Hart, and Edgar M. Ward. Her principal works are The Keepsake, Unwinding the Skein, In Silk Attire, and The Bride's Bouquet. B. Havens, Belle, /B. awarded 3rd Hallgarten Prize at National Academy of Design, winter of 1903. Born in Franklin County, Ohio. Studied at Art Students League, New York, and at Colarossi Atelier, Paris. In New York, Miss Havens was directed by William Chase and by Whistler in Paris. In Holland, she studied landscape under Hitchcock, and a picture called Going Home was accepted at the Salon and later exhibited at the Philadelphia Academy. It is owned by Mr. Caldwell, of Pittsburgh. Mr. Harrison N. Howard, in Brush and Pencil, writing of the exhibition of the National Academy of Design, says, Belle Havens' The Last Load is part and parcel with her other cart and horse compositions, commonplace and prosaic in subject, but rendered naturally and forcefully, and with no small measure of atmospheric effect. The picture is not one of the winsome sort, and it doubtless makes less appeal to the spectator than any other of the prize winners. B. Hazelton, Mary Brewster, /B. First Hallgarten Prize, 1896. First Prize Traveling Scholarship, School of Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, 1899, Honorable Mention, Buffalo, 1901. B. Hettinger, Elise, /B. Family name Newman. Born in Berlin, 1854. Pupil of Hoggett, Hurdle, and Gusso in Berlin, and of Bracht in Paris. In recent years, she has exhibited in Berlin and other cities many exquisite landscapes and admirable pictures of still life, which have been universally praised. B. Hiren Minna, /B. Born in Hamburg, living in Dusseldorf. In the gallery at Hamburg is her Ruth and Naomi, 1854, Other important works are The Veteran of 1813 and his grandson, wounded in 1870, The Little Boaster, A Troubled Hour of Rest, etc. B. Helena / be a Greek painter of the 4th century B.C., daughter of Timon, an Egyptian. She executed a picture of the Battle of Issus, which was exhibited in the Temple of Peace in the time of Vespasian, 333 B.C. B. Herbelin, MME. Jean Mathilde / be third-class medal, Paris Salon 1843, second class 1844, and first class 1847, 1848, and 1855. Born in Brunn, 1820. A painter of miniatures. One of these works by MME, Herbelin was the first miniature admitted to the Luxembourg Gallery. B. Herford, Laura / B. 1831-1870. This artist is distinguished by the fact that she was the first woman to whom the schools of the Royal Academy were opened. She became a pupil there in 1861 or 1862, and in 1864 sent to the exhibition A Quiet Corner, in 1865, Thoughtful, in 1866, Brother and Sister, and in 1867, Margaret. B. Hermann von / B. born in Komorn, Hungary, 1857. Studied under Darnot in Vienna, where she made her home. She is a landscape painter and is known through her Evening Landscape, Spring, Eve, and A Picture of Roses. B. Hustes, Louise Lyons / B. member of Art Workers Club for Women and the Art Students League. Born in Mobile, Alabama. Pupil of Art Students League, New York, under Kenyon Cox and W. M. Chase, at Julian Academy, Paris, under Charles Lasser. Illustration from a Copley print. The Departure of Summer. Louise L. Hustes. A portrait painter. At a recent exhibition of the Society of American Artists, Miss Hustes's genre portrait called The Recitation was most attractive and well painted. She has painted portraits of Mr. Henry F. Dimmock, Mr. Edward L. Tinker, in riding clothes, of which a critic says, it is painted with distinction and charm. The portrait of a little boy in a Russian blouse is especially attractive, and a portrait of Miss Soli in riding costume is well done. These are but a small number of the portraits by this artist. She is clever in posing her sitters, manages the effect of light with skill and judgment, and renders the various kinds of textures to excellent advantage. As an illustrator, Miss Hustes has been employed by St. Nicholas, Scribner's, and Harper's Magazine. B. Hill, Amelia R. / be a native of Dunfermline, she lived many years in Edinburgh. A sister of Sir Noel and Walter H. Patten, she married D.O. Hill of the Royal Scottish Academy. Mrs. Hill made busts of Thomas Carlyle, Sir David Brewster, Sir Noel Patten, Richard Irvin of New York, and others. She also executed many ideal figures. She was the sculptor of the memorial to the Regent Murray at Linlithgow, of the statue of Captain Cook, and that of Dr. Livingstone. The latter was unveiled in Prince's Gardens, Edinburgh, in 1876, and is said to be the first work of this kind executed by a woman and erected in a public square in Great Britain. Mrs. Hill has mastered great difficulties in becoming a sculptor in established practice. Mrs. Tytler's Modern Painters. Mrs. Hill's Captain Cookar Scottish Academy, 1874, is an interesting figure and a perfectly faithful likeness, according to extant portraits of the great circumnavigator. Art Journal, April, 1874. B. Hills, Laura Coombs, /B medal at Art Interchange, 1895, bronze medal Paris Exposition, 1900, silver medal Pan American Exposition, 1901, second prize, Corcoran Art Gallery, Washington, D.C., 1901. Member of Society of American Artists, Women's Art Club, New York, American Society of Miniature Painters, and Watercolor Club, Boston. Born in Newburyport, Massachusetts. Studied in Helen M. Knowlton's studio and at Cowell's Art School, Boston, and at Art Students League, New York. Illustration, miniature of Persis Blair. Laura Coombs Hills. Miss Hills is a prominent and successful miniaturist, and her numerous pictures are in the possession of her subjects. They are decidedly individual in character. No matter how simple her arrangements, she gives her pictures a cachet of distinction. It may be a lady in a black gown with a black aigrette in her hair and a background of delicate turquoise blue, or the delicate profile of a red-haired beauty outlined against tapestry. the snowy head and shoulders rising out of dusky brown velvet, but the effect is gem-like, a revelation of exquisite coloring that is entirely artistic. An attractive work, reproduced here, may be called a miniature picture. It is a portrait of a little lady, apparently 6 or 7 years old, in an artistic old-fashioned gown, the bodice low in neck and cut in sharp point at the waistline in front, elbow sleeves, slippers with large rosettes just peeping out from her dress, her feet not touching the floor, so high is she seated. Her hair, curling about her face, is held back by a ribbon bandeau in front. One long, heavy curl rests on the left side of her neck and is surmounted by a big butterfly bow. The costume and pose are delightful and striking at first sight, but the more the picture is studied, the more the face attracts the attention it merits. It is a sweet little girl's face, modest and sensible. She is holding the arm of her seat with a sort of determination to sit that way and be looked at so long as she must. But her expression shows that she is thinking hard of something that she intends to do so soon as she can jump down and run away to her more interesting occupations. B. Hinman, Lena McLennan, /B. B. Hitz, Dora, /B. Born at Altdorf near Nuremberg, 1856. During 8 years, she worked under the direction of Lindenschmidt, 1870–1878. She was then invited to Bucharest by the Queen of Romania, Carmen Silva. Here the artist illustrated the Queen's poem, Ada, with a series of watercolor sketches and painted 2 landscapes from Romanian scenery. Between 1883 and 1886, she made sketches for the mural decoration of the music room at the Castle of Sinwa. Later, in Brittany and Normandy, she made illustrations for the Fischer romances of Pierre Loti. At Berlin, in 1891–1892, she painted portraits, and then retired to Charlottenburg. Her exhibition of 2 beautiful pictures in gouache, at Dresden, in 1892, brought her into notice, and her grasp of her subjects and her method of execution were much commended. Fraulein Hitz could not stem the classic art creed of Berlin, where the new idealism is spurned. She ventured to exhibit some portraits and studies there in 1894 and was most unfavorably criticized. At Munich, however, in 1895, her exhibition was much admired at the Secession. Again, in 1898, she exhibited in Berlin at the Union of 11, a portrait of a young girl, which was received with no more favor than was shown her previous works. In the same year, at the Liver Aesthetique, in Brussels, her pictures were thought to combine a charming grace with a sure sense of light effects, in which the predominating tone was a deep silver gray. A portrait by this artist was exhibited at a Paris salon in 1895. B. Hoffmann, Felicitas, /B. Born in Venice, she died in Dresden, 1760, pupil of Rosalba Camera. There are 4 pictures in the Dresden Gallery attributed to her St. George, after Correggio, Diana with an Italian greyhound, after Camera, Winter, a half-length figure by herself, and her own portrait. Her principal works were religious subjects and portraits. B. Hoffmann Tedesco, Giulia, /B. Prize at the Beatrice Exposition, Naples, born at Würzburg, 1850. This artist has lived in Italy and made her artistic success there, her works having been seen in many exhibitions. Her prize picture at Naples was called A Mother's Joy. In 1877, she exhibited in the same city Sappho and A Mother, which were much admired. At Turin, 1880, On the Water and the Dance were seen. At Milan, 1881, she exhibited Timon of Athens and a Sunset. At Rome, 1883, A Gypsy Girl and Flowers. Her flower pictures are excellent. They are represented with truth, spirit, and grace. B. Hogarth Mary, /B. exhibits regularly at the New English Art Club and occasionally at the New Gallery. Born at Barton-on-Humber, Lincolnshire, pupil of the Slade School under Prof. Fred Brown and P. Wilson Steer. Miss Hogarth's contribution to the exhibition of the New English Art Club, 1902, was called The Green Shutters, a very peculiar title for what was, in fact, a picture of the Ponte Vecchio and its surroundings in Florence. It was interesting. It was scarcely a painting. A tinted sketch would be a better name for it. It was an actual portrait of the scene and skillfully done. B. Hormuth Kalmorgen, Margaret, /B. Born at Heidelberg, 1858. Pupil of Ferdinand Keller at Karlsruhe, married the artist Kalmorgen, 1882. This painter of flowers and still life has also devoted herself to decorative work, mural designs, fire screens, etc., in which she has been successful. Her coloring is admirable and her execution careful and firm. B. Hosmer Harriet G./B. born in Watertown, Massachusetts, 1830. Pupil in Boston of Stevenson, who taught her to model, pupil of her father, a physician in anatomy, taking a supplementary course at the St. Louis Medical School. Since 1852, she has resided in Rome, where she was a pupil of Gibson. Two heads, Daphne and Medusa, executed soon after she went to Rome, were praised by critics of authority. Will-o'-the-Wisp, Puck, Sleeping Fawn, Waking Fawn, and Zenobia in Chains followed each other rapidly. Miss Hosmer made a portrait statue of Maria Sophia, Queen of the Sicilies, and a monument to an English lady to be placed in a church in Rome. Her Beatrice Cenci has been much admired. It is in the public library at St. Louis, and her statue of Thomas H. Benton is in a square of the same city. For Lady Ashburton, Miss Hosmer made her Triton and Mermaid fountains, and a Siren fountain for Lady Marian Alford. B. Houston, Caroline A./B. B. Houston, Francis C./B. Bronze Medal at Atlanta Exposition, Honorable Mention at Paris Exposition, 1900. Member of the Watercolor Club, Boston, and of the Society of Arts and Crafts. Born in Hudson, Michigan, 1851. Studied in Julian Academy under Lefebvre and Boulanger. A portrait painter whose pictures are in private hands. They have been exhibited in Paris, London, Naples, New York, Philadelphia, and Boston. Mrs. Houston writes me, "I have not painted many pictures of late years, but always something for exhibition every year." She first exhibited at Paris Salon in 1889, in London Academy in 1890, and annually sends her portraits to the Boston, New York, and Philadelphia exhibitions. B. Hoxie Vinnie Ream/B. born in Madison, Wisconsin, 1847. This sculptor was but 15 years old when she was commissioned to make a life-size statue of Abraham Lincoln, who sat for his bust. Her completed statue of him is in the rotunda of the Capitol at Washington. Congress then gave her the commission for the heroic statue of Admiral Farragut, now in Farragut Square, Washington. These are the only two statues that the United States government has ordered of a woman. This artist has executed ideal statues and several bust portraits of distinguished men. Of these, the bust of Ezra Cornell is at Cornell University, that of Mayor Powell in the City Hall of Brooklyn, etc. B. Hudson, Grace/B. Gold Medal at Hopkins Institute, San Francisco, Silver Medal at Preliminary World's Fair Exhibition of Pacific States, and medals and honorable mention at several California state exhibitions. Born in Potter Valley, California. Studied at Hopkins Art Institute, San Francisco, under Virgil Williams and Oscar Cunneth. Paints genre subjects, some of which are Captain John in National Museum, Laughing Child in C.P. Huntington Collection, Who Comes in Private Hands in Denver, etc. Mrs. Hudson's pictures of Indians, the poemas especially, are very interesting, although when one sees the living article one wonders how a picture of him, conscientiously painted and truthful in detail, can be so little repulsive or, in fact, not repulsive at all. At all events, Mrs. Hudson has no worthy rival in painting California Indians. If we do not sympathize with her choice of subjects, we are compelled to acknowledge that her pictures are full of interest and emphasize the power of this artist in keeping them above a wearisome commonplace. Her Indian children are attractive, we must admit, and her Poma bride, seated in the midst of the baskets that are her dower, is a picture which curiously attracts and holds the attention. Her compositions are simple, and it can only be a rare skill in their treatment that gives them the value that is generally accorded them by critics, who, while approving them, are all the time conscious of surprise at themselves for doing so, and of an unanswered why, which persists in presenting itself to their thought when seeing or thinking of these pictures. B. Hulbert, Mrs. Catherine Almond/B. born in Sacramento Valley, California. Pupil of the San Francisco School of Design under Virgil Williams, National Academy of Design, New York, under Charles Noel Flagg, Artisan Institute, New York, under John Ward Stimson. This artist paints in watercolors and her works are much admired. Among the most important are the Stream, South Egremont, which is in a private gallery in Denver. In the Woods belongs to Mr. Whiting of Great Barrington, and Sunlight and Shadow to Mr. Benedict, Albany, New York. Mrs. Hulbert is also favorably known as an illustrator and decorative designer. B. Hunter, Mary Y. /B 4 silver medals at Royal Academy Schools exhibitions, diploma for silver medal, Woman's International Exhibition, Earl's Court, London. Member of Society of Painters in Tempera. Born in New Zealand. Studied at Royal Academy Schools. The following list of the titles of Mrs. Hunter's works will give an idea of the subjects she affects. Dante and Beatrice, Joy to the Laborer, An Italian Garden, Where Shall Wisdom Be Found? And The Roadmenders, in Academy Exhibition, 1903. The only work of Mrs. Hunter's that I have seen is the Dante and Beatrice, Academy, 1900, and the impression I received leads me to think an article in the Studio, June, 1903, a just estimate of her work. It is by A. L. Baldry, who writes, "In the band of young artists who are at the present time building up sound reputations which promise to be permanent, places of much prominence must be assigned to Mr. J. Young Hunter and his wife. Though neither of them has been before the public for any considerable period, they have already, by a succession of notable works, earned the right to an amount of attention which, as a rule, can be claimed only by workers who have a large fund of experience to draw upon. But though they have been more than ordinarily successful in establishing themselves among the few contemporary painters whose performances are worth watching, they have not sprung suddenly into notice by some special achievement or by doing work so sensational that it would not fail to set people talking. There has been no spasmodic brilliancy in their progress, none of that strange alternation of masterly accomplishment and hesitating effort, which is apt at times to mark the earlier stages of the life of an artist who may or may not attain greatness in his later years. They have gone forward steadily year by year, amplifying their methods and widening the range of their convictions. And there has been no moment since they made their first appeal to the public at which they can be said to have shown any diminution in the earnestness of their artistic intentions. The school to which they belong is one which has latterly gathered to itself a very large number of adherents among the younger painters, a school that, for want of a better name, can be called that of the new Pre-Raphaelites. It has grown up, apparently, as an expression of the reaction which has recently set in against the realistic beliefs taught so assiduously a quarter of a century ago. At the end of the 70s, there was a prevailing idea that the only mission of the artist was to record with absolute fidelity the facts of nature. Today, the fallacy of that creed is properly recognized, and the artists on whom we have to depend in the immediate future for memorable works have substituted for it something much more reasonable. There runs through this new school a vein of romantic fantasy which all thinking people can appreciate, because it leads to the production of pictures which appeal, not only to the eye by their attractiveness of aspect, but also to the mind by their charm of sentiment. It is because Mr. Young Hunter and his wife have carried out consistently the best principles of this school that they have, in a career of some half-dozen years, established themselves as painters of noteworthy prominence. Their romanticism has always been free from exaggeration, and from that morbidity of subject and treatment which is occasionally a defect in the work of young artists. They have kept their art wholesome and sincere, and they have cultivated judiciously those tendencies in it which justify most completely the development of the new Pre-Raphaelitism. They are, indeed, standing examples of the value of this movement, which seems destined to make upon history a mark almost as definite as that left by the original Brotherhood in the middle of the 19th century. By their help, and that of the group to which they belong, a new artistic fashion is being established, a fashion of a novel sort, for its hold upon the public is a result not of some irrational popular craze, but of the fascinating arguments which are put into visible shape by the painters themselves. B. Hyatt, Harriet Randolph, Mrs. Alfred L. Mayer, /B silver medal at Exposition in Atlanta, Georgia, 1895. Member of National Art Club, New York. Born at Salem, Massachusetts. Studied at Cowell's Art School and with Ross Turner, later under H. H. Kitson and Ernest L. Major. Among this artist's pictures are Shouting Above the Tide, Primitive Fishing, The Choir Invisible, etc. The plaster group called The Boy with Great Dane was the work of this artist and her sister, Anna von Hyatt, and is at the Bureau of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals in New York. B. Hyatt, Anna von, /B member of the Copley Society, Boston, born in Cambridge, Massachusetts, studied nature at Bostock's Animal Arena, Norumbega Park, and at Sportsman's Exhibition. Criticism from H. Kitson. The principal works of this artist are The Boy with Great Dane, already mentioned, made in conjunction with her sister, A Bison in a private collection in Boston, and Playing with Fire. In November 1902, Miss Hyatt held an exhibition of her works in plaster and bronze at the Boston Art Club. There were many small studies taken from life. B. Hyde Helen, /B member of the Art Association, San Francisco, born in Lima, New York, but has lived so much in California that she is identified with that state and especially with San Francisco. She made her studies in San Francisco, Philadelphia, New York, and Paris, where she was a pupil of Felix Rigami and Albert Sterner. She then went to Holland, where she also studied. On her return to San Francisco, she became so enamored of the Oriental life she saw there that she determined to go to Japan to perfect herself in colored etching. Miss Hyde devoted herself to the study she had chosen during 3 years. She lived in an old temple at Tokyo, made frequent excursions into the country, was a pupil of the best Japanese teachers, adapted herself to the customs of the country, worked on low tables, sitting on the floor, and so gained the confidence of the natives that she easily obtained models. And, in a word, this artist was soon accorded honors in Japanese exhibitions, where her pictures were side by side with those of the best native artists. Illustration, Child of the People. Helen Hyde. Miss Hyde has made a visit to America and received many commissions which decided her to return to Japan. A letter from a friend in Tokyo, written in October 1903, says that she will soon return to California. Be a Kino Mary, /be a sculptor residing in Genoa. Since 1884, she has exhibited a number of busts, bas-reliefs, and statues. At Turin in the above-named year, she exhibited a group in plaster, Love Dominating Evil. She is especially successful in bas-relief portraits. One of these is of the Genoese sculptor, Santo Varin. She has also made a bust of Emanuel Filiberto, and in terracotta a bust of Aicetta Doria, the 15th century heroine of Mytilene. She has executed a number of decorative and monumental works, and receives many commissions from both Italians and foreigners. B. Inglis Hester, /B. This artist lived in the last half of the 16th and in the early decades of the 17th century. In the library of Christ Church College, Oxford, there is an example of the Psalms, in French, written and decorated by her, which formerly belonged to Queen Elizabeth. In the Royal Library of the British Museum, there is also a Book of Emblems from her hand. Be it as Jean, /B. Honorable Mention, Paris Salon, 1888, and the Purse of the City of Paris. At Paris Exposition, Honorable Mention, 1889 Traveling Purse, 1891. Medal at Chicago Exposition, 1893. Medal Third Class, Salon, 1896. Medal Second Class, 1899. Silver Medal, Paris Exposition, 1900. Member of Société des Artistes Francais, Société Libre Société des Prix du Salon et Berciers de Voyage. Born in Paris. Pupil of her father. Several works of this sculptor have been purchased by the government and are in the Bureau of Ministers or in provincial museums. A Bacchante is in the museum at Agen, a portrait bust in the Museum of Alger. At the Salon of 1902, Emile Ides exhibited a Madonna. In 1903, a portrait of M.W. Emile Ides knows her art thoroughly. When still a child, at the age when little girls play with dolls, she was in her father's atelier, working in clay with an irresistible fondness for this occupation, and without relaxation making one little object after another, until she acquired that admirable surety of execution that one admires in her work equality, sometimes lacking in the work of both men and women sculptors. Since her debut at the Salon of 1886, she has annually exhibited important works. In 1887, her bust of the danseuse, Marie Sols, was purchased by the government for the opera. In 1888, she exhibited a plaster statue, The Young Scholar, and the following year the bust of her father. In 1890, Saint Sebastian in high relief. In 1891, an Egyptian harpist, which gained her a traveler's purse and an invitation from the Viceroy of Egypt. In 1893, a Renaissance bas-relief. In 1894, the superb funeral monument dedicated to her father. In 1896, she exhibited, in plaster, the Bacchante, which in marble was a brilliant success and gained for her a second-class medal and the Palmes Académiques, while the statue was acquired by the government. It has also gained official recompenses in provincial exhibitions and has richly won the right to esteem herself mistress of her art. B. Jacquemart Naley/B medals at Paris Salon, 1868, 1869, and 1870. Born in Paris. A very successful portrait painter. Among the portraits she has exhibited at the Paris Salon are those of Marshal Canrobert, General Dorel de Paladins, General de Palicao, Count de Chambrun, M. Dufour, and many others, both ladies and gentlemen. Her portrait of Thiers in 1872 was greatly admired. Paul de Brest wrote of Jacquemart in the Zeitschrift für Bildende Kunst. One feels that this artist does not take her inspirations alone from the sittings of her subjects, but that she finds the best part of her work in her knowledge of character and from her close study of the personnel of those whom she portrays. B. Janda Herminie von / born at Klosterbruch, 1854. Pupil of Ludwig Hollenska and Hugo Darnot. Since 1886, her landscapes have been seen in various Austrian exhibitions. One of these was bought for the Franzens Museum at Brunn, while several others were acquired by the Imperial House of Austria. B. Jenks Phoebe A. Pickering / born in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, 1849. Mrs. Jenks writes that she has had no teachers. Her works, being portraits, are mostly in the homes of their owners, but that of the son of T. Jefferson Coolidge, Jr., has been exhibited in the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, and that of Mrs. William Slater, and her son is in the Slater Museum at Norwich. Illustration, Mother and Child. Phoebe Jenks. Mrs. Jenks has been constantly busy in portrait painting for 27 years and has had no time for clubs and societies. She esteems the fact of her constant commissions the greatest honor that she could have. She has probably painted a greater number of portraits than any other Boston contemporary artist. B. Jerichow Baumann, Elizabeth /B 1819-1881. Honorable mention Paris Salon, 1861. Member of the Academy of Copenhagen. Born in Warsaw, pupil of Carl Sohn and Stilk in Dusseldorf. In Rome, she married the Danish sculptor Jerichow and afterward lived in Copenhagen. She traveled in England, France, Russia, Greece, Turkey, and Egypt. Her picture of a Polish woman and children leaving their home, which had been destroyed, is in the Raksinski collection, Berlin. Polish peasants returning to the ruins of a burnt house, in the Lansdowne collection, London. A wounded soldier nursed by his betrothed, in the gallery at Copenhagen, where is also her portrait of her husband, an Icelandic maiden in the Kunsthalle, Hamburg. Her picture, reading the Bible, was painted for Napoleon Roman III. At his request, Mme. Jerichow painted a portrait of the present Queen of England in her wedding dress. A large number of her works are in private houses in Copenhagen. One of her most important pictures was a life-size representation of Christian martyrs in the catacombs. This picture was much talked of in Rome, where it was painted, and the Pope desired to see it. Madame Jerichow took the picture to the Vatican. On seeing it, the Pope expressed surprise that one who was not of his church could paint this picture. Mme. Jerichow, hearing this, replied, "Your Holiness, I am a Christian." Hans Christian Andersen was an intimate friend in the Jerichow family. He attended the wedding in Rome and wrote the biographies of Professor and Mme. Jerichow. Théophile Gautier once said that but 3 women in Europe merited the name of artists: Rosa Bonheur, Henrietta Brown, and Elizabeth Jerichow. And Cornelius called her the one woman in the Dusseldorf school because of her virile manner of painting. Among her important portraits are those of Frederick Roman VII, of Denmark, the brothers Grimm, and Hans Christian Andersen reading his fairy tales to a child. Mme. Jerichow was also an author. In 1874, she published her Memories of Youth, and later, with her son, the Illustrated Pictures of Travel. B. Jopling Rowe, Louise, /B member of Royal Society of British Artists, Society of Portrait Painters, Pastel Society, Society of Women Artists. Born at Manchester, 1843. Pupil of Chaplin in Paris, also studied with Alfred Stevens. Since 1871, Mrs. Jopling has been a constant exhibitor at the Royal Academy and other London exhibitions, and frequently also at the Paris Salon. Illustration: Miss Ellen Terry as Portia. Louise Jopling Rowe. Her pictures are principally portraits and genre subjects. Her first decided success was gained in 1874, when she exhibited at the Academy, the Japanese Tea Party. And from that time, she was recognized as an accomplished artist and received as many commissions as she could execute. The Baroness de Rothschild had been convinced of Mrs. Jopling's talent before she became an artist, and had given her great encouragement in the beginning of her career. The portrait of Lord Rothschild, painted for Lord Beaconsfield, is thought to be her best work of this kind, but its owner would not allow it to be exhibited. Her portrait of Ellen Terry, which hangs in the Lyceum Theatre, was at the Academy in 1883. It is in the costume of Portia. Mrs. Jopling's pastels are of an unusual quality, delicate, strong, and brilliant. Her portraits are numerous, and from time to time she has also executed figure subjects. Of late years, Mrs. Jopling has been much occupied with a school of painting. The large number of pupils who wish to study with her made a school the best means of teaching them, and has been successful. From the beginning, they draw from life, and at the same time, they also study from the antique. Many of her pupils receive good prices for their works, and also earn large sums for their portraits in black and white. Mrs. Jopling writes, "What I know I chiefly learned alone. Hard work and the genius that comes from infinite pains, the eye to see nature, the heart to feel nature, and the courage to follow nature, these are the best qualifications for the artist who would succeed." In the Art Journal, July, 1874, I read, "The 5 o'clock tea is the largest and most important design we have seen from Mrs. Jopling's hand, and in the disposition of the various figures and the management of color, it certainly exhibits very remarkable technical gifts. Especially do we notice in this lady's work a correct understanding of the laws of tone, very rare to find in the works of English painters, giving the artist power to bring different tints, even if they are not harmonious, into right relations with one another." The above-named picture was sold to the Messrs. Agnew and was followed by The Modern Cinderella, which was seen at the Paris Exposition in 1878. At the Philadelphia Exposition in 1876, she exhibited Five Sisters of York. Mrs. Jopling is also known as the founder and president of the Society of the Immortals. She has written several short tales, some poems, and a book called Hints to Amateurs. At the Royal Academy, 1903, she exhibited Hark, Hark, the Lark at Heaven's Gate Sings, which is a picture of a poor girl beside a table, on which she has thrown her work and leaning back in her chair, with hands clasped behind her head, is lost in thought. B. Joris, Signorina Agnes/B pseudonym Altissimi, was accorded the title of professor at the Institute of the Fine Arts, Rome, 1881. She was successful in a competition for a position in the Schule Technisch, Rome, 1888. Honorable mention, Florence, 1890. Same at Palermo, 1891 and 1892, silver medal of first class and diploma of silver medal, Rome, 1899 and 1900. Member of the Societa Cooperativa, Rome. Born in the same city and pupil of the Institute of Fine Arts and of her brother, Cavaliere Professor Pio Joris. This artist writes that a list of her works would be too long and require too much time to write it. They are in oils, pastel, and watercolors, with various applications of these to tapestries, etc. She also gives lessons in these different methods of painting. In a private collection in New York is her Spanish Scene in the 18th Century. She painted a portrait of the late King Humbert, arranged in the form of a triptych surrounded by a wreath of flowers, painted from some which had lain on the king's bier. She sent this picture to Queen Margarita, who not only graciously accepted it, but sent the artist a beautiful letter and a magnificent jewel on which was the royal cipher. B. Carling, Henriette, /B born about 1832, daughter of the artist J.T. Carling, who was her principal teacher. She practiced her art as a painter of portraits, genre subjects, and still life in Budapest during some years before her marriage to the pianist Pascher, with whom she went to Vienna. She there copied some of the works of the great painters in the gallery, besides doing original work of acknowledged excellence. In addition to her excellent portraits, she painted in 1851, The Grandmother. In 1852, a garland with religious emblems. In 1855, a crucifix wound with flowers. B. Kalkruth, Countess Maria, /B. Medal at Chicago Exposition, 1893, member of the Society of Women Artists in Berlin. Born at Dusseldorf, 1857–1897. Much of her artistic life was passed in Munich. Her picture at Chicago was later exhibited at Berlin and was purchased for the Protestant chapel at Dachau. It represented Christ raising a repentant sinner, a strong work, broadly painted. Among her important pictures are In the Sunshine, Faint-Hearted, Discontented, and several portraits, all of which show the various aspects of her artistic talent. B. Kaufmann, Angelica, /B. an original member of the London Academy. She was essentially an Italian artist, since from the age of 11 she lived in Italy and there studied her art. Such different estimates have been made of her works that one may quote a good authority in either praise or blame of her artistic genius and attainment. Kugler, a learned, unimpassioned critic, says, "An easy talent for composition, though of no depth, a feeling for pretty forms, though they were often monotonous and empty, and for graceful movement. A coloring blooming and often warm, though occasionally crude. A superficial but agreeable execution, and especially a vapid sentimentality in harmony with the fashion of the time. All these causes sufficiently account for her popularity." Illustration, Alinari photo. In the Uffizi, Florence. Portrait of Angelica Kaufmann. Painted by herself. Raphael Mengs, himself an artist, thus esteems her. As an artist, she is the pride of the female sex in all times and all nations. Nothing is wanting composition, coloring, fancy all are here. Miss Kate Thompson writes, "Her works showed no originality nor any great power of execution, and, while sometimes graceful, were generally weak and insipid. For myself, I do not find her worthy of superlative praise or condemnation. One cannot deny her grace in design, which was also creditably correct. Her poetical subjects were pleasing in arrangement. Her historical subjects lacked strength and variety in expression. Her color was as harmonious and mellow as that of the best Italian colorists, always excepting a small number of the greatest masters, and in all her pictures there is a something it must have been the individuality of the artist that leads one to entertain a certain fondness for her, even while her shortcomings are fully recognized." The story of Angelica Kaufmann's life is of unusual interest. She was born at Coire in the Grisons, 1740–1807. Her father, an artist, had gone from Schwarzenberg to Coire to execute some frescoes in a church and had married there. When Angelica was a year old, the family settled in Morbegno, in Lombardy. 10 years later, when the child had already shown her predilection for painting and music, a new home was made for her in Como, where there were better advantages for her instruction. Her progress in music was phenomenal, and for a time she loved her two arts, one as well as the other, and could make no choice between them. In one of her pictures, she represented herself as a child, standing between allegorical figures of music and painting. The exquisite scenery about Como, the stately palaces, charming villas, the lake with its fairy-like pleasure boats, and the romantic life which there surrounded this girl of so impressionable a nature, rapidly developed the poetic element born with her, which later found expression through her varied talents. During her long life, the recollections of the 2 years she passed at Como were among the most precious memories associated with her wandering girlhood. From Como, she was taken to Milan, where she had still better advantages for study, and a world of art was opened to her which far exceeded her most ardent imaginings. Leonardo had lived and taught in Milan, and his influence with that of other Lombard masters stirred Angelica to her very soul. Her pictures soon attracted the attention of Robert d'Este, who became her patron and placed her in the care of the Duchess of Carrara. This early association with a circle of cultured and elegant men and women was doubtless the origin of the self-possession and modest dignity which characterized Angelica Kaufmann through life, and enabled her becomingly to accept the honors that were showered upon her. Her happy life at Milan ended all too soon. Her mother died, and her father decided to return to his native Schwarzenberg to execute some extensive decorative works in that vicinity. In the interior decoration of a church Angelica, painted in fresco the figures of the 12 apostles after engravings from the works of Piazzetta. The coarse, homely life of Schwarzenberg was in extreme contrast to that of Milan and was most uncongenial to a sensitive nature. But Angelica was saved from melancholy by the companionship she felt in the grand pine forests, which soothed her discontent, while her work left her little time to pine for the happiness she had left or even to mourn the terrible loss of her mother. Her father's restlessness returned, and they were again in Milan for a short time, and then in Florence. Here she studied assiduously a while, but again her father's discontent drove him on, and they went to Rome. Angelica was now 18 years old, and in a measure was prepared to profit by the aid and advice of Winckelmann. He conceived an ardent friendship for the young artist, and though no longer young, and engaged in most important and absorbing research, he found time to interest himself in Angelica's welfare, and allowed her to paint his portrait, to which she gave an expression which proved that she had comprehended the spirit of this remarkable man of 80 years. While at Rome, Angelica received a commission to copy some pictures in Naples. After completing these, she returned to Rome in 1764 and continued her studies for a time, but her interests were again sacrificed to her father's unreasonable capriciousness, and she was taken to Bologna and then to Venice. This constant change was disheartening to Angelica and of the greatest disadvantage to her study, and it was most fortunate that she now met Lady Wentworth, who became her friend and afterward took her to England. Angelica had already executed commissions for English families of rank whom she had met in various cities of Italy, and her friends hoped that she would be able to earn more money in England than in Italy, where there were numberless artists and copyists. After visiting Paris, she went to London, where a brilliant career awaited her, not only as an artist, but in the social world as well. De Rossi thus describes her at this time. She was not very tall, but slight, and her figure was well proportioned. She had a dark, clear complexion, a gracious mouth, white and equal teeth, and well-marked features. Above all, her azure eyes, so placid and so bright, charmed you with an expression it is impossible to write. Unless you had known her, you could not understand how eloquent were her looks. Her English friends belonged to the most cultivated circles, many of them being also of high rank. Artists united to do her honor, showing no professional envy and making no opposition to her election to the Academy. Many interesting incidents in her association with London artists are related, and it is said that both Fuseli and Sir Joshua Reynolds were unsuccessful suitors for her hand. Miss Thackeray, in her novel, Miss Angel, makes Angelica an attractive heroine. The royal family were much interested in her, and the mother of the king visited her in honor never before accorded to an artist, and the Princess of Brunswick gave her commissions for several pictures. De Rossi says that her letters at this time were those of a person at the summit of joy and tranquility. She was able to save money and looked hopefully forward to a time when she could make a home for her unthrifty father. But this happy prosperity was suddenly cut short by her own imprudence. After refusing many eligible offers of marriage, she was secretly married to an adventurer who personated the Count de Horn, and succeeded by plausible falsehoods in convincing her that it was necessary, for good reasons, to conceal their marriage. One day, when painting a portrait of Queen Charlotte, who was very friendly to the artist, Angelica was moved to confide the secret of her marriage to the Queen. Until this time, no one save her father had known of it. Her Majesty, who loved Angelica, expressed her surprise and interest, and desired that Count de Horn should appear at court. By this means, the deceit which had been practiced was discovered, and the Queen, as gently as possible, told Angelica the truth. At first, she felt that though her husband was not the Count de Horn and had grossly deceived her, he was the man she had married, and the vows she had made were binding. But it was soon discovered that the villain had a living wife when he made his pretended marriage with Angelica, who was thus released from any consideration for him. This was a time to prove the sincerity of friends, and Angelica was comforted by the steadfastness of those who had devoted themselves to her in her happier days. Sir Joshua Reynolds was untiring in his friendly offices for her, and for her helpless old father. There were as many differing opinions in regard to Angelica Kauffmann, the woman, as in regard to the quality of her art. Some of her biographers believed her to be perfectly sincere and uninfluenced by flattery. Nollekens takes another view. He calls her a coquette, and among other stories, relates that when in Rome, one evening she took her station in one of the most conspicuous boxes in the theater, accompanied by two artists, both of whom, as well as many others, were desperately enamored of her. She had her place between her two adorers, and while her arms were folded before her in front of the box, over which she leaned, she managed to clasp a hand of both, so that each imagined himself the cavalier of her choice. When Angelica could rise above the unhappiness and mortification of her infatuation for the so-called de Horn, she devoted herself to her art, and during 12 years supported her father and herself, and strengthened the friendships she had gained in her adopted land. At length, in 1781, her father's failing health demanded their return to Italy, and now, when 40 years old, she married Antonio Zuccai, an artist who had long loved her and devoted himself to her and to her father with untiring affection. The old Kauffmann lived to visit his home in Schwarzenberg and to reach southern Italy, but died soon after. Signor Zuccai made his home in Rome. He was a member of the Royal Academy, London, and was in full sympathy with his wife in intellectual and artistic pursuits and pleasures. De Rossi says, "It was interesting to see Angelica and her husband before a picture. While Zuccai spoke with enthusiasm, Angelica remained silent, fixing her eloquent glance on the finest portions of the work. In her countenance, one could read her emotions, while her observations were limited to a few brief words. These, however, seldom expressed any blame, only the praises of that which was worthy of praise. It belonged to her nature to recognize the beauty alone, as the bee draws honey only out of every flower." Her home in Rome was a center of attraction to the artistic and literary society of the city, and few persons of note passed any time there without being presented to her. Goethe and Herder were her friends, and the former wrote, "The good Angelica has a most remarkable, and for a woman really unheard of, talent. One must see and value what she does and not what she leaves undone. There is much to learn from her, particularly as to work, for what she effects is really marvelous." In his work called Winckelmann and His Century, Goethe again said of her, "The light and pleasing in form and color, in design and execution, distinguish the numerous works of our artist. No living painter excels her in dignity or in the delicate taste with which she handles the pencil." In the midst of the social demands on her time in Rome, she continued to devote herself to her art, and Signor Zuccai, hoping to beguile her into idleness, purchased a charming villa at Castel Gandolfo. But in spite of its attractions, she was never content to be long away from Rome and her studio. Thus, in her maturer years, her life flowed on in a full stream of prosperity until, in 1795, Signor Zuccai died. Angelica survived him 12 years of deep sadness. Not only was her personal sorrow heavy to bear, but the French invasion of her beloved Italy disquieted her. Hoping to regain her usual spirits, she revisited the scenes of her youth and remained some time in Venice with the family of Signor Zuccai. Returning to Rome, she resumed her accustomed work, so far as her health permitted. She held fast to the German spirit through all the changes in her life, with the same determination which made it possible, in her strenuous labors, to retain her gentle womanliness. Just before she died, she desired to hear one of Gellert's spiritual odes. She was buried in Sant Andrea dei Frati, beside her husband. All the members of the Academy of St. Luke attended her obsequies, and her latest pictures were borne in the funeral procession. Her bust was placed in the Pantheon, and every proper tribute and honor were paid to her memory in Rome, where she was sincerely mourned. Although Angelica lived and worked so long in London, and was one of the 36 original members of the Royal Academy, I do not think her best pictures are in the public galleries there. Of course, many of the portraits painted in London are in private collections. Her pictures are seen in all the important galleries of Europe. Her etchings, executed with grace and spirit, are much esteemed and sell for large prices. Engravings after her works by Bartolozzi are most attractive. Numerous as they were, good prints of them are now rare and costly. She painted several portraits of herself. One is in the National Portrait Gallery, London, one at Munich, and a third in the Uffizi, Florence. The last is near that of Madame Lebrun, and the contrast between the two is striking. Angelica is still young, but the expression of her face is so grave as to be almost melancholy. She is sitting on a stone in the midst of a lonely landscape. She has a portfolio in one hand and a pencil in the other, and so unstudied is her pose, and so lacking in any attempt to look her best, that one feels that she is entirely absorbed in her work. The Frenchwoman could not forget to be interesting. Angelica was interesting with no thought of being so. I regard 3 works by this artist, which are in the Dresden Gallery, as excellent examples of her work. They are A Young Vestal, A Young Sibyl, and Ariadne abandoned by Theseus. On the margin of one of her pictures she wrote, "I will not attempt to express supernatural things by human inspiration, but wait for that till I reach heaven, if there is painting done there." In 1784, Angelica Kauffmann painted Servius Tullius as a child for the Tsar of Russia. In 1786, Hermann and Thusnelda, and The Funeral of Pallas for Joseph Roman II. These are now in the Vienna Gallery. 3 pictures, Virgil reading the Aeneid to the Empress Octavia, Augustus reading verses on the death of Marcellus, and Achilles discovered by Ulysses in female attire, were painted for Catherine Roman II of Russia. Religion Surrounded by Virtues, 1798, is in the National Gallery, London. A Madonna and a scene from the Songs of Ossian are in the Aschaffenburg Gallery. A Madonna in Glory and the Women of Samaria, 1799, are in the New Pinakothek, Munich, where is also the portrait of Louis I of Bavaria, as Crown Prince, 1805. The Farewell of Abelard and Hellas, together with other works of this artist, are in the Hermitage, St. Petersburg. A Holy Family and others in the Museo Civico, Venice. Prudence Warning Virtue Against Folly, in the Pennsylvania Academy, Philadelphia. Portraits of Winkelmann in the Stadel Institute, Frankfurt, and in the Zurich Gallery. Portrait of a Lady, Stuttgart Museum, the Duchess of Brunswick, Hampton Court Palace, the architect Nowosilski, National Gallery, Edinburgh. In addition to the portraits of herself mentioned above, there are others in Berlin Museum, the Old Pinakothek, Munich, the Ferdinandeum, Innsbruck, and in the Philadelphia Academy. Bicala Mrs. Lee Lufkin, /B member of the Woman's Art Club, New York, born in Erie, Pennsylvania. Pupil in New York of Charles Melville Dewey and the Metropolitan Art Schools. In Paris, during 3 years, pupil of Girardot, Courtois, the Colarossi Academy, and of Amangine. Mrs. Cala is essentially a portrait painter, although she occasionally paints figure subjects. Her portraits are in private hands in various cities, and her works have been exhibited in Paris, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Boston, etc. She paints in both oil and watercolors. Becaser Ebba, /B medals in Vienna, Dresden, and Cologne for landscapes and flower pieces. Born in Stockholm, 1846. When 20 years old, she went to Vienna, where she studied under Rieser, Jailing, and Karl Hanold. She did not exhibit her works until 1881, since when she has been favorably known, especially in Austria. A watercolor of a mill near Ischl and several other pictures by this artist have been purchased for the imperial collections. B. Keith Dora Wheeler /B. B. Kempwelch Lucy Elizabeth /B Fellow and Associate of Herkimer School and member of the Royal Society of British Artists. Born at Bournemouth, 1869. Has exhibited annually at the Royal Academy since 1894. In 1897, her picture of colt hunting in the New Forest was purchased by the trustees of the Chantry Bequest. In 1900, that of horses bathing in the sea was bought for the National Gallery at Victoria. In 1901, she exhibited Lord Dundonald's Dash on Ladysmith. In July 1903, in his article on the Royal Academy exhibition, the editor of the Magazine of Art, in enumerating good pictures, mentions Miss Lucy Kempwelch's well-studied Village Street at Dusk and her clever incoming tide, with its waves and rocks and its dipping, wheeling sea-gulls. Mr. Frederick Wetmore, in writing of the spring exhibition of the Royal Painter-Etchers, says, Miss Kempwelch, whose best work, so delicate that it could only lose by the reduction of a process block, shows the ordinary English country, the signpost of the crossways, and the sheep along the lane. B. Kendall Marie von /B born in Lanaken, 1838, pupil of Pape, Otto von Kaempke and Dressier. She traveled in England, Italy, and Switzerland, and many of her works represent scenes in these countries. In 1882, she painted the Cadnan Peaks near Schlüterbach in the Ampezzo Valley. At the exhibition of the Women Artists in Berlin, 1892, she exhibited 2 mountain landscapes and a view of Clovelly in Devonshire. The last was purchased by the emperor. To the same exhibition in 1894, she contributed 2 Swiss landscapes, which were well considered. B. Kjelland, Kitty, /B, sister of the famous Norwegian novelist Alexander Kjelland. Her pictures of the forests and fjords of Norway are the best of her works and painted con amore. Recently, she exhibited a portrait which was much praised and said to be so fresh and lifelike in treatment, so flexible and vivacious in color, that one is involuntarily attracted by it without any knowledge of the original. B. Killigrew, Anne, /B was a daughter of Dr. Henry Killigrew, a prebendary of Westminster Cathedral. Anne was born in 1660, and when still quite young was maid of honor to the Duchess of York, whose portrait she painted as well as that of the future King James Roman II. She also painted historical subjects and still life. One of her admirers wrote of her as a grace for beauty and a muse for wit. A biographer records her death from smallpox when 25 years old, to the unspeakable reluctancy of her relatives. She was buried in the Savoy Chapel, now a royal peculiar, and a mural tablet set forth her beauty, accomplishments, graces, and piety in a Latin inscription. Anne Killigrew was notable for her poetry as well as for her painting. Dryden wrote an ode in her memory, which Dr. Johnson called the noblest our language has produced. It begins, "Thou youngest virgin daughter of the skies." After praising her poetry, Dryden wrote, "Her pencil drew whate'er her soul designed, and oft the happy draught surpassed the image of her mind." Of her portrait of James Roman II, he says, "For, not content to express his outward part, her hand called out the image of his heart. His warlike mind, his soul, devoid of fear, his high designing thoughts were figured there." Having repeated these panegyrics, it is but just to add that 2 opinions existed concerning the merit of Mistress Killigrew's art and of Dryden's ode, which another critic called a harmonious hyperbole, composed of the fall of Adam Arethusa Virgins Diancupid Noah's Ark, the Pleiades, the fall of Jehoshaphat, and the last assizes. Anthony Wood, however, says, "There is nothing spoken of her which she was not equal to, if not superior, and if there had not been more true history in her praises than compliment, her father never would have suffered them to pass the press." Be Kind, Adele, /B this painter of history and of genre subjects won her first prize at Ghent when less than 22, and received medals at Douai, Cambrai, Ghent, and Brussels before she was 32. Was made a member of the Brussels, Ghent, and Lisbon Academies. Born in Brussels, 1805. Pupil of Sophie Framiet and of Neves. Her picture of the last moments of Egmont is in the Ghent Museum. Among her other historical pictures are Melanchthon predicting Prince Willem's future and Elizabeth sentencing Mary Stuart, which is in the Hague Museum. The Obstinate Scholar and Happier Than a King are 2 of her best genre pictures. B. King, Jessie M., /B a most successful illustrator and designer of book covers, who was educated as an artist in the Glasgow School of Decorative Art. In this school, and at that of South Kensington, she was considered a failure by reason of her utterly unacademic manner. She did not see things by rule, and she persistently represented them as she saw them. Her love of nature is intense, and when she illustrated the Jungle Book, she could more easily imagine that the animals could speak a language that Mowgli could understand, than an academic artist could bring himself to fancy for a moment. Her work is full of poetic imagination, of symbolism, and of the spirit of her subject. Walter P. Watson, in a comprehensive critique of her work, says, "Her imaginations are more perfect and more minutely organized than what is seen by the bodily eye, and she does not permit the outward creation to be a hindrance to the expression of her artistic creed. The force of representation plants her imagined figures before her. She treats them as real and talks to them as if they were bodily there, puts words in their mouths such as they should have spoken, and is affected by them as by persons. Such creation is poetry in the literal sense of the term, and Miss King's dreamy and poetical nature enables her to create the persons of the drama, to invest them with appropriate figures, faces, costumes, and surroundings, to make them speak after their own characters. Her important works are in part the illustrations of The Little Princess, The Magic Grammar, La Belle Dame sans merci, Elle Evangile de l'Enfance, The Romance of the Swan's Nest, etc. She also makes exquisite designs for book covers, which have the spirit of the book for which they are made so clearly indicated that they add to the meaning, as well as to the beauty of the book. B. Kirchberg, Ernestine Vaughan, /B. Medal at Chicago Exposition, 1893. Born in Verona, 1857. Pupil of Schaffer and Darnot. This artist has exhibited in Vienna since 1881, and some of her works have been purchased for the royal collection. Her landscapes, both in oil and watercolors, have established her reputation as an excellent artist, and she gains the same happy effects in both mediums. Her picture shown at Chicago was A Peasant Home in Southern Austria. B. Kirschner Marie, /B. Born at Prague, 1852, pupil of Adolf Leyer in Munich and Jules Dupré and Alfred Stevens in Paris. In 1883 she traveled in Italy and has had her studio in Berlin and in Prague. The Rudolfinum at Prague contains her village Tulliskits in Bohemia. She is also known by many flower pieces and by The Storm on the Downs of Haste, Spring Morning, and A Scene on the Moldau. B. Kitson, Mrs. H.H., /B. Honorable Mention, Paris Exposition, 1889, and the same at Paris Salon, 1890, 2 medals from Massachusetts Charitable Association, and has exhibited in all the principal exhibitions of the United States. Born in Brookline. Pupil of her husband, Henry H. Kitson, and of Dagnan Bouveret in Paris. The women of Michigan commissioned Mrs. Kitson to make 2 bronze statues representing the woods of their state for the Columbian Exhibition at Chicago. Her principal works are the statue of a volunteer for the Soldiers' Monument at Newburyport, Soldiers' Monument at Ashburnham, Massachusetts State Monument to 29th, 35th, and 36th Massachusetts Volunteer Infantry at National Military Park at Vicksburg. Also medallion portraits of Generals Dodge, Ransom, Logan, Blair, Howard, A.J. Smith Grierson, and McPherson for the Sherman Monument at Washington. B. Klump Anna Elizabeth, /B. Honorable Mention, Paris Salon, 1885 Silver Medal, Versailles, 1886, Grand Prize, Julian Academy, 1889, Temple Gold Medal, Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, 1889, Bronze Medal, Paris Exposition, 1889. Member of the Copley Society, Boston, of the Society of Baron Taylor, Paris, and of the Paris Astronomical Society. Born in San Francisco. Pupil of the Julian Academy, under Robert Fleury and Jules Lefebvre, where she received, in 1888, the prize of the Silver Medal and 100 francs, the highest award given at the annual portrait concours, between the men and women students of the above academy. Illustration, Portrait of Rosa Ben-Hur. Anna E. Klumpke. Among Miss Klumpke's principal works are In the Wash House, owned by the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, Portrait of Mrs. Nancy Foster at the Chicago University, Maternal Instruction, in the collection of Mr. Randolph Jefferson Coolidge, Boston, many portraits among which are those of Madame Klumpke, Rosa Ben-Hur, Mrs. Thorpe, Mrs. Sargent, Count Kergeritic, etc. In writing me of her own life work and that of her family, she says, what we may well believe. Longfellow's thought, "Your purpose in life must be to accomplish well your task," has been our motto from childhood. Anna Klumpke, being the eldest of the 4 daughters of her mother, had a double duty: her own studies and profession and the loving aid and care of her sisters. In the beginning of her art studies, it was only when her home duties were discharged that she could hasten to the Luxembourg, where, curiously enough, her time was devoted to copying Le Labourage Nivernais by Rosa Ben-Hur, whose beloved and devoted friend she later became. Meantime, Anna Klumpke had visited Boston and other cities of her native land, and made a success not only as an artist, but as a woman whose intelligence, cheerfulness, and broad interests in life made her a delightful companion. Sailing from Antwerp one autumn, I was told by a friend that a lady on board had a letter of introduction to me from Madame Bouguereau. It proved to be Miss Klumpke, and the acquaintance thus begun, as time went on, disclosed to me a remarkable character, founded on a remarkable experience, and it was no surprise to me that the great and good Rosa Ben-Hur found in Anna Klumpke a sympathetic and reliable friend and companion for her last days. The history of this friendship and its results are too well known to require more than a passing mention. Miss Klumpke is now established in Paris, and writes me that, In addition to her painting, she is writing of Rosa Ben-Hur. She says, "This biography consists of reminiscences of Rosa Ben-Hur's life, her impressions of nature, God, and art, with perhaps a short sketch of how I became acquainted with the illustrious woman whose precious maternal tenderness will remain forever the most glorious event of my life." At the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1903, Miss Klump exhibited a picture called Maternal Affection. B. Nobloch, Gertrude, /B, born at Breslau, 1867, pupil of Scherbina in Berlin. Her studio is in Brussels. She paints in oil and watercolors. Among her best pictures are In the Children's Shoes, The Forester's Leisure Hours, and A Madonna with the Christ Child. Two of her works in gouache are worthy of mention, An Effeminate and Children Returning from School. B. Colic Mary, /B, born at Norfolk, Virginia, 1840. Studied at the Pennsylvania Academy under Robert Wiley and in New York under J.B. Bristol and A.H. Winnett. Her landscapes have been exhibited at the National Academy, New York. Several of these were scenes about Lake George and the Adirondack regions. Morning in the Mountains and On the Road to Mt. Marcy were exhibited in 1877, A November Day and an Evening Walk in 1878. A House in East Hampton, 220 years old, in 1880, On Rondout Creek in 1881, and The Brook in 1882. B. Coker, Anna Maria de /B, a Dutch etcher and engraver of the 17th century, who pursued her art from pure love of it, never trying to make her works popular or to sell them. A few of her landscapes fell into the hands of collectors and are much valued for their rarity and excellence. Three examples are the landscape with a view of a village, the square tower, and huts by the water. B. Komlosy, Irma, /B, born in Prague, 1850, pupil of Friedrich Sturm. This flower painter resides in Vienna, where her pictures are much appreciated and are seen in good collections. They have been purchased for the art associations of Brunn, Prague, and Budapest. B. Kondelka, Baroness Pauline von /B, Frau von Schmerling, born at Vienna, 1806–1840. She inherited from her father a strong inclination for art and was placed by him under the instruction of Franz Potter. In the Royal Gallery, Vienna, is her picture called Silence, 1834. It represents the Virgin with her finger on her lip to warn against disturbing the sleep of the infant Jesus. The picture is surrounded by a beautiful arrangement of flowers. In 1836, she painted a charming picture called A Bunch of Flowers. Her favorite subjects were floral, and her works of this sort are much admired. B. Koenig, Ida, /B, born at Budapest, 1856. Her early art studies were under G. Vastag, C. von Telepi, W. Lindenschmidt, and Munkacsy. Later, she was a pupil at the Julian Academy in Paris and the Scuola Libera in Florence. In the parish church at Cobblecut are three of her pictures of sacred subjects, and in the Hungarian National Museum, a picture of still life. Her Old Woman, 1885, is mentioned as attracting favorable notice. B. Cora or Calarhai, /B, it is a well-authenticated fact that in the Greek city of Sicyionia, about the middle of the 7th century before Christ, there lived the first woman artist of whom we have a reliable account. Her story has been often told and runs in this wise. Cora, or Calarhai, was much admired by the young men of Sicyionia for her grace and beauty, of which they caught but fleeting glimpses through her veil when they met her in the flower market. By reason of Cora's attraction, the studio of her father, Dibutades, was frequented by many young Greeks, who watched for a sight of his daughter, while they praised his models in clay. At length, one of these youths begged the modeler to receive him as an apprentice, and, his request being granted, he became the daily companion of both Cora and her father. As the apprentice was skilled in letters, it soon came about that he was the teacher and ere long the lover of the charming maiden, who was duly betrothed to him. The time for the apprentice to leave his master came all too soon. As he sat with Cora the evening before his departure, she was seized by an ardent wish for a portrait of her lover, and, with a coal from the brazier, she traced upon the wall the outline of the face so dear to her. This likeness her father instantly recognized, and hastening to bring his clay, he filled in the sketch and thus produced the first portrait in bas-relief. It is a charming thought that from the inspiration of a pure affection, so beautiful an art originated. and doubtless Cora's influence contributed much to the artistic fame which her husband later achieved in Corinth. In the latter city, the portrait was preserved 200 years, and Dibutades became so famous for the excellence of his work that at his death, several cities claimed the honor of having been his birthplace. B. Kraft Anna Barbara, / member of the Vienna Academy. She was born at Igto in 1764 and died at Bamberg in 1825. She received instruction from her father, J. N. Steiner, of which she later made good use. Having married an apothecary, she went for a time to Salzburg, and again, after 9 years in Prague, spent 18 years in Salzburg, retiring finally to Bamberg. In the gallery at Bamberg may be seen her portrait of the founder, J. Hemmerlein. In the Nostitz Gallery, Prague, a portrait of the Archduke Charles. In Strahov Abbey, Prague, a Madonna. And in the church at Owenses, near Prague, an altarpiece. B. Kunze Martha, / be born in Heinrichtsdorf, Prussia, 1849. Pupil of Steffek and Gusso in Berlin. In 1881 she went to Paris and studied under Carolus Duran and Henner, and later traveled in Italy, pursuing her art in Florence, Rome, and southern Italy. She has an excellent reputation as a portrait painter and occasionally paints subjects of still life. B. Kusner Amelia, / B. C. Coudert Amelia Kusner. B. Label Adelaide Vertis, / B. was born in Paris in 1749. She early developed a taste for art and a desire to study it. J. E. Vincent was her master in miniature painting, while latter instructed her in the use of pastels. She was successful as a portrait painter and as a teacher, having some members of the royal family as pupils who so esteemed her that they became her friends. She is known as Madame Vincent, having married the son of her first master in painting. Her portrait of the sculptor Goys gained a prize at the Academy, and in 1781 she was made a member of that institution. We know the subjects of some large, ambitious works by Madame Vincent, on which she relied for her future fame, but unhappily they were destroyed in the time of the French Revolution, and she never again had the courage to attempt to replace them. One of these represented the reception of a member to the Order of Saint Lazare, the Grand Master being the brother of the king, who had appointed Madame Vincent painter to the court. Another of these works was a portrait of the artist before her easel, surrounded by her pupils, among whom was the Duchesse d'Angoulême and other noble ladies. As Madame Vincent and her husband were staunch royalists, they suffered serious losses during the Revolution. The loss of her pictures was irreparable. She was so disheartened by the destruction of the result of the labors of years that she never again took up her brush with her old-time ambition and devotion. She died in 1803 at the age of 54, having received many honors as an artist, while she was beloved by her friends and esteemed by all as a woman of noble character. B. Lang, Mrs. J. G. / B. Principal studies made in Glasgow under Mr. F. H. Newbery, also in Paris under Jean-Paul Laurens and Amandine. This artist is especially occupied with portraits of children and their mothers. She has, however, exhibited works of another sort. Her Sweet Repose and Masquerading were sold from the exhibitions in London and Glasgow, where they were shown. Bruges Lacemakers was exhibited in Munich in 1903. The Ladies' Club of Glasgow is enterprising, and its exhibitions are interesting. But Mrs. Lang is not a member of any club, and sends her pictures by invitation to exhibitions on the continent as well as in Great Britain, and sometimes has a private exhibition in Glasgow. Her study at Amandine's and Colarosi's gave a certain daintiness and grace to her work, which is more Parisian than British in style. There is great freedom in her brush and a delicacy well suited to the painting of children's portraits. Her children and their mothers really smile, not grin, and are altogether attractive. I cannot say whether the portraits I have seen are good likenesses, but they have an air of individuality which favors that idea. B. Lamb, Ella Condie / B. Mrs. Charles R. Lamb, Dodge Prize, National Academy, New York, Medal at Columbian Exposition, Chicago, 1893, Gold Medal, Atlanta Exposition, Medal at Pan American Exposition, 1901. Member of Art Students League, Woman's Art Club, National Art Club. Born in New York City. Pupil of National Academy of Design and of Art Students League, New York, under C.Y. Turner, William M. Chase, and Walter Sherlaw. In Paris, pupil of R. Collin and R. Courtois. In England, of Hubert Herkimer, R.A. Among Mrs. Lamb's works are The Advent Angel, The Christ Child, a life-size painting, copied in mosaic for the Conrad Memorial, St. Mary's Church, Wayne, Pennsylvania. The Arts and the Sciences, executed in association with Charles R. Lamb, for the Sage Memorial apse designed by him for Cornell University. Of recent years, Mrs. Lamb is much occupied in collaborating with her husband in decorative designs for public edifices. One of the works thus executed is a memorial window to Mrs. Stella Goodrich Russell in Wells College at Aurora. It represents 3 female figures against a landscape background. Literature is seated in the center, while science and art stand in the side panels. It has the effect of a triptych. B. Lamb, Rose, /B 2 bronze medals in Boston exhibitions, 1878 and 1879, member of the Copley Society. Born in Boston, where her studies have been made, chiefly under William M. Hunt. Miss Lamb has painted portraits principally, a large number of which are in Boston in the homes of the families to which they belong. Among them are Mrs. Robert C. Winthrop, Jr., and her children, Mr. J. Ingersoll Bowditch, Mr. Horace Lamb, the 3 sons of the late Governor Roger Walcott, the daughters of Mrs. Shepherd Brooks, the children of Mrs. Walter C. Baileys, etc. In 1887, Miss Lamb painted an admirable portrait of Mohini Mohan Chatterjee, a Brahmin who spent some months in Boston. B. Lanciani, Marcella, /B born in Rome, where her studies were made under Professor Giuseppe Ferrari in figure drawing, and under Signor Onorato Carlandi, the great watercolor artist of the Roman Campagnan landscape and coloring. At the annual spring exhibition in the Palazzo del Belle Arti, Rome, 1903, this artist exhibited 4 works: a life-size study of the head of an old Roman peasant, a sketch near the mouth of the Tiber at Finesino, an old stairway in the Villa d'Este at Tivoli, a view from the Villa Colonna, Rome. 2 of her sketches, one of the Tiber and one of the Villa Medici, are in the collection of Mrs. Pierpont Morgan. 2 similar sketches are in the collection of Mrs. James Leavitt, New York. A copy of a Madonna in an old Umbrian church is in a private gallery in Rome. A winter scene in the Villa Borghese and 2 other sketches are owned in Edinburgh. The lake in the Villa Borghese is in the collection of Mr. Richard Corbin, Paris, and several other pictures are in private collections in New York. B. Lander, Louisa, /B born in Salem, 1826, manifested a taste for sculpture when quite young and modeled likenesses of the members of her family. In 1855, she became the pupil of Thomas Crawford in Rome. Among her earlier works are figures in marble of Today and Galatea, the first being emblematic of America. She executed many portrait busts, one of them being of Nathaniel Hawthorne. The Captive Pioneer is a large group. Among her ideal works are a statue of Virginia Dare, the first child born in America of English parents, Undine, Evangeline, Virginia, etc. B. Lakota Hermione, /B born in Prague, 1853. After having studied in Prague, Amsterdam, and Munich, she was a pupil of Doris Robb in etching. She paints portraits, genre and still life subjects with artistic taste and delicacy. Her studio is in Prague. Among her best pictures are Battle for Truth, Sentinels of Peace, A Contented Old Woman, and among her etchings may be named The Veiled Picture of Size, Prometheus, The Microscopist, Before the Bar of Reason, etc. The latter was reproduced in Zeitschrift für Bildende Kunst in 1893 and was said to show a powerful fancy. In 1875 and 1876, she exhibited her etchings in Vienna. The Going to Baptism in the second exhibition was much admired and aroused unusual interest. B. Lavalette, MME. Elodie, /B third-class medal, Paris Salon, 1875, bronze medal, Paris Exposition, 1889, second-class medal, Melbourne Exposition, numerous diplomas and medals from provincial exhibitions in France, also from Vienna, Brussels, Antwerp, Amsterdam, London, Copenhagen, Barcelona, Munich, and Chicago. Officer of the Academy. Born at Strasbourg. Educated at Lorient. She began to study drawing and painting under Carler, a professor in the school she attended. She then studied 6 months in the Atelier School at Strasbourg and finally became a pupil of Dubois at Arras. She has exhibited since 1870. Her picture of the Strand at Lahic, 1876, is in the Luxembourg Gallery. The Cliffs of Yport is in the Museum of Lille. A Calm at Villers, in the Museum at Lorient. Coming Tide at Kerguelen, in the Museum of Moorlakes, etc. Her marine views are numerous and are much admired. At the Salon of the Artistes Francais, 1902, MME. La Villette exhibited Twilight, Quiberon, Morbihan. In 1903, Fort Penthever, Quiberon, and a Foaming Wave. B. Lebrun, MME/B. Sivigay. B. Lehmann, Charlotte/B. Born in Vienna, 1860. Daughter of an artist, Katharine Lehmann, pupil of Schilcher and Pittner. Her works are principally portraits and studies of heads, in which she is successful. Her Styrian maiden belongs to the Austrian emperor and is in Godallow Castle. Her portraits are seen at many exhibitions, and art critics mention her with respect. B. Lemaire, MME. Jean Madeline/B. Honorable Mention, 1877, Silver Medal, Paris Exposition, 1900. Born at St. Rosseline, pupil of an aunt who was a miniaturist and later of Chaplin. She first exhibited at the Salon of 1864, a portrait of Madame the Baroness. She has painted many portraits and is extremely successful in her pictures of flowers and fruit. Among her principal works are Diana and Her Dog, Going Out of Church, Ophelia, Sleep, The Fall of the Leaves, and Manon. She has also painted many pictures in watercolors. Since 1890, she has exhibited at the Champ de Mars. Her illustrations in watercolors for l'Abbé Constantin and for an edition of Flirt are very attractive. Her roses at the Salon of 1903 were especially fine, so fresh and brilliant that they seem to be actual blossoms. This artist, not many months ago, called to mind the celebrated Greek supper of MME. Lebrun, which was so famous in the time of that artist. The following is an account of the entertainment given by MME. Lemaire. A most fascinating banquet was given in Paris quite recently by Madeleine Lemaire in her studio, and Parisians pronounce it the most artistic fete that has occurred for many a moon. Athens was reconstructed for a night. A Greek feast, gathering at the same board the most aristocratic moderns, garbed in the antique peplum, as the caprice of a great artist. The invitation cards, on which the hostess had drawn the graceful figure of an Athenian beauty, were worded, "A soirée in Athens in the time of Pericles. Madeleine Lemaire begs you to honor with your presence the Greek fete which she will give in her humble abode on Tuesday. Banquet, dances, games, and cavalcade. Ancient Greek costume de rigueur." Everyone invited responded yes, and from the Duchess Juses, in a superb robe of cloth of gold and long veil surmounted by a circlet of diamonds, to that classic beauty MME. Berichin, in white draperies with a crown of pink laurel, the costumes were beautiful. One graceful woman went as Tanagra. The men were some of them splendid in the garb of old Greek warriors, wearing cuirass and helmet of gold. At dessert, a bevy of pretty girls in classic costume distributed flowers and fruits to the guests, while Greek choruses sung by female choristers alternated with verses admirably recited by Bartel and Reichenberg. After the banquet, Emma, Calvet, and MME. Lytton sang passages from Philemon et Bacchus, and then there were Greek dances executed by the leading dancers of the opera. After supper and much gaiety, the evening came to a close by an animated farandole danced by all present. It takes an artist like Madeleine Lemaire to design and execute such a fete, and beside it, how commonplace appear the costly functions given by society in Newport and New York. B. Levick, Ruby Winifred/B at the South Kensington Royal College of Art. This artist gained the prize for figure design, the medal for a study of a head from life, besides medals and other awards in the national competition. British Institution Scholarship for Modeling, 1896. Gold medal and the Princess of Wales Scholarship, 1897. Gold medal in national competition, 1898. Member of the Ridley Art Club. Born in Llandaff, Glamorganshire. This sculptor has exhibited regularly at the Royal Academy since 1898. Among her works are Boys Wrestling, Group in the Round, Study of a Boy, a statuette, Fishermen Hauling in a Net, Boys Fishing, The Hammer Thrower, Rugby Football, and The Sea Urchin, a statuette. Miss Levick has executed a panel for the Reredos in St. Brelade's Church, Jersey, and another for St. Gabriel's Church, Poplar. She exhibited at the Academy, 1903, Sledgehammers, portion of a frieze in relief. B. Louis Edmonia/B. born in the state of New York. This artist descended from both Indian and African ancestors. She had comparatively no instruction when, in 1865, she exhibited in Boston a portrait bust of Colonel Shaw, which at once attracted much attention. In 1867, she exhibited a statue called the Freedwoman. Soon after this, she took up her residence in Rome, and very few of her works were seen in the United States. She sent to the Philadelphia exhibition in 1876 The Death of Cleopatra in marble. The Marquis of Bute bought her Madonna with the Infant Christ, an altarpiece. Her Marriage of Hiawatha was purchased by a New York lady. Among her other works are An Old Arrow Maker and His Daughter, Asleep, and terracotta busts of Charles Sumner, Longfellow, John Brown, and others. Among Miss Lewis's works are two small groups illustrating Longfellow's poem of Hiawatha. Her first, Hiawatha's Wooing, represents Minnehaha seated, making a pair of moccasins, and Hiawatha by her side with a world of love and longing in his eyes. In the marriage, they stand side by side with clasped hands. In both, the Indian type of feature is carefully preserved, and every detail of dress, etc., is true to nature. The sentiment equals the execution. They are charming bits, poetic, simple, and natural, and no happier illustrations of Longfellow's most original poem were ever made than these by the Indian sculptor. Revolution, April 1871. This was not a beautiful work, Cleopatra, but it was very original and very striking, and it merits particular comment, as its ideal was so radically different from those adopted by Story and Good in their statues of the Egyptian queen. The effects of death are represented with such skill as to be absolutely repellent. Apart from all questions of taste, however, the striking qualities of the work are undeniable, and it could only have been produced by a sculptor of very genuine endowments. Great American sculptors. Belay Sophie/B third-class medal at Melbourne, honor diplomas Karlsruhe. Member of the Kunstlerbund Karlsruhe. Born at Bodmin am Bodensee, 1859. Pupil of the art school in Stuttgart, where she received several prizes, and of Gude and Bracht in Karlsruhe. Some flower pieces by this artist are in the collection of the Grand Duke of Baden. Others belong to the hereditary Grand Duke and to the Queen of Saxony. Still others are in various private galleries. A recently published design for the wall decoration of a school, Fingerhut im Walde, was awarded a prize. Fraulein Ley receives young women students in her atelier in Karlsruhe. B. Licata Faxioli, or Sola/B a first class and several other medals as a student of the Academy at Venice. Member of the Academies of Venice and Perugia, 1864. Born in Venice, 1826. In 1848, she married and made a journey with her husband through Italy. 3 pictures which she exhibited at Perugia in 1864 won her election to the Academy. The Marquis Alapanzoni purchased these. The gallery at Vicenza has several of her views of Venice and Rome, and there are others in the Municipal Palace at Naples. Her pictures have usually sold immediately upon their exhibition and are scattered through many European cities. At Hamburg is a view of Capodimonte, at Venice a large picture showing a view of San Marcelino, and at Capodimonte the choir of the Capuchins at Rome. Private collectors have also bought many of her landscapes. Since 1867, she has taught drawing in the Royal Institute at Naples. 2 of the Signora's later pictures are Arum Italicum, exhibited at Milan in 1881, and a park at Capodimonte, shown at the International Exposition in Rome. The latter is a brilliant piece of work. Her style is vigorous and robust, and her touch sure. Family cares seem never to have interrupted her art activity, for her work has been constant and of an especially high order. B. Lindegren Amelia/B member of the Academy of Stockholm. Honorary member of the London Society of Women Artists. Born in Stockholm, 1814-1891. A student in the above-named academy, she was later a pupil of Cogniet and Tissier in Paris and afterward visited Rome and Munich. Her pictures are portraits and genre subjects. In the gallery at Christiania are her mother and child and grandfather and granddaughter. The Dance in a Peasant Cottage is in the Museum of Stockholm, where are also her portraits of Queen Louise and the Crown Princess of Denmark, 1873. With her unpretentious representations of the joy of children, the smiling happiness of parents, sorrow resigned, and childish stubbornness, Amelia Lindegren attained great national popularity, for without being a connoisseur, it is possible to take pleasure in the fresh children's faces in her pictures. History of modern painters. B. Lippincott, Margaret, /B. Honorable Mention and Mary Smith Prize at Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts. Member of Philadelphia Watercolor Club and Plastic Club. New York Watercolor Club. Born in Philadelphia. Pupil of Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts and Art Students League, New York. This artist has painted flowers especially, but of late has taken up genre subjects and landscapes. Among her pictures is one of roses in the Academy of Fine Arts and white roses in the Art Club of Philadelphia. Sunset in the Hills is in a private collection, and the West Window is owned in Detroit. Bieliszewska Anna Dorothea, /B. Married name was Thurbush, member of the Academies of Paris and Vienna and of the Institute of Bologna. Born in Berlin. 1722–1782, was court painter at Stuttgart and later held the same office under Frederick the Great, whose portrait she painted, 1772. Her picture of Diana's return from the chase was also painted for Frederick. Her early studies were conducted by her father. After leaving the court of Stuttgart, she studied 4 years in Paris. In the Louvre is her picture of a man holding a glass of water. In the Brunswick Gallery is her portrait of herself, and several of her works are in the Schwerin Gallery. Her pictures of A Repentant Maiden, 1781, and of Ariadne at Naxos attracted much attention. Bieliszewska Anna Rossina, /B. member of the Dresden Academy, born in Berlin. 1716–1783, pupil of her father. She executed 40 portraits of women for the Hall of Beauty at Zerbst. One of her portraits, painted in 1770, is in the gallery at Brunswick. She traveled in Holland in 1766, but was too much occupied with commissions to find time for foreign journeys. She painted a picture called Artemisia and a second of Mannheim pulling down her diadem, which were interesting and excellent examples of her style of painting. B. Locatelli or Lucatelli, Maria Caterina, /B. of Bologna. Died in 1723, she studied under Passanelli, and in the Church of St. Columba in Bologna are 2 pictures by her, a St. Anthony and a St. Teresa. B. Lowenthal, Baroness Anka, /B. born at Ogulin, Croatia, 1853, pupil of Karl von Blas and Julius von Payer. Some portraits by this artist are in the Academy of Arts and Sciences at Agram, but religious subjects were most frequently treated by her, and a number of these are in the Croatian churches. The Madonna Immaculata is in the Gymnasial Kirche, Marin, and a Mater Dolorosa in the Klosterkirche, Bruck ad Meer. B. Longhai Barbara, /B. born in Ravenna, 1552–1619, daughter of Luca Longhai. She was an excellent artist and her works were sought for good collections. A portrait by her is in the Castellani collection, dated 1589. Saint Monica, Judith, and the Healing of Saint Agatha are in the Ravenna Academy. A Virgin and Child is in the Louvre, and Mary with the Children in the Dresden Gallery. B. Longman, E.B. /B. This sculptor has a commission to execute a statue of Victory for a dome at the St. Louis Exposition. B. Loop, Mrs. Henry A. /B. elected an associate of the National Academy of Design in 1875. Born in New Haven, 1840. Pupil of Professor Louis Bale in New Haven, of Henry A. Loop in New York, later spending 2 years in study in Paris, Venice, and Rome. Mrs. Loop is essentially a portrait painter, but occasionally has painted figure pictures, such as Baby Belle, A Little Runaway, A Bouquet for Mama, etc. Her portraits of Professors Lowe and Hadley of New Haven were much admired. Those of Mrs. Joseph Lee, Miss Alexander, and other ladies were exhibited at the Academy. Mrs. Loop's picture is an honest, unpretending work, well drawn, naturally posed, and clearly, solidly colored. There is not a trace of affectation about it. The artistic effects are produced in the most straightforward way. Clarence Cook, in New York Tribune. Mrs. Loop is certainly the leading portrait painter among our lady artists. She is vigorous, conscientious, and perceptive. Chicago Times, 1875. B. Lotz Matilda, /B. Gold Medal at School of Design, California. Born in Franklin, Tennessee. This artist is sometimes called the Rosa Ben-Hur of America. She began to draw pictures of animals when 7 years old, Later, she studied under Virgil Williams in San Francisco and under M. Barrios and Van Mark in Paris. She has traveled extensively in the East, painting camels, dromedaries, etc. Her work has a vigor and breadth well suited to her subjects, while she gives such attention to details as make her pictures true to life. One critic writes, "Her oxen and camels, like Rosa Benhur's horses, stand out from canvas as living things. They have been the admiration of art lovers at the Salon in Paris, the Royal Academy in London, and at picture exhibitions in Austria-Hungary and Germany." Illustration: A Family of Dogs. Matilda Lotz. Among her works are Oxen at Rest, The Artist's Friends, Hounds in the Woods, painted in California, Mourning for Their Master, The Sick Donkey, and other less important pictures are in private collections in Hungary. The Early Breakfast is in a gallery in Washington, D.C. She has painted portraits of famous horses owned by the Duke of Portland, which are in England, as is her picture called By the Fireside. B. Loud May Hallowell, /B. member of the Copley Society and Boston Watercolor Club. Born in West Medford, Massachusetts, 1860. Pupil of the School of Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, Julian Academy, Paris, Cowles Art School, Boston, in Paris under Tony Robert Fleury, Giacometti, and Louis Deschamps, later under Abbott Thayer and Denman W. Ross. Mrs. Loud's works are principally portraits and are in private hands. Her picture called The Singer was purchased by the Atlanta Exposition and is in a collection in that city. She works mostly in oils, but has been successful in portraits in pastel. Two admirable examples were exhibited in Boston recently and were favorably noticed for their color and temperance in the use of high relief. B. Louise Princess, /B. C. Argyle. B. Lusk Marieke, /B. B. Lutmer, Emmy, /B. Medal at Munich, 1888. Born at Elberfeld, 1859. Pupil of the School of Art Industries at Munich and of the museums of Berlin and Vienna. This skilled enamel painter has her studio in Berlin, where she executes fine and beautiful work. B. Mackesney, Clara Taggart, /B. 2 medals at Chicago Exposition, 1893 Dodge Prize, National Academy, New York, 1894, Gold Medal, Philadelphia Art Club, 1900, Hallgart Prize, National Academy, 1901, Bronze Medal, Buffalo Exposition, 1901. 3 medals at Colarossi School, Paris. Member of National Art Club, Barnard Club, and Watercolor Club, all of New York. Born in Brownsville, California. Pupil of Virgil Williams in San Francisco Art School, of H.C. Mowbray, J.C. Beckwith, and William Chase in Gotham Art School, and of G. Courtois, A. Girardot, and R.X. Prinnet in Colarossi School, Paris. Exhibited at Paris Salon, Beaux Arts in 1896, 1898, and at the Exposition in 1900. Illustration from a Copley print. Fritz. Clara T. Mackesney. This artist paints figure subjects. Among these are Retrospection, Boston Art Club, Tired, Erie Art Club, A Good Story, National Arts Club, New York, The Old Cobbler, etc. Her prize picture at the National Academy, New York, 1894, was called The Old Spinner. This picture had been refused by the Committee of the Society of American Artists, only to be thought worthy a prize at the older institution. B. MacGregor, Jessie, /B. the Gold Medal in the Royal Academy Schools for Historical Painting, a medal given biennially, and but one other woman has received it. Born in Liverpool. Pupil of the schools of the Royal Academy, her principal teachers were the late Lord Leighton, the late P.H. Calderon, R.A., and John Petty, R.A. Her principal works are In the Reign of Terror and Jephthah's Vow, both in the Liverpool Permanent Collection, The Mistletoe Bough, Arrested, or The Nihilist, Flight, exhibited at Royal Academy in 1901, King Edward Roman VII, 1902. Miss MacGregor is a lecturer on art in the Victoria University Extension lecture scheme, and has lectured on Italian painting and on the National Gallery in many places. At the London Academy in 1903, she exhibited The Nun. If a woman has long hair, it is a glory to her, I Cor. Zi 15, Behind the Curtain, Christmas in a Children's Hospital, and Little Bo Peep. B. Macubin, Florence, /B, Bronze Medal and Diploma, Tennessee Exposition, 1897. Vice President of Baltimore Watercolor Club. Born in Florence, Italy. Studied in Fontainebleau under M. Laennec, in Munich under Professor Herderich, and in Paris under Louis Deschamps and Julius Roelcheven, also with Emil J. Divina in miniature painting. Miss Macubin has exhibited at the Paris Salon, the London Academy, and the National Academy, New York. Her works are portraits in miniature, pastel, and oil colors. She was appointed by the Board of Public Works of Maryland to copy the portrait of Queen Henrietta Maria, for whom Maryland was named. The portrait is by Van Dyck and in Warwick Castle. Miss Macubin's copy is in the State House at Annapolis. Her portraits are numerous. Among them are those of Mrs. Charles J. Bonaparte, Justice Horace Gray, Hun, George F. Hoare, Mrs. Thomas F. Bayard, and many others. In England, she painted portraits of the Countess of Warwick, the Marchioness of Bath, and several other ladies. Miss Macubin's portrait of Cardinal Gibbons, exhibited in Baltimore in 1903, is much praised. He is sitting in an armchair near a table on which are books. The pose of the figure is natural, the drawing excellent, the flesh tints well handled, and the likeness satisfactory to an unusual degree. The accessories are justly rendered, and the values well preserve the texture of the stuffs, the ring on the hand delicate and characteristic. In short, this is an excellent example of dignified portraiture. B. McManus Mary Fairchild, /B awarded a scholarship in Paris by the St. Louis School of Fine Arts, medal at Chicago, 1893, bronze medal at Paris Exposition, 1900, bronze medal at Buffalo, 1901, gold medal at Dresden, 1902, Julia M. Shaw Prize, Society of American Artists, New York, 1902. Associate member of Société Nationale des Beaux-Arts, Paris, member of the Society of American Artists, New York. Born at New Haven, Connecticut, about 1860. Pupil of School of Fine Arts, St. Louis, Académie Julian, Paris, and of Carolus Duran. Exhibited at Salon des Beaux-Arts, 1902, The October Sun, The Last Rays, and The Rain. In 1903, A Snow Scene. B. Macumber, Mary L. /B bronze medal, Massachusetts Charitable Mechanics Association, 1895. Bronze medal, Cotton State and International Exposition, 1895. Dodge Prize, National Academy, New York, 1897. Honorable Mention, Carnegie Institute, 1901. Member of the Copley Society, Boston. Born in Fall River, Massachusetts, 1861. Pupil of Robert Dunning, School of Boston Art Museum under Otto Grundmann and F. Crowninshield, and of Frank Duveneck. This artist paints figure subjects. Her St. Catherine is in the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. Spring Opening the Gate to Love was in the collection of the late Mrs. S. D. Warren. The Annunciation is in the collection of Mrs. D. P. Kimball, Boston. Other works of hers are a triptych, The Magdalene, Death and the Captive, The Virgin of the Book, etc. Illustration from a Copley print. St. Catherine, Mary L. Macumber. One feels, on looking at the Madonna's Annunciation or any of Miss Macumber's pictures, that she must have lived with and in her subject, delicate coloring harmonizes with refined spiritual conceptions. Her most generally liked picture is her Madonna. All the figures wear a sweet, solemn sadness, illumined by immortal faith and love. Art Interchange, April, 1899. B. Magliani, Francesca, /B born at Palermo in 1845 and studied painting there under a private teacher. Going later to Florence, she was a pupil of Bedussi and of Gordigiani. Her early work consisted of copies from the Italian and other masters, and these were so well done that she soon began to receive orders, especially for portraits, from well-known people. Among them were G. Baxelli, the Minister of Public Instruction King Humbert, and Queen Margherita, the latter arousing much interest when exhibited in Florence. Portraits of her mother and of her husband, who was the Minister of Finance, were also recognized as admirable examples of portraiture. Modesty and Vanity is one of her genre pictures. B. Mangilla, Ada, /B gold medal at Ferrara for a Bacchante, which is now in the gallery there. Gold medal at Beatrice in Florence, 1890, for the Three Marys. Born in Florence in 1863. Pupil of Cassioli. One of her early works was a design for two mosaic figures in the left door of the cathedral in Florence, representing Bonifacio Lupi and Piero di Luca Borsi. This was exhibited in 1879 and was received with favor by the public. This artist has had much success with Pompeian subjects, such as a Pompeian lady at her toilet and a Pompeian flower seller. She catches with great accuracy the characteristics of the Pompeian type, and this facility, added to the brilliancy of her color and the spirit and sympathy of her treatment, has given these pictures a vogue. 2 of them were sold in Holland. Floralia was sold in Venice. To an exhibition of Italian artists in London in 1889, she contributed The Young Agrippa, which was sold to Thomas Walker. Her grace and fancy appear in the drawings which she finds time to make for Florentia, and in such pictures as The Rose Harvest. This highly accomplished woman, who has musical and literary talent, is the wife of Count Francisetti di Mercenile. B. Mankiewicz, Henriette, /B. Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. A series of her mural decorations was exhibited in various German cities and finally shown at the Paris Exposition of 1890, where they excited such applause that the above honor was accorded her. These decorations are in the form of panels, in which water, in its varying natural aspects, supplies the subordinate features, while the fundamental motive is vegetation of every description. The artist has evidently felt the influence of Marquardt in Vienna, and some of her conceptions remind one of H. von Preußen. Her technique is a combination of embroidery, painting, and applications on silk. Whether this combination of methods is desirable is another question, but as a means of decoration, it is highly effective. At an exhibition of paintings by women of Saxony, held in Dresden under the patronage of Queen Carola in the fall of 1892, this artist exhibited another decorative panel, done in the same manner, which seems to have been a great disappointment to those who had heard wonderful accounts of the earlier cycle of panels. It was too full of large-leaved flowers, and the latter were too brilliant to serve as a foreground to the Alhambra scenes, which were used as the chief motive. B. Manley, Alice Elfrida, /B. a National Gold Medal and the Queen's Gold Medal at the Royal Female School of Art, London. Member of the Dudley Gallery Art Society and the Hampstead Art Society. Born in London. Pupil of the above-mentioned school and of the Royal Academy Schools. This artist has exhibited at the Academy, at the Royal Institute of Painters in watercolors and other exhibitions. Her pictures have frequently been sold from the exhibitions and reproduced. Among these are Sympathy, sold as first prize in Derby Art Union, Diverse Attractions, Interesting Discoveries, Coming, sold from the Royal Academy, Gossips, The Wedding Gown, etc. Miss Manley has done much work for publishers, which has been reproduced in colors and in black and white. She usually combines figures and landscape. B. Mantovani, Signoress Rome /B. B. Marini, Adelaide /B. Gold Medal in Florence at Beatrice Exposition 1903. Born in 1843. This sculptor resides in Rome where her works have been made. An early example of her art, Camilla, while it gave proof of her artistic temperament, was unimportant, but her later works, as they have followed each other, have constantly gained in excellence and have won her an enviable reputation. Among her statues are Amleto, the Sulamite woman, and Sappho. The last was enthusiastically received in Paris in 1878 and is the work which gained the prize at Florence, where it was said to be the gem of the exhibition. She has also executed a monument to Attilio Lemmy, which represents youth weeping over the tomb of the dead, and is in the Protestant cemetery at Florence. A bas-relief, The Angels of Prayer and of the Resurrection. A group, Romeo and Juliet, and portraits of Carlo Catanei, Giuseppe Sivanini, Signora Alivi, Senator Musio, the Traveller de Albertis, and Victor Emmanuel. B. Marcel, Adele /B. Duchess of Castiglione Colonna, family name de Frey. Born at Fribourg, Switzerland, 1837, and died at Castellammare, 1879. Her early manner was that of the later Cinquecento, but she afterward adopted a rather bombastic and theatrical style. Her only statue, a Pythia, in bronze was placed in the Grand Opera at Paris 1870. In the Luxembourg Museum are marble busts of Bianca Capello, 1863, and an Abyssinian sheik, 1870. A Gorgon, 1865, a Saviour, 1875, La Bella Romana, 1875 are among her other works. She left her art treasures, valued at about 50,000 francs, to the Cantonal Museum at Fribourg, where they occupy a separate room called the Marcello Museum. B. Marcovighi, Clementina, /B. born in Bologna, where she resides. Flower pieces exhibited by her at Turin in 1884 and at Venice in 1887 were commended for perfection of design and charm of color. B. Maria Fedorovna/B, wife of the Tsar Peter I as Princess Dorothea August Sophie of Württemberg. She was born at Treptow in 1759 and died at Petersburg in 1858. She studied under Leberecht and engraved medals and cameos, many of which are portraits of members of the royal family and are in the royal collection at Petersburg. She was elected to the Berlin Academy in 1820. B. Mariani, Virginia/B, honorary member of the Umbrian Academy and of the Academy of the Virtuosi of the Pantheon. Born in Rome, 1824, where she has met with much success in decorating pottery, as well as in oil and watercolor paintings. The Provincial Exposition at Perugia in 1875 displayed her mez figure, which was highly commended. She has decorated cornices with flowers in relief, as well as some vases that are very beautiful. Besides teaching in several institutions and receiving private pupils, she has been an inspector, in her own department of art, of the municipal schools of Rome. B. Marie, Duchess of Württemberg/B, daughter of Louis Philippe and wife of Duke Frederick William Alexander of Württemberg. Born at Palermo, 1813, and died at Pisa, 1839. She studied drawing with Ari Scheffer. Her statue of Jeanne d'Arc is at Versailles. In the Ferdinand Chapel in the Bois de Boulogne is the Peri as a praying angel. In the Saturnin Chapel at Fontainebleau is a stained glass window with her design of Saint Amalia. Among her other works are the Dying Bayard, a relief representing the legend of the Wandering Jew, and a bust of the Belgian Queen. Many of her drawings are in possession of her family. She also executed some lithographs, such as Souvenirs of 1812, 1831, etc. B. Marie-Louise, Empress of France/B 1791–1846. She studied under Prudhon. Her Girl with a Dove is in the Museum of Besançon. B. Marlef Claude/B, bronze medal at Paris Exposition, 1900. Associate of the French National Society of Fine Arts Beaux-Arts. Born at Nantes, pupil of A. Rolle, Benjamin Constant, Puvis de Chavannes, and Dagnox. MME, Marlef is a portrait painter. Her picture, Manette Salomon, is in the Hôtel de Ville, Paris. The Nymphe Accrupie is in the Municipal Museum of Nantes. Among her portraits of well-known women are those of Jane Hayding, Elsie de Wolfe, Bessie Abbott of the Opera, Rachel Boyer of the Theatre Francais, Marguerite Durand, Editeur de la Fronde, Emile, Richepin, and many others. MME, Marlef has the power of keen observation, so necessary to a painter of portraits. Although there is a certain element of soft tenderness in her pictures, the bold virility of her drawing misled the critics, who for a time believed that her name was used to conceal the personality of a man. A critic in the Paris World writes of this artist: "She has exquisite color sense and delights in presenting that exaltation de la vie, that love, radiance, and joy of life, which are at once the secret of the success and the keynote of the masterful canvases of Rolle, in whose studio were first developed Claude Marlef's delicate qualities of truthful perception in the portraiture of woman. Her perceptions being rapid, she has a remarkable instantaneous insight, enabling her to fix the dominant feature and soul of expression in each of the various types among her numerous sitters." MME, Marlef's family name is Lefebvre. Her husband died in 1891, the year after their marriage, and she then devoted herself to the serious study of painting, which she had practiced from childhood. She first exhibited at the Salon, 1895, and has exhibited annually since then. In 1902, she sent her own portrait, and in 1903 that of Bessie Abbott, to the exhibition of the Société Nationale des Beaux-Arts. B. Martin de Campo, Victoria/B, member of the Academy of Fine Arts of Cadiz, her native city. In the different expositions of this and other Andalusian capitals, she has exhibited since 1840 many works, including portraits, genre, historical pictures, and copies. Among them may be mentioned Susanna in the Bath, David playing the harp before Saul, a Magdalene, a Cupid, a boy with a linnet, and a nativity. Some of these were awarded prizes. In the Chapel of Relics in the new cathedral at Cadiz are her Martyrdom of St. Lawrence and a Mater Dolorosa. B. Martineau, Edith/B, Associate of Royal Society of Painters in Watercolors, member of the Hampstead Art Society. Born in Liverpool, where she made her first studies in the School of Art and later became a pupil of the Royal Academy Schools, London. Her pictures are not large and are principally figures or figures in landscape, and all in watercolors. She writes very modestly that so many are sold and in private hands that she will give no list of subjects. B. Masari Luigia, /B. Medal at Piacenza, 1869, and several other medals from art societies. Born at Piacenza, 1810. Pupil of A. Gemi. Her works are in a number of churches. Saint Martin in the church at Altoe, Saint Filomena in the church at Bassido, the Madonna del Carmine, and Saint Anna in the church at Monticelli d'Angina. This artist was also famous for her beautiful embroidery, as seen in her altar cloths, one of which is in the Guastafreda Chapel at Piacenza. The fruits and flowers produced by her needle are marvelously like those in her pictures. B. Massey, Mrs. Gertrude, /B. member of the Society of Miniaturists, born in London, 1868, has studied with private teachers in London and Paris. This painter has made a specialty of miniatures and of pictures of dogs. She has been extensively employed by various members of the royal family, of whom she painted 11 miniatures, among which was one of the late Queen. She sends me a list of several pictures of dogs and pets, all belonging to titled English ladies, also a long list of miniatures of gentlemen, ladies, and children of high degree, several being of the royal family, in addition, I suppose, to the 11 mentioned above. She writes me, constantly met King and Queen and other members. Sittings took place at Windsor Castle, Sandringham, Marlborough House, Osborne, and Balmoral. One dog died after first sitting, had to finish from dead dog. Live in charming little cottage with genuine old-fashioned garden in St. John's Wood. Mrs. Massey has exhibited at the Royal Academy and New Gallery, and has held a special exhibition of her pictures of dogs at the Fine Art Society, New Bond Street, London. B. Massip Marguerite, /B. member of the Society of Swiss Painters and Sculptors and of the Society of Arts and Letters, Geneva. Born at Geneva, made her studies in Florence and Paris under the professors in the public schools. Her picture of Le Beauvoir is in the Museum of Geneva. 5 o'clock tea, also in a Geneva museum. La Bohemienne is at Nice. The Engagement, a dancer at St. Gall, and a large number of portraits in various cities, belonging to their subjects and their families. Her portrait of MME. ML was very much praised when exhibited in proximity with the works of some of the famous French artists. One critic writes, "The painting is firm and brilliant. The hands are especially beautiful. We scarcely know to whom we can compare MME. Massip, unless to M. Paul Dubois. They have the same love of art, the same soberness of tone, the same scorn of artifice. The woman who has signed such a portrait is a great artist." It is well known that the famous sculptor is a remarkable portraitist. In a review of the Salon at Nice we read, "A portrait by MME. Massip is a magnificent canvas, without a single stroke of the charlatan. The pose is simple and dignified. There is the serenity and repose of a woman no longer young, who makes no pretension to preserve her vanishing beauty. The costume, in black, is so managed that it would not appear superannuated nor ridiculous at any period. The execution is that of a great talent and an artistic conscience. It is not a portrait for a bedchamber, still less for a studio. It is a noble souvenir for a family, and should have a place in the salon, in which, around the hearth, 3 generations may gather, and in this serene picture may see the wife, the mother, and the grandmother, when they mourn the loss of her absolute presence." B. Massolian, Anna, /B. born at Gorlitz, 1848. A pupil of G. Graf and of the School of Women Artists in Berlin. Her portraits of Field Marshal von Steinmetz, Bruckner, and G. Schmidt by their excellence assured the reputation of this artist, whose later portraits are greatly admired. B. Mathilda, Princess, /B. Medal at Paris Salon, 1865. Daughter of King Jerome Bonaparte. Born at Trieste, 1820, died at Paris, 1904. Pupil of Eugene Giraud. She painted genre subjects in watercolors. Her medal picture, Head of a Young Girl, is in the Luxembourg. A Jewess of Algiers, 1866, is in the Museum of Lille. The intrigue under the portico of the Doge's palace was painted in 1865. B. Mathilda Caroline, /B. Grand Duchess of Hesse, was born Princess of Bavaria. 1813–1863, pupil of Dominic Onaglio. In the new gallery at Munich are two of her pictures: View of the Magdalen Chapel in the Garden at Nymphenburg, 1832, and Outlook on the Islands, Procida and Ischia, 1836. B. Matten, Ida, /B 2 grand prizes and a purse, also a traveling purse from the government of Sweden. Honorable mention at the Paris Salon, 1896. Honorable mention, Paris Exposition, 1900. Prize for sculpture at the Union des Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs, 1903. Decorated with the Palmes Académiques of President Laubert, 1903. Member of the Union des Femmes Painters et Sculpteurs, Paris. Born at Gefle, Sweden. Pupil of the Technical School, Stockholm, and of H. Chapu, A. Mercy, and D. Puch at Paris. Illustration, in cemetery in Gefle, Sweden. Monument for a tomb. Ida Matten. Among the works of this artist are Mama, a statue in marble; Laquais, a statue; Dans les Vagues, a marble bust; Funeral Monument, in bronze, in Gefle, Sweden, and a great number of portrait busts and various subjects in bas-relief. At the Salon des Artistes Francais, 1902, she exhibited 4 portraits, and in 1903, Confidence. B. Maury, Cornelia F./B. member of St. Louis Artists Guild and Society of Western Artists. Born in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pupil of St. Louis School of Fine Arts and of Julian Academy, under Collin and Merson. At the Salon of 1900, her picture, Mother and Child, was hung on the line. Miss Maury has made an especial study of child life. Among her pictures are Little Sister, Choir Boy, Late Breakfast, and First Steps. The latter picture and the baby in a go-kart have been published in the Copley prints. Cornelia F. Maury is most successful in portrayals of childhood. Her small figures are simple, unaffected, with no suggestion of pose. They convey that delightful feeling of unconsciousness in the subject that is always so charming either in nature or in artistic expression. The pastel depicting the flaxen-haired child in blue dress drawing a tiny cart is exceedingly artistic, and the same may be said of a pastel showing a small child in a Dutch high chair near a window. A third picture also, a pastel, represents a choir boy in a red robe, red cap, and white surplice, sitting in a high-backed, carved chair, holding a book in his hand. Miss Maury really has produced nothing finer than this last. It is a most excellent work. The Mirror, St. Louis, April 10, 1902. B. Merder Robermeyer, Rose/B. born in Vienna, 1858. Pupil of Darnot and Charmont. The works of this successful painter of flowers and still life have been exhibited in Berlin, Vienna, Dresden, and Chicago. She has a broad, sure touch quite unusual in watercolors. She has also executed some notable decorative works, one of which, November, has attracted much attention. B. McCrossan Mary/B. silver and bronze medals, Liverpool, silver medal and honorable mention, Paris. Has exhibited at Royal Academy, London, at Royal Institute of Oil Colours, and many other English and Scotch exhibitions. Member of Liverpool Academy of Arts and of the Liverpool Sketching Club. Born in Liverpool. Studied at Liverpool School of Art under John Finney. Paris, under M. de Laclus. St. Ives, Cornwall, under Julius Alson. The principal works of this artist are marine subjects and landscapes, and are mostly in private collections. In the studio, November, 1900, we read, Miss McCrossan's exhibition of pictures and sketches displayed a pleasant variety of really clever work, mostly in oils, with a few watercolors and pastels. In each medium her color is strong, rich, and luminous, and her drawing vigorous and cert. While this artist's landscape subjects are intelligently selected and attractively rendered, there is unusual merit in her marine pictures, composed mainly from the fisher craft of the Isle of Man and the neighborhood of St. Ives, and recording effects of brilliant sunshine lighting up white herring boats lying idly on intensely reflective blue sea, or aground on the harbor mud at low tide. There is a fascination in the choice color treatment of these characteristic pictures. B. McLaughlin, Mary Louise M./B. Honorable Mention, Paris Salon, 1878, Silver Medal, Paris Exposition, 1889, Gold Medal, Atlanta, 1895, Bronze Medal, Buffalo, 1900. Member of the Society of Arts, London. Honorary member of National Mineral Painters League, Cincinnati. Born in Cincinnati, Ohio. Pupil of Cincinnati Art Academy and of H. F. Farney and Frank Duveneck in private classes. Miss McLaughlin has painted in oil and watercolors and exhibited in various places, as indicated by the honors she has received. Having practiced under and overglaze work on pottery, as well as porcelain etching and decorative etching on metals, she is now devoting herself to making the porcelain known as Lacenty ware. Of a recent exhibition, 1903, a critic wrote, "Perhaps the most beautiful and distinguished group in the exhibition is that of Miss McLaughlin, one of the earliest artistic workers in clay of the United States. She sends a collection of lovely porcelain vases of a soft white tone and charming in contour. Some of these have openwork borders, others are decorated in relief, and the designs are tinted with delicate jade greens, dark blues, or salmon pinks. This ware goes by the name of Lacenty, from the early name of Cincinnati, Lacentyville. This artist has written several books on china painting and pottery decoration. B. McManus Mansfield, Blanche, /B diplomas from the New Orleans Centennial and the Woman's Department, Chicago, 1903, member of the New Vagabonds, London, and the Touring Club of France. Born in East Feliciana Parish, Louisiana, this artist has made her studies in London and Paris. Her principal work has been done in book illustrations. The following list gives some of her most important publications. Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, deluxe edition in color, New York, 1899. The Calendar of Omar Khayyam, in color, New York, 1900. The Altar Service, 36 woodcut blocks printed on Japan vellum, London, 1902. The Coronation Prayer Book, woodcut borders, Oxford University Press, 1902. Cathedrals of Northern France, in collaboration with Francis Milltown, Boston and London, 1903. Cathedrals of Southern France, in collaboration with Francis Milltown, sold for publication in London and Boston, 1904. A Dantic Calendar, London, 1903. A Rubaiyat Calendar, Boston, 1903. The King's Classics, Designs and Decorations, London, 1903. The Book of Days, a calendar, sold in London for 1904. After speaking of several works by Miss McManus, a notice from London says, "A more difficult, or at least a more intricate series, were the designs cut on wood for the Altar Service Book, just issued in London by that newly founded venture, the de la Moore Press, which has drawn unto itself such scholars as Dr. Furnivall, Professor Skeat, and Israel Gollancz. These designs by Miss McManus were printed direct from the wood blocks in very limited editions, on genuine vellum, on Japanese vellum, and a small issue on a real 16th century handmade paper. The various editions were immediately taken up in London on publication, hence it is unlikely that copies will be generally seen in America.